Tell me what you think, Yorkie. You think it's terrible? Is it horrible?
I would like to remind everyone that I am old, so when I use the word goon, I do not necessarily remember that it means something horrible. I think of it like a silly goose, and then I remember it means something horrible because youth ruin everything. So, hello! It is That Hildy time, That Hildy channel, That Hildy's accidentally wearing a schoolmarm dress now, because coffee spilled all over her outfit. Gooner. Okay. I actually am not directionally challenged, but because I have mathlexia, dyscalculia, but specifically mine is about reorganizing numbers, which has got its own special name. When I used to do deliveries, I would show up at 2640 when it was 2460, like all the time. It was super obnoxious. We're gonna do a little bit of current events today, actually, because last night I saw some things that I wanted to say out loud to pretend that they weren't real. Hold on. I actually got a message on Twitch. Not on Twitch, on yes, like how Mitch McConnell is almost certainly dead. But a few other things. So the Social Security checks are being delayed again because apparently Democrats suck and won't approve hate money. So this is what Trump says. But if you are relying on Social Security, make sure you check to see what week it's coming in July. A 29-year-old Democratic socialist is trying to take on Colorado's most senior senator. Diana DeGette, who might as well be called a Republican, is being challenged by Malat Kiros, who is a lawyer and PhD student. Norway is somehow still doing well in the World Cup. Maybe it's because they actually let a black person on their team. We'll never know. The first major Portland psilocybin service center has been closed by strengthening regulation on medicine. Trump's fishing expansion is definitely going to kill some of the few remaining rare fishies in the Pacific waters. All right, let me find the one that really got me. This one's actually really cute. Canada has recorded their first ever point in a men's World Cup. Their first ever win. And recorded another one in their first ever knockout round game. Canada is succeeding whence it has formerly failed. Congratulations, Canada. PB's like, yeah, I know, I can't get away from it. Where are you? God dang. Okay. So we have Supreme Court cases on birthright citizenship. We have... the one person who was telling the truth about Epstein is now hiring his group to lie for him. In the most incredibly awkward form of protest, Dan J. Sullivan has chosen to run against MAGA hat Dan S. Sullivan in Alaska, hoping to confuse old people. Quite literally. This is not what I'm looking for. Oh. Again, not what I'm looking for, but things are just making it worse. Supreme Court allows states to bar transgender athletes from girls' sports. Yay. You guys should know that the sudden intake of estrogen by transgender athletes actually makes them worse at sport. A transgender athlete has to try twice as hard to make muscle mass than a cis athlete. And so if they're succeeding, they're a super athlete. It's funny how we suddenly learn how to do internationalism and learn to ignore skin color when it comes to sports and literally nothing else. Exactly, Snow. Exactly. I'm glad you understood that joke. Trump shares an AI-generated image. This is the one I was looking for. Trump shared an AI-generated image of a golden eagle mounted on the White House. He said, "It's supposed to commemorate the 250th anniversary of the nation's founding. Except I love it. If only that worked every time there were golden eagles. If you're a liberal and you're thinking of bringing a case to the Supreme Court, don't. That's what Vox says. The Kids Act. I don't know if you guys know what this is, but the Senate's Kids Online Safety Act, aimed at regulating the tech industry and protecting children online. That's KOSA. Well, then, the House version, Kids Internet and Digital Safety, just passed, and they are arguing with each other. The Senate Democrats want to make our world more dystopian and force you to register for things like Discord. The House Democrats say, "I like my freedom, thanks." If you want to know about the birthright citizenship vote, one, we won that. Trump cannot revoke birthright citizenship or repeal it. 2, Roberts, Kavanaugh the racist and rapist, and Barrett Comey, who continues to surprise me in that she's human, all ruled that his order violated the Constitution's 14th Amendment. Thomas, Alito, and Gorsuch, also known as the Nazi Triumvirate, or Uncle Tom and Friends. that it was fully lawful. The 14th Amendment. I want to get the actual text for you because it gets quoted in weird ways. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States. Nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of laws. The 14th Amendment also includes regulations for representatives and public debt. I know, I'm waiting for Call Me Barrett to be a lizard. But explicitly Trump said, oh, if you're born in the United States to a pair of immigrant parents, you cannot be a citizen. I'm not sure if the man can read, because there is unambiguous language that says all persons born or naturalized. Now, a lot of countries do that, and that's actually what he wants to change it to, but we're far too big for that and far too racist. If we were more homogenous, which I know Italy is not homogenous in belief, but I mean, Sicily, but if we were more homogenous or smaller, when we did have education requirements in the Reconstruction era, many people of color were ejected from citizenship, and many former slaves were not allowed to become citizens. So, it just doesn't work for America. RFK Jr. it's a really busy news day. RFK Jr. is pushing to loosen restrictions on a handful of trendy peptide therapies. Would you like to know what a peptide is? This is what my degree can help us with. Here's what a peptide is. Again, I'm getting you a formal definition. A peptide is a compound consisting of 2 or more amino acids linked in a chain, the carboxyl group of each acid being joined to the amino group of the next by a bond of the type OCNH. Literally oxygen, carbon, nitrogen, hydrogen. A peptide is one of the building blocks of protein with a special bond. That is it. That is it! Peptides. Polypeptides that have a molecular mass of 10,000 or more are called proteins. That's it. If it's heavier, it's a protein. Literally, that is the difference. So what RFK Jr. is proposing is injecting proteins from other creatures. Genetic therapy. That's what he's pitching. Peptides are not different. This has been Why Doesn't Anybody Know Science with Hildy. So, Mitch McConnell, we'll end with this. 2 weeks after he was hospitalized, No one has heard from Mitch McConnell. No one's going to report him as dead, because if they report him as dead, then they will have to vote someone new in, and his state, Kentucky, had their rule that says they get to choose whoever goes in. So right now, Kentucky says if a Republican dies, we get to put a Republican in place. However, this is under deep challenge within the state, and it's probably going to be repealed. So they're trying to prevent reporting him dead before the midterms. Literally, they are hiding an old man who suffered elder abuse, his death. Literally, they're hiding him so that they can keep this all on their side. Like, I never once thought in my life I would pity this man. This man, Snow, was the devil for quite a long time. Literally one of the most hateful people in society. He has been tortured the past 3 years. Mitch McConnell. This man, as he's lost his goddamn mind and cannot even remember being evil, has been thrown up as a way for Republicans to maintain control. They've literally been abusing him. I fucking hate it. And I pity him. I actually think he'd hate this queer-ass bitch pitying him, so in a way, it's all good. McConnell held his Senate seat since when I was born. Bill Murray? Really? Tatano? Fair. Since 1985, in his 7th term. He has served from 2007 to 2025 as the leader of the Senate GOP. When he was indigent, he was being forced to serve as the leader of the Senate GOP. He fell down on stage multiple times. Andy Barr, who's certainly going to burn in hell, has told reporters that he'd exchanged texts with McConnell, saying he's good. Texts? Huh? Texts? How about you go look at him? Go look at him. Go look at him in the face. Can you look at him in the face? No, because he's 6 feet underground. My God. Zem, what you missed is that peptides are pieces of proteins. That's it. A polypeptide that is 10,000 DA, which I'm just skipping this measurement because it's arbitrary, right? But past like a 10,000 weight of protein threshold is just a protein. I literally saw Jesse Eisenberg shoot him. Right, exactly. Like his arthritis would keep him from texting. Are you kidding? His hands are claws. Like, his inner lizard would just go like that. And the text would just be flies. Just like that. Flies. Okay, let's play Shibuya Scramble. It is the end of this game. So next Tuesday, we will be finishing the new content in Talos Principle Reawakened. So Tuesdays used to be Talos Tuesdays when I first started, and we're going back to that for a short while. Then there will be no days. This is iced black tea, homemade. Then there will be no Tuesday day streams unless I have a makeup, but Satisfactory will start much earlier. Not yet, Shaden, but I'm sure you're saving your points. A generic... Vic, what tea do we use? I think it's just Lipton, which is evil, I know. But you have to understand, we're broke, like we haven't paid rent in a month. Which, if you want to help us pay our bills, there is a GoFundMe! Shaden knows. Shaden was here before you! Ah.
Tell me what you think, Yorkie. You think it's terrible? Is it horrible?
Yay, Snow! Snow just expressed my opinion so much more eloquently. If you don't have the means to boycott a product, who gives a fuck? Buy what you can. It's not like your $30 are going to make a difference. You may have mentioned this before, but what happens to your wheel if someone uses points to make you play a specific game outside of the current letter? It is just, that game is just pulled off of the wheel permanently. So instead of it, like, games that have been streamed can be repeated by landing on the wheel, but they either get a YouTube video or I 100% them or something like that, it just gets removed. There's actually going to be... So, the wheel system has been chat made, and there is going to be a vote because there was a suggestion of a variation on it when I announced that Fable was ending. So there will be a vote from starting after this stream and going on till Thursday before Fable. Oh, Snow, you don't even have to explain it. Really? Really? I hate having to ask. My dream, like right now, the dream I have is to get a shitty-ass job, one of us, so that I don't have to ask for GoFundMe money anymore. Please never feel obligated to give me money. That is just not a real thing. I say it because you never know what money people have. And because it's what's kept my electricity on, actually. So, it's been very helpful in that regard. But this is not a do not feel guilty. My labor is paid by having something to do. I have someone to talk to. And the community I've built through this has paid my bills for 2 months. So I don't... Basically, Snow, thank you. I appreciate every single intention you have, but never feel guilty for enjoying this content or being here. No one ever feel guilty. I will take that Prime sub, though. And if anyone else uses Amazon Prime, you should give me your Prime sub. So, it is time. It is time. Yeah, you can tell, it could get awkward even about stuff like that. I'm like, oh god, I have to play this game because I hate it. I know, Shaden. I had a dream about you, Shaden. Not like you as a person, but just something, at some point, I said, I hate you. And you said, I hate you too. I normally have much more vivid dreams, so I know that's not like... Because the dream I actually had last night was extremely vivid. I was giving away a bunch of old toys in the back room of my work, which was a Radio Batman Recreation RPG. And I would forge the weapons of people who got bonus boxes. So I was working on making a weapon that when you put... a knife that when you pushed a button, it twisted. Someone had given me a template. And I had made the handle and was testing it out when I started unpacking all the old stuffed animals. It was shortly after we entered a car, and there was a movie on about elective murder, basically. You're making Jeff a little less rich. Yeah, one of the characters in this film had a weapon that was literally a high-speed... You know the cheap lightsabers that you can throw out and they go... It was like that, except easily 100 feet long. And it would start spinning high speed. And she was trying to get someone who robbed her house and literally chopped to pieces a whole town square. I know. I have these all the time. I actually wake up disoriented most days because my lucid dreaming has been really active, so I'm often like, oh, I was in that car. Wait, I'm not. I'm lying in bed. I've also been having a lot of dreams about my parents and living with them again, and when I wake up, I'm always surprised that I'm not. Okay, we are in the final stretch. We only got 3 people, and we got 2 hours. It is exciting. Behave! Sorry, computer issues. Don't mind me. I'm made of stuff. If you are on YouTube, I am paying attention, but not often. So please, if I miss you, I'm sorry. Alright. We're gonna start with Minorikawa. I hope Tumbleweed comes back. Hang in there, Chiaki. Just keep it together. Minorikawa rushed to her side and offered her a hand. Surely it hardly matters at this point. You're not going to make it on time regardless, Katayama said coldly. And in any case, if 4-star general gossip doesn't get released, it's Mr. Toyama who's going to be in trouble, not you. I dare say the world would be better off with one third-rate gossip rag less, anyway. Shut your mouth! Ooh, that's extra sharp for Chiaki. Chiaki snapped. If the gossip doesn't come out, I am going to be in trouble. An article I've written is supposed to be in next month's issue. It's a piece I've worked my very hardest on to the very end. A piece Mr. Mino saw fit to put in print. And so if that goes away, if all of that goes away, yeah, I'll be in trouble, all right? Cross. This game's from 2008. This was actually, like, the idea of using FMV like this in a game on a PlayStation was pretty new. This is, like, the first of them. Chiaki's legs wobbled as she struggled to get back to her feet. Chiaki, Katayama said, your zeal is a marvelous thing. Worthy of admiration, even. But when it comes to work, results are all that matters. I'm sad to have to put it that way, but I must be honest. It's just common decency. Katayama glanced at his pocket watch. You have 57 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. At this rate, you won't even make it to the interview venue before your time's up. Frankly, I don't think even a further extension of your deadline would make any difference in the end. Damn it. Minorikawa ground his teeth. He wondered if he should just leave Chiaki here and go interview SOS by himself. He could expand the article on SOS, then work a small part of Chiaki's interview piece in to at least fill the layout. Right now, the single most important thing was getting the magazine out the door, for Toyama's sake. I know, I've actually, so once I was going to a signing of Kelly Sue DeConnick, and I knew her at the time, so I'd asked her if she wanted coffee. So I was bringing coffee to her, and Portland sidewalks are really uneven because of all the tree roots. I hit the sidewalk with my toe, fell over, and my knee looked just like that, and I showed up with like the whole bottom part of my jeans covered in blood and 2 half-spilled pumpkin spice lattes. But if he did cut most of Chiaki's copy, after all she'd done, he might wind up totally killing her passion for being a writer. I have to stop waffling. Professionals don't let their personal feelings dictate their decisions. I can help Chiaki work through her emotional struggles later. Chiaki, that's enough! The young woman got to her feet, staggering as she began to climb the stairs. I'm not giving up, she said under her breath. I can't give up now. Though obviously in pain, she struggled to keep her legs moving. Can't do it. Look how hard she's fighting to stay in the game. I can't tell her I don't need her article now. Releasing the next issue of the Gossip wasn't just going to save Tiyama. It would save Chiaki as well. Minorikawa couldn't abandon either one of them. Which left him with a hell of a dilemma. He needed to make a decision. If he didn't stop wavering soon, they'd be out of time. But try as he might, he couldn't come up with a plan. Then he heard a familiar voice from behind him. If you're wondering what path to take, allow my taxi to be your guide. Yes! Yes! Even though I hate your racist logo of your company. Minorikawa spun around to see Kimitsuka standing there. Where to, sir? The driver asked. Despite his polite demeanor, his pride was obvious. Mr. Kimitsuka, I appreciate the thought, but with this traffic... Traffic? I see nothing of the sort. Okay, sure, but... It's a gorilla, and I think it's called, like, King Kong or something like that. It was very obvious. When you know this town as well as I do, there's nowhere you can't go. Alright, what other choice do I have? Guess I've got to trust you. This will be my last request of the day. Minorikawa pointed down the street. So we can get a bad end doing it this way. I mean, the bad ends are often really cool. And you often have to do them to get the good end. So we're gonna do this. Take us to the labyrinth in Uraharajuku, even though we know it's Inferno. Yeah, getting a taxi permit is really tough. Like, I can't judge Kiwitsuka, because if you got a taxi permit from any company, but I can judge the company. Take us to the labyrinth in Uraharajuku. Labyrinth defined. Hold on, guys. I've been fighting a cold. Sloppy Joe's. It's pretty quick and easy. Yeah, sweet and sour too. A complex series of passageways designed to be difficult or confusing to navigate. A maze. It will indeed be quite easy to get lost or disoriented in the place where Minorikawa is going, and where you're going too. But any maze can be solved with enough effort. All you need is perseverance and wit. Is that like, yeah, it's ground up in a tomato sauce. It's like, well, it's more like a barbecue ketchup sauce. But yeah, and then you just serve it over toast. More like an open-faced bun. Can be solved with enough effort. All you need is perseverance and wit, though taking frequent notes wouldn't hurt either. Best of luck! Oh god. Okay, I'm ready. The labyrinth in Uraharajuku, you said. Kimitsuka quirked an eyebrow. Is something the matter? No, nothing at all. Hurry up and get in. As soon as Minorikawa and the others had climbed into the cab, Kimitsuka tore off through Shibuya's network of narrow side streets. The passengers in the back seat jostled roughly back and forth to the sound of screeching tires. This is altogether far too excessive, Tateyama murmured, wincing as his head bounced repeatedly against the window. To think we allow such inconsiderate driving here in this country. Chiaki, meanwhile, had opened her laptop and was somehow working furiously to finish her copy. I don't know, Snow. Are you of East Asian descent? I don't know, actually. Guys, what's your opinion on that? Do we have anyone who is East Asian? Who has an opinion on this? Because that's the person I would ask. The sound of her fingers clicking across the keys echoed within the vehicle. How's it going, Chiaki? Minorikawa asked. Just a little more. Her eyes were glued to her monitor, her face all seriousness. Kimitsuka glanced over at Minorikawa. If I may ask, sir, what business do you have at this labyrinth? Just a little interview. I hear a local gang called SOS uses the place as their big hangout. You're interviewing SOS. Sir, I feel it might be best not to get too involved with that lot. There was something about the driver's warning that seemed a little off. Do your taxi driver connections tell you what SOS is up to? Minorikawa asked. Originally, they were something of a vigilante corps, in the name of keeping the neighborhood clean and safe. But lately I hear nothing but bad things about them. Those loan sharks had said something very similar. Minorikawa reminded himself that he'd better be on his guard. PB grew up in Bangladesh. Snow? So, maybe send her a message on Discord? She might have some advice of sort of spice combos that are, I wouldn't say perfectly similar. Sri Lankan and Bangladesh are different, but they do have similar flavor notes. Tateyama chimed in. And just how do you plan to go about interviewing a gang like this? That's nothing for you to worry about. I have a plan. Oh ho. And just what exactly is this plan? He just said not to worry about it. It's a secret. Tateyama gave him a derisive grin. Clearly he wasn't impressed. Minorikawa turned to look at Chiaki. She appeared too engrossed in her copy to even hear the conversation. I realize this is for work, Kimitsuka said worriedly, but do you really need to take such risks? Yes, I do. Minorikawa thought back to the look on Toyama's face, that look when he'd finally regained his confidence. Have a good day, Zim! He couldn't let Heaven Publishing go under. Toyama provided the canvas on which Minorikawa shared his art with the world. Thinking about it now, Minorikawa realized he'd always been chasing Toyama's shadow. Though it was galling to admit, that man had been the ideal Minorikawa strove to live up to. That was why he'd hated seeing Toyama reduced to such a pathetic state. He wanted Toyama to remain indomitable, to keep busting down any and all obstacles in his own peculiar way. Still, Minorikawa wasn't about to voice these feelings aloud. He felt more than a little embarrassed to be taking it all so personally. When you take on a job, you give it 100% every time. That's what makes you a professional, he said. Wouldn't you agree? I do indeed, Tateyama chimed in. But you'll have to demonstrate that 100% in the limited time you have left, which, by the way, is 51 minutes and 30 seconds. And I will not budge in the slightest on that submission deadline. Making tortillas is actually stupid easy. And you could use polenta. Why am I typing this? Because it's basically masa. You'd need to grind it one more time. But otherwise... The man took another look at his watch. I've got half a mind to break that thing, Minorikawa told him. Breaking my watch will not stop time. I actually thought that. I was like, what if he breaks it? Minorikawa shot him a furious glare, but Katayama's composure was unwavering. The guy was inflammable, and the only way Minorikawa was going to be able to put him in his place was to meet his damn deadline. Easier said than done, though. Ah, yes, Italian. I'm typing! I'm getting back to- I'm doing my job! I'm going to play this game! He wanted to use 30 of the 51 minutes he still had to write his article. That only left him 20 or so to get the material. Kimitsuka suddenly slammed on the brakes, and the cab skidded to a halt. I think I just got it from a... It was just a site that used the French spelling. Minorikawa stared through the windshield. It's my recipe now, but the first one I saw. Minorikawa stared through the windshield in shock and saw a smallish, boxy minivan weaving erratically along the road. Whoa, look out! That thing's heading our way! Don't worry, sir, the driver replied. Just leave this to me. Keeping his cool, Kimitsuka dexterously steered them clear of the oncoming vehicle. As the minivan defined. Oh no, it's the blue minivan. It's the minivan from the fucking crime syndicate minivan. The vehicle is being driven by members of the Wandering Angels. Oh no, never mind. Wandering Angels Theater Troupe. No, right, because the minivan from the crime syndicate blew up. They're on their way to return the dry ice machine they used in their performance to Endo Electronics. The machine is malfunctioning, continually spitting out white plumes of carbon dioxide. The troop members inside the van are beginning to suffer from oxygen deprivation and are driving around Shibuya in a daze. Will they be able to make it to Endo Electronics in the end? I don't know, man. Daisuke is currently arrested, and there's like 2 CIA agents. I don't know if you really want to go there, my guys. What the heck was that? Minorikawa asked. I'm not sure, Kimitsuka said. But let's hurry on our way. Nimbly manipulating the gear stick, he stomped on the gas once more. Here we are, sir. Oh. They'd pulled up outside of a dilapidated old pool hall. You're a lifesaver. Minorikawa clapped a hand on Kimitsuka's shoulder. Just be sure to be careful, sir. Minorikawa nodded. Huh? What? Chiaki asked, looking up. What are we being careful about? Nothing, Minorikawa said. You just wait here in the car. You still got that copy to finish up, yeah? Well, yes. All right, then. Chiaki frowned, but resumed her typing. And you wait here too, Minorikawa said to Katayama. But of course. That goes without saying. Incidentally, you have 49 minutes and 6 seconds remaining. Minorikawa did some quick mental math. Then, Snow, let me give you that sloppy joe recipe. It's really quick. And it's just like messy grub and American food. With the half hour he'd already set aside, that left him 19 minutes. However dangerous SOS might be, he couldn't afford to hesitate for even a single second. Bracing himself, he stepped out of the taxi and headed for the pool hall. Phew. Minorikawa took a deep breath as he approached the grimy door. Here goes. He drew his leg back and gave the door a hearty kick. What the heck? What is this place? Jesus Christ! Minorikawa had come to a pitch-black void. Cold wind blew from deep within the darkness, carrying with it the sound of a bestial roar. It almost looks like a dungeon of some sort, Minorikawa said. Well, I anticipated this much. He pulled a fountain pen from his pocket. It's no good bringing your gear with you if you don't actually equip it, he said. Pen clutched firmly in his right hand, he strode boldly into the darkness. It's dangerous in there. Take this pen with you. Oh, a branching path, huh? That's what I meant by their bad endings, sir. He'd been walking for some time. Now, up ahead, there was a T that led both left and right. And that sign there looks pretty important. Minorikawa peered closely at the 4 lines written there. The honest one tells no lies. A liar never tells the truth. 1 is honest, 2 are liars? See if you can find what's true. Aha! Seeking the truth, huh? That's something I could get fired up about. Minarikawa decided to go to the right. After making his way along a chilly passage, he emerged into a chamber of about 10 square meters. A green cat wore a white sign around its neck. I have whiskers. What's that all about? The green cat grinned proudly at Minarikawa's inquiry. It's a hint, the cat said. It's saying that whatever it is has whiskers. I see. So, by getting hints like this, I'll eventually be able to solve some riddle and win the challenge? I can't answer any questions. All you get is what's written here. Now, proceed. I don't need to fight you or anything? Nothing of the sort. I'm not much into pain, really. Instead, I'll leave you with a warning. Green cat lowered its voice. There's a liar in here. A liar? Yes. The blue cat is a liar. Green says blue lies. Green says whiskers. Only the green cat tells the truth. The blue cat is a liar. Keep that in mind and be on your way. You mustn't believe what the blue cat tells you. Alrighty then. See ya. And with that, the green cat scampered off down the passageway. Minarikawa followed in the same direction. He came to a dead end. There was a large hole in the floor. A ladder extended down through the darkness. There appeared to be no other way to continue. Minarikawa headed down. Oh my god, they gave it dungeon sound effects. Shut up. From the bottom of the long ladder, another passageway stretched out. Okay, green. I need to make this neater. Blue lies. Green says whiskers. Minarikawa squinted, but it was too dark to see how far the tunnel might go on. He could still turn back, but it wasn't the Minarikawa way to bail out after coming so far. He walked onward, never looking back. After a while, he reached another T, a choice of left and right again. Minarikawa went. Okay, whenever you're in a maze, you always turn right. Hello? Oh, we have a red cat. Red cat says fast. This time, in the room at the far end of another long, straight passage, he found a red cat waiting. This one likewise had a sign around its neck. Minarikawa read its message. I'm a fast runner. Huh. He took his pen back out and jotted down the words on the palm of his hand. Have you got that? The red cat asked. Yeah. You've got it. Anyway, I'm off. Wait, hold on, Minarikawa called out. The cat stopped. The green cat earlier told me something. It said the blue cat is a liar. Ah, is that so? So, what about you then? I only speak the truth. Really? Whether you believe that or not is up to you. Anyway, I'm off. Red cat says honest. Red cat also dubious. Using its paws to hold up its floppy belly, the red cat scampered off. Minarikawa followed in the same direction. He came to a dead end. There was a large hole in the floor. A ladder extended down through the darkness. There appeared to be no other way to continue. It was practically begging him to climb down it. From the bottom of the long ladder stretched another passageway. Minarikawa squinted, but it was too dark to see how far the tunnel might go on. He was starting to think it might be a good idea to turn back, but he couldn't bear to give up now. He walked onward, never looking back. Sunken cost fallacy. Always turn right. You hug the right wall. And then it will eventually lead. It might be the long way, but it will take you to the end. Minorikawa went to the right. Oh, blue cat. Blue cat. Oh. That's round. The blue cat stood there, panting raspily. Minorikawa read the words written on its white sign. I'm round. That's right. And that's no lie. It's the red cat who tells lies after all. Blue says red lies. Right. Got it. Make sure you hammer this hint into your head, okay? I'll be fine. Right. Time to move on. But as Minorikawa began to head down the passageway, the blue cat hurried to bar his path. Wait. Wait up. You don't need to be in such a hurry. Have yourself a little rest before you go. Sorry. I don't have time to dilly-dally. It doesn't need to be for very long. No, I'm heading off. The blue cat frowned in consternation. You really shouldn't rush so much. It's bad for your health. With a flurry of paw swipes, the cat wiped its signboard clear. Then it scurried away, scowling back resentfully at Minorikawa as it went. Minorikawa followed in the same followed in the same direction. Those of you who weren't here for previous streams of this, there was a dead end where literally there was just a breakdown of meowing. He came to a dead end. There was a large hole in the floor, and naturally there was a ladder. Minorikawa headed down as a matter of course. At the bottom of the absurdly long ladder was, as expected, another long, narrow passageway. No longer harboring any thought of turning back, Minorikawa pressed onward. After a while, he reached another T, a choice of left and right again. The breeze was blowing from the passageway to the right. Minorikawa went to the right. Making his way toward the source of the breeze, Minorikawa spotted a light far in the distance ahead. Could it be? There was no doubt about it. It's the exit. Minorikawa broke into a full-on sprint. And yet, no matter how much he ran, he couldn't seem to reach his destination. On and on he went, but as far as he could tell, the exit got no closer. Meanwhile, the hallway was getting... Oh, mukate kuru no ka. Oh, mukate kuru no ka. God damn it. Dio, why are you talking to me? What's up? Aw, someone unfollowed me? Lame. Meanwhile, the hallway was getting lower and narrower. Soon the ceiling had descended to just above his head, and the walls had closed in until he could touch both simultaneously. I haven't figured out how to get Dio to stop talking to me when people unfollow. Before long, he had to turn sideways to continue. Still, he pressed ahead until he no longer had the space to stand. Then he dropped to all fours and crawled along. Eventually, he was forced to writhe along on his belly. Reactionaries. Even then, the distant view of the outside seemed impossibly far away. He went on until the passageway was a mere 30 centimeters wide. Scrunching his body up, he forced himself even further along. Finally, he could see that the exit was getting near. It looked like he had maybe 10 more meters to go. Minorikawa stretched himself out like an earthworm, inching his way along. And then, unexpectedly, his outstretched right hand thrust through the opening and emerged outside. He felt the warm caress of the air against his fingers. What the? He'd thought the exit was 10 meters away, but it was really just a 10-centimeter hole right in front of him. He tried to back up, only to discover that his body was stuck. There was no way he could go forward through that tiny hole. The only part of him that remained free to move was his hand on the outside. Hey! Somebody help! He flapped his hand around, shouting through the opening. Somebody get me out of here! Sometime later... Oh, Jesus Christ. An urban legend spread through Shibuya. Tale of a hand that would appear out of thin air, grab unsuspecting passersby, and spirit them away. Go to sleep. Bad end. Game over. There's not even a hint of how to fix that. They're just like, nah. Alright. Minarkawa, we'll come back to you. Kano, you finally have a spine. Don't fuck this up. Kano's cell phone rang. He saw Kuza's name on the display. Kano speaking. What the hell are you doing? The director's voice was shrill with irritation. What's the situation with Maria Osawa? I have her in custody, sir. We need to get her into quarantine immediately. I'll send a counter-NBC terrorism unit to pick her up. Counter-NBC terrorism unit defined. A public safety mobile investigation unit belonging to the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department Public Security Bureau. The acronym NBC refers to nuclear, biological, and chemical threats. The unit not only gathers information and investigates terror incidents that make use of these means, but also deploys relief and safety restoration measures. This game is freaky as hell, period, Snow. There's just little shit like that, endings like that, everywhere. What's your location? Sir, the situation's a little complicated at the moment, Kano replied. He and Stanley made eye contact. Kano gave him a knowing nod. He knew what he needed to do here. He briefly informed Kuza of the plan to take Maria to the laboratory, but was careful not to mention Alfred. Please, sir, Kano said, bowing reflexively to the phone. Let me handle this. Absolutely not, Kuza exclaimed. There's no way I can allow that. Maria Osawa needs to go in quarantine right now. Quarantine. Defined. The act of placing infectees in isolation, such as in a medical treatment facility, in order to prevent the spread of infection. For viruses capable of airborne transmission, an airborne infection isolation room is sometimes used, which employs negative air pressure to ensure that air from within the room does not leak outside. Sir, please just give us a little more time. Giving her the antiviral is the only way we can save her. If we put her in quarantine, it'll be a death sentence. Kuza let out a growl of frustration. Kano? That isn't your decision to make. Kano had run out of arguments. It was clear that Kuza's only concern was stopping the spread of the virus. Direct to Kuza. Are you just going to let Maria Osawa die? We can't put the lives of everyone in Shibuya at risk in order to save a single person. Yes or no, motherfucker? I know that, sir. That's why I'm asking you to please let me go to that laboratory. Oh, thank you. And if it looks like we're not going to be able to hack the password, then at that point, a quarantine can... Oh no, Kuza snapped. I'm giving you an order, and I'm not accepting that order. Listen, Kuza said. How many years have you been a cop? What do you mean by that, sir? Kuza didn't reply. Is this an order from up top? What's going on here, sir? Please. I need some kind of explanation. Stop it, Kuza said. You sound like a child. This is dereliction of duty. Oh, now you're peckish and olive list. That's the worst. call me a child if you want, but I'm not following an order that I know isn't right. Kano punched the end call button with his thumb. From an objective standpoint, maybe Kuzo was right. They needed to think about more than just Maria. If the Uwa virus spread through Shibuya, it would be a nightmare of epic proportions. Kano understood that, perfectly clear. But still, he looked down at Maria's face as she lay collapsed on the floor. This girl was still alive, and Kano couldn't stand idly by and let a living, breathing person die. Consequences be damned, he wasn't going to be the one to weigh the worth of someone's life. As he stood, still clutching his cell phone, Stanley gently set a hand on his shoulder. "You did fine," he said quietly. "Alfred is in possession of the Uwa virus. The people of Shibuya are already in danger. He may have already released the virus in the city. If he hasn't, he may do so at any point. Right now, what we need to do is get that antiviral and arrest Alfred. You made the right choice here." "Thanks, Stanley. I appreciate hearing that." Stanley gave Kano a slap on the back. He was right. At this point, they needed to focus on things they could still accomplish. "So, guys," Achi stepped forward. Who's going to take Hitami's sister and Kanan to the lab?" Maria was in no condition to walk, so they were going to have to take a car, which meant they needed a driver, which meant it was Stanley. "I only have a motorcycle license," Achi said, "and I don't know where the lab is, anyhow. I should go with Maria alone." Kanan looked over at the others. "There's no way of knowing for sure when she might become contagious. We shouldn't needlessly risk exposing more people to infection." She knelt down to gather Maria in her arms. "In that case, I should drive." Kano whirled around at the sound of a new voice behind him. Kano. Kano was standing in the doorway. Oh, we gotta jump to Achi. Achi's face went red with rage. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Looks like we're going to jump to Achi. Of course, no. Have a good rest. I'll send you that recipe. It'll be there when you wake up. Hatano was standing in the doorway. "You." She's face went red with rage. "Off we pop." This is like a really good Agatha Christie novel. You know, all of the characters end up in the same room in the end. "You," Achi snarled. In the doorway stood the man with the cane. "Detective Tatano." Tatano. Kano and Daisuke spoke simultaneously. Now, at last, Achi had a name for the assassin. It was a name he felt he'd heard somewhere before. "You son of a bitch!" Achi roared. "What the hell are you doing here?" Tatano bowed his head profusely. "I am truly sorry." "You're sorry? Sorry don't cut it, man! Not after what you were trying to do to Hitami." "I don't expect you to forgive me, and I intend to turn myself in to be punished for my crimes. But before I do that, please, let me do what I can to help you." "I think you've helped enough." Achi grabbed Tatano by the collar and drew back his fist. Kano moved to stop him, but Tatano held up a hand. "No. It's all right. Let him do as he pleases." There was no trace of the menacing expression the men had worn in their previous encounters. Achi scowled, but lowered his fist, then released his hold on Tatano's collar. "Fine. Hitami's sister needs help, so we do need a driver right now. Make sure those two get to the lab and back safely. That'll make up for the punch that I didn't give you just now." "Thank you. I'm so sorry." Daisuke stepped forward. "No, I'm the one who should be apologizing. I'm the one who got you caught up in this. Daisuke. We really didn't grow up to be very good people, did we? No. Guess not. Two men stared bleakly at each other, shoulders slumped. In the end, Tatano said, I guess we were just trying to run away from our pain. Yeah. Didn't expect my own son to be the one to teach me that. She's turned out to be a fine young man. He is Katana's boy, after all. Guys, Achi stepped into the middle of their solemn heart-to-heart. You can get sappy all you want later, when you're both in prison. Dad, once this is all over, we're going to go see Suzune, okay? Sure. Daisuke nodded heartily. You're both going to jail. Hold on, Kano spoke up, turning to Stanley. If these two take Maria to the lab, that leaves just us two to apprehend Alfred down at the scramble. Is that going to be enough? I mean, Alfred's not going to show up without a plan. The more people we have on our side, the better. And I doubt we'll be able to get any help from the police. Good point, Stanley agreed. Hey, Achi said, I'm here too. And I'm going with you. I'll keep Hitami safe. Oh, look. Good news, Kano. Now we have 3 people! Stanley let out a sardonic laugh. Kano frowned. Achi, I appreciate the offer, but having 3 people instead of 2 won't make much of a difference. When you're not sure of the enemy's exact plan, you really need strength in numbers. We could set up a dragnet like the task force did this morning. That'd be ideal, but... SOS! Come on, Detective, Achi said. Don't you have any idea what sort of approach this psycho might take? If I were Alfred, Kano mused, then I suppose my biggest problem would be figuring out how to get away after I'd taken Hitami's blood. Stanley nodded in agreement. I'm betting he plans to involve the Uwa virus, he said. If, for instance, he tells us he set up a device somewhere to spread the virus throughout Shibuya, that prevents us from taking action against him. Achi swallowed hard. This guy wanted to unleash a killer virus in Shibuya? He succeeded, then the town Achi had known and loved all his life would become a graveyard. SOS, dude, that's the answer. You call them and they send their people all over the town. Of course, that's mere conjecture, Stanley murmured, quite frankly. Even I can only guess what he's going to do. His expression was grim. Strength in numbers, huh? Achi said. So you're saying we absolutely need more people, is that it? Essentially, yes, Stanley replied. But not at just any one mind. If it's not a group that meshes well, it'll hinder more than help. Kano folded his arms across his chest. He looked perplexed. People who mesh well together, huh? Achi had an idea. He could ask SOS. If there was anything he could do, it was that. It was a selfish request. He knew that. Susumu would probably be furious with him, but Achi would just have to deal with that. Even if his old pals wouldn't forgive him, if they understood that they'd be helping protect Shibuya, he was sure they'd step up and take action. After all, the whole point of the gang was that it was made up of people who loved their town. Can you give me half an hour? I'm gonna try and see if I can rustle up some people. Kano straightened himself up. You think you can do it? Achi nodded assertively. Just wait here for me, okay? He said to Hitami. She gave him a worried smile. All right. I'll be waiting. It'll be okay. Achi did his best to sound reassuring. Promise I'll bring back some help. He knew where he needed to go. The pool hall in Uraharajuku. That was his old gang's main hangout. Running at top speed, he could probably make it in about 10 minutes. Alright! Rushing out the door with a battle cry loud enough for Kano and the others to hear from back inside the shop, Achi sped on his way. Achi's protests were vehement, but he backed down at last. Tatano would escort Kanan and Maria to the lab. That left 3 to try to apprehend Alfard. Kano, Stanley, and Achi. Having only 3 people was a dicey prospect, though, so Achi took it upon himself to head out and gather some backup. Tatano got the car keys from Daisuke, then helped Kanan pick Maria up off the floor. Kano watched him warily. There was no trace of the blood-curdling expression the older detective had shown when he was holding Maria at gunpoint. His face was that of a man with a responsibility, the Tatano that Kano had always known. "Are you sure you're okay doing this?" Hitami asked Tatano. "You might get infected." "That doesn't matter. Don't worry about me. All I care about now is helping you two if I can." He hesitated, glancing down at the unconscious girl he held. "By the way, have Mario's memories come back?" Hitami tilted her head. "Her memories?" "I suspect she took a blow to the head when she was abducted. When I ran into her earlier, she didn't even know her own name." "Well, she seemed like the same sister I've always known when she came in here." "Good. Then her memory must have recovered." Kano was shocked to hear that Maria had suffered amnesia. That explained why she hadn't contacted anyone after she'd been set free. "All right then," Tatano said. "We'll be back." Carrying Maria, he and Kanan headed for the door. "Detective Tatano." Kano called out, then paused, tongue-tied, when Tatano stopped. There were so many things Kano wanted to say, but he couldn't find the words for any of them. "Once Maria is safe, I'll turn myself in." Tatano kept his back turned. The words were like a dagger in Kano's heart. Once this was all over, Tatano would no longer be a detective, but a criminal. Kano knew there was no alternative, but still, the realization hit him hard. "Detective Tatano, Stop your dithering, but never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Ever." Kano snapped back to attention at Tatano's words. That was Dick Dictum number 1, the advice that had kicked off the whole Dick diary. "I'm not the one you should be worrying about right now," Tatano continued. "We need to save Mario Sawa's life. Protect the people, Shibuya." Kano bit his lip. Yes, you're right. Kano did his best to quash his emotions. "Then we're good." Tatano gave a slight nod, then headed out the door. "Detective Tatano!" Just before the older man disappeared, Kano called out one last time. "Be careful out there!" Tatano flashed a hint of a smile, then left the workroom. There were only 30 minutes remaining until the time when Alfred had told them Hitami should be at the scramble. They need to get ready for action. "Is the surveillance camera system still up?" Kano asked. "Yes," Daisuke replied. "It looks like what happened earlier was just a temporary hacking job." "Then will you help us?" Daisuke inclined his head. "What do you mean?" "I'd like you to keep your eye on the scramble for us. If anyone suspicious tries to get near Hitami, let us know." "Anyone suspicious? How will I know what's suspicious?" "Like that organ trafficker who suggested you kidnap Hitami, Mr. Endo. It's possible that he might be Alfred. Would you be able to recognize his face?" Daisuke furrowed his brow deeply as he began entering commands on his keyboard. "Yeah. Don't think I could ever forget. It's because of him that He left the rest unsaid. A moment later, several of the monitors switched over to feeds from around the scramble. "All right," Daisuke squinted at the images. "I'm not sure how much help I can be, but let me at least try to atone for what I've done." "Of course. And thank you." Daisuke's fingers flew over the keyboard, and soon all of the monitors were focused on the scramble and its surroundings. Then he carefully adjusted the angle and zoom for each of the cameras. Now the whole area was under total surveillance. All they had to do was get their stakeout crew to the scene. "Where did Achi go?" Kano asked Hitami. "I'm not totally sure, but I think he went to find some of his old friends." Hitami sounded worried. "Friends?" "Achi used to belong to a gang called SOS. Actually, he told me he was the one who formed the gang in the first place." "What?" Kano couldn't keep the shock from his voice. Achi was the founder of SOS? Bizarre that the two of them would wind up meeting each other this way. "But I guess there was a big falling out between them. So I think he went to try and win them back over." Kano hadn't heard anything good about SOS since Achi had left them. Things had ended on bad terms between him and the gang. Getting them to help might be a lost cause. And even if Achi was able to gather some people up, how much would Kano and the others be able to trust them? It'll be all right, Hitami said, as if sensing Kano's thoughts. I'm sure Achi will bring back some of his old friends. And when he does bring them, I'm sure he'll choose people we can count on. You really trust him, don't you? Yes, Hitami said without hesitation. Then a blush came to her cheeks. All right. Then I'll trust him too. It would take about 10 minutes to get from Endo Electronics to the Scramble. Kano turned to Stanley. Let's plan to head out by 6:50. Stanley gave no reply. He had withdrawn to the edge of the room, where he stood lost in thought, his expression uneasy. Alfred is Stanley's brother. Calling it. Kano decided to leave him alone for a bit. He had mentioned earlier that he used to have a brother. Kano decided to leave him alone for a bit. Taking a sheet of paper from one of the desks, he began drafting a plan for positioning Achi's reinforcements around the Scramble. All right, there we go. In about 5 minutes, he had drawn up a little map of the optimal places to deploy the team. It included positions for as many as 20 people Achi might bring back. Kano. Kano turned around, surprised to find Stanley right behind him all of a sudden. The American looked haggard. Is something the matter? Kano asked. You need to go to the Scramble without me. What? Where's this coming from all of a sudden? Please, don't ask me to explain. Something else has come up, and I have to see to it. Sweat beaded on Stanley's brow. Whatever had happened, Kano had no doubt it was something major. And almost certainly it had something to do with Alfred. Stanley, Kano said. Please, tell me. We're past the point of keeping secrets. They'd come this far together. Surely it was too late to get all tight-lipped now. I'm sorry. I wish I could tell you more. Stanley dropped his eyes. Kano had a vague idea of what Stanley was up to. He probably felt he needed to keep things hidden even from his own allies, in order to keep Alfred in the dark. Or at least, that was Kano's guess. Alright? I understand, Kano said with resignation. Do what you have to, and come back soon. An apologetic look on his face, Stanley turned and hurried from the workroom. Unless Stanley is Alfred. Oh, Jesus! Jeez. Kano glanced at his watch. It was coming up on 6:50. Pretty soon, they'd have to head for the Scramble, but Achi still hadn't returned. We need to head out soon, he said to Hitami. You said 6:50, she replied. There's still 2 more minutes to go. Kano let out a tiny sigh. He shared Hitami's fervent hope that the reinforcements would come, but not her confidence. If Achi didn't reappear, Kano would be left to protect Hitami all by himself. And to try to apprehend Alfred as well. Would he be able to pull it off if it came to that? He'd just have to trust himself to see things through on his own. He decided to head to the Scramble with Hitami right away. This wasn't about whether he could or couldn't. He would do it. He had to do it. There was no time for doubt anymore. Hitami, I don't like having to do this, but we can't wait any longer. Seeing the look of determination on Kano's face, she gave a tiny, reluctant nod. Keep out! Her. All right! Rushing out the door with a battle cry loud enough for Kano and the others to hear from back inside the shop, Achi sped on his way. Traffic on Dolgenzaka was at a near standstill. Had there been some sort of major accident? As Achi ran along the roadside, he heard a middle-aged man screaming angrily. You've got to be kidding me! What do you mean, no trains are stopping at Shibuya? The guy was red in the face. Calm down, old man. Achi ignored him and kept on running. Ah, man. I bet this is leading to a bad ending, because Shizuo, he's got all his old connections at the Force. Finally, he arrived at SOS's hideout. 2 young men were standing by the door as lookouts. Achi recognized one of them. It was the kid whose so-called buddies had tried to shake him down earlier that afternoon. They roused themselves as Achi approached. Hey, need to see Susumu. No can do. He's in the middle of something right now. The lookouts made no move to let him through. Achi felt a surge of resentment towards Susumu. He'd still been with SOS. He'd never tried to post members on guard duty like they were low-ranking Yakuza thugs. Achi pressed again. Please, I need to see him. Important. Just tell him Achi's here. He'll make an exception. The mention of his name, the two lookouts exchanged glances. All right. I'll go ask him. One of the lookouts headed inside, leaving Achi alone with the kid he'd helped out earlier. Do they always stick you on guard duty? The boy didn't reply. Back when I ran with SOS, we never needed anyone on lookout. We were just a bunch of guys who loved Shibuya, and who had a fun time hanging out with each other. That's all it was, really. It's not Susumu's fault that SOS changed, the boy said, somewhat fearfully. Lately, it's Kiryu who's been driving things. Kiryu? Oh, yeah. That guy. She recalled his earlier run-in with him. The guy was an arrogant bully. And sociopathic. Kiryu's planning to steal Susumu's throne. What for? The boy took a nervous look at the door before hurriedly continuing. He's trying to expand SOS's influence. He's got a lot of people on his side. Right now, the gang is kind of split into two factions. Susumu's guys, Kiryu's guys. Finally, Achi understood what was going on. The gang members had all been acting so weird because they were caught up in some kind of internal struggle. Kiryu goes around recruiting new followers by force, and if he doesn't like you, he dishes out punishment. This month alone, he sent 8 people to the hospital. SOS is a total mess, man. This plan of mine might not work after all. She felt a sinking sense of despair. If SOS was ravaged with infighting, it was doubtful they'd heed the dangerous request he had for them. But even still, I want to be a part of this gang, the boy muttered. Achi peered at him in surprise. Why? They shake you down for dues, stick you on guard duty? That's not a decent way to treat someone. I look up to Susumu. He treats me like he would anyone else, even though I'm way down at the bottom. And it's not just me. Susumu always puts the members of the gang before himself. I want to stick with SOS. Uh-huh. So that's it, huh? Susumu really had been trying his best. The members of SOS, some of them at least, admired him for it, stuck by him. Thanks, Achi said. The kid gave him a dubious look. She didn't know if Susumu would help him out or not. But he knew it was still worth putting their disagreements aside in order to ask. The door opened, and the other lookout returned. Susumu says to come on in. Achi nodded and strode inside. Oop! Keep out! Okay. Minarikawa. Did you have any place in mind? Kimizuka's eyes went wide. Do I have a glimpse into a young lady's mind? He asked. Look, I'm sorry, but we're in a big hurry here. Don't make me have to repeat myself. Yes, sir. Thanks. Very well. Then here goes. Kimizuka cleared his throat and adopted a look of artistic intensity. I want to say it, but I can't say it. I thought today might be the day, but when our eyes met, it felt so cold. I'm wandering alone in a labyrinth of love. Why can't I just share how I feel? Look back my way. No, don't look back. If I do ever share my feelings, what happens to us then? That's a river we won't be able to uncross. I want to wreck things, but I don't really want to wreck them. I'm sorry for pretending to be so upset. I want to get some distance, but I can't get that distance. I can't do this over the phone. I want to forget, but I can't forget. That day, about half a year ago. Such a trivial thing, and yet I treasure it even now. I want to say it, but I can't say it. Even if I did, even if I could. Like a shell caught in the pounding surf, fought and tumbled back and forth. More than friends, but not quite lovers. Not quite lovers, but more than friends. The fuck is this? My apologies, Mr. Kimitsuka. I should have repeated myself. To Inferno and Ura Harajuku, if you would. Very well, sir. As soon as Minarikawa and the others had climbed into the cab, Kimitsuka tore off through Shibuya's network of narrow side streets. The passengers in the back seat jostled roughly back and forth. Okay. This part is gonna be the same. How's it going, Chiaki? Minarikawa asked. Just a little more? Her eyes were glued to their monitor, her face all seriousness. Kimitsuka glanced over at Minarikawa. If I may ask her, what business do you have at this bar? Just a little interview. I hear a local gang called SOS uses the place as their big hangout. You're interviewing SOS, etc., etc., etc. Those loan sharks had said something very similar. Minarikawa reminded himself that he'd better be on his guard. Katayama chimed in. And just how do you plan to go about interviewing a gang like this? That's nothing for you to worry about. I have a plan. Oh, and just what exactly is this plan? It's a secret. Katayama gave him a derisive grin. Clearly, he wasn't impressed. Minarikawa turned to look at Chiaki. She appeared too engrossed in her coffee to even hear the conversation. I realize this is for work, Mitsuka said worriedly, but do you really need to take such risks? Yes. Minarikawa is super determined. We know this. He couldn't let Heaven Publishing go under. Toyama provided the canvas on which Minarikawa shared his art with the world. Thinking about it now, Minarikawa realized he'd always been chasing Toyama's shadow. Though it was galling to admit, that man had been the ideal Minarikawa strove to live up to. That was why he hated seeing Toyama reduced to such a pathetic state. He wanted Toyama to remain indomitable, to keep busting down any and all obstacles in his own peculiar way. Still, Minarikawa wasn't about to voice these feelings aloud. He felt more than a little embarrassed to be taking it all so personally. When you take on a job, you give it 100% every time. That's what makes you a professional, he said. PB, I managed to do dishes and make breakfast. Ooh, congratulations. Now you get to relax. Wouldn't you agree? I do indeed, Katayama chimed in. But you'll have to demonstrate that 100% in the limited time you have left. Which, by the way, is 51 minutes and 30 seconds. And I will not budge in the slightest on that submission deadline. Please, do keep that in mind. The man took another look at his watch. I've got half a mind to break that thing, Minarikawa told him. Yeah, we know. Easier said than done, though. He'd want to use 30 of the 51 minutes he still had to write his article. That only left 20 or so to get the material. Kimitsuka suddenly slammed on the brakes and the cab skidded to a halt. Minarikawa stared through the windshield in shock and saw a smallish, boxy minivan. Yeah, we know. These are the wandering angels who are ill right now. Here we are, sir. They'd pulled up outside of a dilapidated old pool hall. You're a lifesaver. Minarikawa clapped a hand on Kimitsuka's shoulder. Just be sure to be careful, sir. Minarikawa nodded. Huh? What? Chiaki asked, looking up. What are we being careful about? Nothing, Minarikawa said. You just wait here in the car. You've still got that copy to finish up, yeah? Well, yes. All right, then. Chiaki frowned, but resumed her typing. You wait here, too, Minarikawa said to Katayama. But of course, that goes without saying. Incidentally, you have 49 minutes and 6 seconds remaining. I hate this motherfucker. Minarikawa did some quick mental math. The half hour he already set aside that left him 90 minutes. However dangerous SOS might be, he couldn't afford to hesitate for even a single second. Bracing himself, he stepped out of the taxi and headed for the pool hall. Minarikawa took a deep breath as he approached the grimy door. Here goes. He drew his leg back and gave the door a hearty kick. The mob of young men inside the bar turned as one at the sound of the door crashing open. Who the hell are you? Several of them started toward him belligerently. Just calm down and hear me out, he said. I've come to interview you. Interview us? The fuck for? These were hot-headed punks, all right. They seemed to be itching for a confrontation. Minarikawa felt like a punch might come flying his way at any moment. Then another voice called out from further back. Hold up, guys! It was a young man seated in the far back corner of the bar. His air of authority marked him as the gang's leader. That must be Susumu then, Minarikawa thought. When you say interview, do you mean for TV? Or like a magazine? Mind telling us who you are? The name's Minarikawa. I'm a freelance journalist. I'm doing a magazine piece about young people in Shibuya. All I'm asking is just for you guys to answer a few questions. Answer. Defined. Here's the answer to the science quiz from last time. Methane. Methane has been tapped as a potential new energy source to replace fossil fuels or atomic power. But there are concerns about its tendency to exacerbate the global warming process. It is extremely flammable. The methane produced by food waste has been known to cause garbage trucks to catch fire. Yeah, they switched over to hydrogen. Huh. Susumu sounded less than enthused. Just 5 minutes, Minarikawa said. What do you say? Nah. I'm not in the best of moods right now. Go on. Get out of here. Right, Minarikawa thought. He's going to make things difficult. But he hadn't expected these troublemakers to just up and accept an offer to appear in print. Now was when the real battle would begin. Guess I'll just have to write my piece without your help, then. Susumu took the bait and shot him a look. Right about what, exactly? Your little warehouse raids? Warehouse raids? Susumu raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? Really now? You're gonna tell me you don't know your boys are dealing in stolen goods? SOS doesn't steal, man. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Oh yeah? Why don't you ask those two over there? He spotted two fellows he'd seen arguing earlier at the scene of the explosion. Now he pointed them out. Their faces betrayed their alarm. Susumu glared at them. Is this true? They averted their eyes and said nothing. I asked you a question! You've been stealing stuff? After a long moment of surly hesitation, both young men nodded. You idiots! Susumu marched up to the two and without warning, decked them both. How dare you sully the SOS name! As the two gang members cowered, he continued to punch them repeatedly. Okay, enough with the beatdown! Minarikawa stepped up to intervene. Let's get down to business here. I won't reveal anything about the warehouse raids. In exchange, you give me my interview. How's that? Not a bad deal, I'd say. But Susumu ignored him, continuing his pummeling of the pair. Whoa, hey! Nobody's gonna play nice with a guy who flies off the handle and beats on people, you know. What did you just say? Well, look at yourself. You're clearly not the cream of the crop here, kid. At that, Susumu's fists finally fell still. The rowdy bar went completely silent. Say that one more time. I dare you. Put your ass in the ground. The gang leader's eyes were red with rage. Minarikawa snorted. Unafraid. He's died like 8 times in this game. He's fine. That's the exact sort of line I'd expect from a total wuss who's all bark and no bite. Shut your damn mouth. Get the hell out of here. Oh, this is hilarious. SOS's top dog is such a yappy little puppy. Susumu snarled like an animal. You son of a bitch. I'm gonna beat your ass. Mr. Mino! I'm all finished! An ebullient voice resounded suddenly through the bar. Chiaki, no! Ebullient, defined. Cheerful and full of energy. Originally the term indicated a state of bubbling or boiling, so it's effectively a fancy way of describing someone as bubbly. Chiaki! Minarikawa looked and saw that both she and Katayama had appeared in the doorway. I finished my copy! Could you please look it over for me? She thrust out her laptop proudly. Susumu stared in bewilderment. Who the hell are you? I was under the impression you SOS folks were, being interviewed. Chiaki broke off haltingly. Yeah, you're right about that. One by one, the gang members started to close in around her. Well, it's just, you look like you're really angry is all. Oh, do we now? That's because we are pretty damn angry. Gosh grief, Katayama groaned. It seemed that getting your interview is quite impossible. By the way, you only have another— You! Shut up! Minarikawa snapped as Katayama peered at his watch. Just leave this to me. You two hurry up and get the fuck out of here. No way, Chiaki said. What? Why not? Because I want you to read my copy, Mr. Mino. She looked him right in the eye. This was no time for an editing session. He had to wrap up the SOS interview, and fast. All right, Minarikawa said. I'll read it after I'm done with this. No way, Chiaki repeated. I'm not leaving you all by yourself in a place like this. She refused to budge. Enough of the chit-chat. One of the gang members reached out to grab Chiaki's laptop. Knock it off! Don't touch that! She struggled to resist. Leave the girl alone, you scumbags, Minarikawa barked. The young men in the bar stopped and turned. Susumu was quick to respond. Screw you, man. Who are you calling scumbags here? Any guy who raises a hand to a lady is a scumbag. If you're looking for a fight, you can fight me. Just get your hands off the girl. Minarikawa did his best to look unafraid as a couple dozen vicious gazes now turned back on him. Bring it on, Susumu said. Hey, someone go stand lookout at the front. He snapped his fingers sharply. Get him. At the signal, Susumu's men quickly closed in on Minarikawa. It was like being caught up in a tsunami. He took a hard punch to the face, and his vision went blurry. Before he could react, he was hit again twice, thrice, with punches and kicks. The moment his first assailant paused, another joined the assault. 4 blows, 5 blows, 6. Minarikawa lost count somewhere around 30. A metallic taste filled his mouth, and he could feel his consciousness fading. All the strength was being battered from his body. He couldn't even tell if he was standing on his feet or lying on his back. Then, finally, he felt himself crumple to the floor. Even then, the beating did not let up. As he writhed helplessly, the young men kicked him in the gut over and over. Oh, man. Stop it! He heard Chiaki shriek. You're going to kill him! Eventually, Minarikawa forced himself to go limp. Finally, the kicking stopped. Oh, crap, one of the thugs muttered, sounding panicky. Did we take this a bit too far? Mr. Mino! Chiaki rushed to Minarikawa's side, sobbing. Please, she cried out, answer me! He held his breath and said nothing. Mr. Mino! Chiaki, this is like grade A your fault. He told you to wait. Tears streaked down her cheeks. She shook him desperately. Don't worry, he gasped out at last, holding up a hand to stave her off. She let out a yelp of surprise, staring at his battered face. He could feel blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He turned his grisly visage on the gang members as he painfully rose to his feet. Abruptly, Minarikawa broke into peals of mocking laughter. Mr. Mino? Chiaki stared at him, aghast. He only laughed the harder. It seems he took a few too many blows to the head. The poor thing. Katayama averted his eyes, unable to watch. Minarikawa shot an accusing finger out at the crowd. Looks like I win this round. What? Susumu blinked, dumbstruck. Don't you get it? Minarikawa said thickly around his bruised tongue. What am I saying? You're a bunch of idiots. Now then, if you'll pardon me. Oh, I get it. Minarikawa was halfway to the exit when Katayama's exclamation rang out. You were planning all along to let these guys beat you up, huh? Minarikawa jerked to a halt, his shoulders trembling. You knew they'd turn down the interview. And so by letting yourself get beat up, you'd have something to put in an article, yeah? It's a bit bogus, maybe, but I guess it's one way to get material to fill your pages. Minarikawa broke out into a cold sweat. Shut up, you idiot. Katayama continued with his oh-so-brilliant analysis. You sure pulled a fast one on this gang here. I wonder what sort of headline your piece should have. The twilight of Shibuya's legendary street crew. Former vigilante squad, now mere gang of common thugs. Something like that, maybe. Susumu stared daggers at Minarikawa. Go on. I dare you to write that up. Then we really will put your ass in the ground. He moved to block the path to the door, clutching a broken beer bottle in one hand. You moron! Minarikawa bellowed at Katayama. I was this close to pulling it off! Ah, well, that's a shame, isn't it? Katayama replied. Minarikawa rolled his eyes. Gee! You think? Susumu slowly advanced on them, beer bottle at the ready. Incidentally, Katayama said, you have 40 minutes and 7 seconds left. Good luck. Minarikawa hung his head. Was everything futile at this point? Futile. Defined. Hopeless, pointless, ineffectual. Not to be confused with feudal, which refers to the socio-political system of the Middle Ages involving lords and vassals and fiefdoms. All right. Pull your jets. I'd say that's quite enough. Oh. Kimitsuka. Susumu stopped and spun around. Kimitsuka had entered the bar. Taxi driver stared out sternly from behind his sunglasses. All the young men in the bar fell silent. Minorikawa and his companions exchanged glances. Aw, man. You? Susumu's face twisted up in awkward embarrassment. Kimitsuka's tone was light and playful, but intimidating nevertheless. Whoa, hey now. That's no way to address your teacher. Teacher? Minorikawa blurted in disbelief. Kimitsuka nodded. Yeah, until last year, I used to be a teacher. But I got into a bit of a dispute with my school, so I moved on. These guys in here are all former students of mine. Sorry that there's such a bunch of good-for-nothings. Wow, Chiaki said. I'd have never guessed. I thought, since I wasn't their teacher anymore, it wasn't my place to butt in. But I couldn't sit idly by and let one of my customers take a beating. Kimitsuka turned back towards Susumu. This guy totally played you. Every last one of you. Susumu bit his lip in frustration. Still, it's hard to imagine anyone would want to take a beating from this many guys all at once. So it's hardly your fault for falling for it. Kimitsuka switched gears from taxi driver to street smart mentor. You guys lost this one, he said. And for that, you need to give him his interview. No way, Susumu looked disgusted. Look here, kid, Kimitsuka said. Let yourself save some face and help the man out. And maybe you won't come off as a bunch of total idiots in his article. He flashed an amicable grin. Well, when you put it that way. Fine, all right. Susumu blew out his breath in resignation. Susumu, you can't just let yourself cave like that. The remark had come from a particularly nasty-looking young fellow who slashed on the bar sofa. Minorikawa recognized him, the kid he'd encountered earlier that afternoon, wandering around with a wooden cudgel. You shut up, Kiryu, Susumu said. So what, you're just gonna let SOS make a mockery of itself? Kiryu demanded. The gang leader let out an annoyed growl, but said nothing. And you still think you've got what it takes to run Shibuya? Shut up. I've already said I'll do it. Kiryu sneered sullenly at Susumu's outburst. Mr. Mino! Minorikawa was just letting out a sigh of relief at being able to get his interview when Chiaki scurried back up to him. Please, can you read my copy now? Her face showed a strange mixture of confidence and unease. Right, he said resignedly. Let me see it. The proofing deadline was drawing steadily nearer. Still, if the piece wasn't good enough, he'd have to make her rewrite it again. He wasn't going to compromise on quality. Bracing himself, Minorikawa stared at the monitor. Chiaki swallowed hard, so anxious that it was audible. Come on, come on! Minorikawa gave the piece a fast once-over, then read it again more closely. When he was done, he closed his eyes, considering. Chiaki held her breath, waiting for his response. It's okay. She looked back at him blankly for a long moment. Really? It's really okay. Is it really okay? It really is really okay. Minorikawa watched in surprise as she broke down in tears. Oh, thank you so much! Jackie bowed profusely. He gave her an affectionate little ruffle atop her head. She wiped at her face with her palms, scrubbing the tears away. So I guess I never really told you what sort of articles I want to write and all. No, I don't think you have. Well, I mean, I want to write socially conscious exposés like you do, Mr. Mino. And so, to hear you say an article I wrote was okay, it makes me really, happy, I guess? Or maybe moved? Her eyes were still bright with emotion. Well then, really? There was actually another writer who took inspiration from his work and who strove to be like him. Minorikawa had never thought a day like this would come. It was a peculiar feeling. He'd always been the follower, chasing after interviews in order to be more like Toyama. It made him feel both bashful and proud that the skill and soul he'd honed might be passed on to the next generation. Right. I should be off. Kimitsuka gave Minorikawa a slight nod. Minorikawa returned the gesture, but more deeply. You really have been a tremendous help today. I'm not sure where I'd even be now if you hadn't been there for me. Oh no, not at all. I was just driving a customer around to where he asked me to go. Well, that's right. Still owe you a fare. Opening his wallet, Minorikawa saw he had only a 10,000 yen bill. Still, now was no time to be frugal. Keep the change, he said as he handed it over. But even as he said it, Kimitsuka was already handing him some money back. Here, I insist. The driver had already counted out the exact change in advance. You really are a pro, huh? Minorikawa took the money and stuffed it into his pocket. We'll meet again. Somewhere out there on the streets of Shibuya. Mitsuka pointed his index finger at Minorikawa's face. Minorikawa responded in kind. After that, the interview with SOS went off without a hitch. Now the tension was diffused, these were just a bunch of ordinary young guys. The juxtaposition of their appearance and their behavior would make for an interesting piece. So, about what you said earlier, Susumu said once Minorikawa had finished his questioning. About how I'm not the cream of the crop. Yeah, that. I just said it to get you worked up. Don't worry about it. Well, let me just ask you what you really think then. How do you think I could be a better leader? I don't know. I'm not really the sort of guy who wants to stand at the top, you know, but I guess I can tell you two things that'll make things go more smoothly with you and your buddies. Susumu leaned in, listening intently. Forgiveness, and also trust. Minorikawa chewed over his own words. The events of the day replayed in the back of his mind. He'd forgiven Toyama for his fake suicide, and trusted that he would gain his reporter's edge. He'd forgiven Chiaki for her bungled interviews, and trusted that she'd grow as a journalist. In the end, that's what it was that had helped him through. Forgiveness, followed by trust. Susumu grumbled softly. Forgiveness and trust, huh? Doesn't sound so easy. People gravitate towards somebody who can handle things when they get tough. With that, Minorikawa got to his feet. Now we've got all the articles we need covered! Chiaki rushed over to his side. Well, I guess we still need Mr. Toyama's piece. I just got off the phone with my office, Katayama said casually. It seems they've already received the data from him. Whoa, what? Guess he really can get the job done when he applies himself. Minorikawa felt an inner surge of pride. Now then. He indicated Katayama. How much time do we have left? 30 minutes remaining, Katayama replied, eyeing his watch. 30 minutes, huh? Looks like we might make it after all. Chiaki, laptop! Right! With a beaming grin, Chiaki held out her computer. Minorikawa got ready to start typing. But then a young man barged into the bar. Young man, defined. Achi! It's Achi Endo. He's come to ask the members of SOS to help with the planned operation down at the Scramble. Jumpin'. The door opened, and the other lookout returned. Susumu says to come on in. Hachi nodded and strode inside. The scent of alcohol and cigarettes washed over him. Susumu sat on the sofa at the far end of the bar. It was where Achi used to sit back in the day. What do you want? Susumu asked immediately. Achi walked up to him and then got down on his hands and knees. Huh? What are you doing down there? What the hell is this all about? I need people to bring a guide down. I'm here to ask for your help. The crowd around him flew into an uproar. Peals of mocking laughter rang in Achi's ears. I know I have no right to ask you this, but please, I really need your help. Just some guy, huh? Who? He's an international terrorist trying to get his hands on some wonder drug for a killer virus. If we don't catch him, somebody I know is going to die. And that's not all. He might try to unleash the killer virus here in the city. Susumu burst out laughing. This some kind of joke? You went right in the head there, Achi. The other gang members followed his lead, unleashing another storm of mockery. The laughter continued for quite some time. Achi said nothing. He grit his teeth and stared up at Susumu. He endured the ridicule and simply stared up at Susumu. Patiently as he could, he waited for Susumu to give the proverbial nod. Finally, the laughter subsided, and Susumu crouched down and got in Achi's face. Is that how you go about asking someone a favor? Susumu growled menacingly. You have a problem with me kowtowing like this? I can apologize some other way, all you want. But don't you care that I just told you? Shibuya's in danger? Achi's voice was unwavering. But face it, Susumu. Isn't Shibuya the reason everyone here hangs out with each other? If you're telling me you don't want to keep our town safe, then I won't ask you guys for anything again. Draw my request. The two glared into each other's eyes. Then, before Susumu could reply, an odd man stepped in between them. Sounds like you've got an interesting story, he said. Mind letting me hear it too? You again? Didn't you already get your interview? Susumu rolled his eyes. I think Grovels here might be telling the truth. The newcomer's face was all seriousness. It lines up with the information I have. Hey, Grovels, you got a second? My name's not Grovels, Achi growled. It's Achi. I'm Minoru Minorikawa, magazine reporter, and I know a bit about that stuff you were just saying now. Killer virus you mentioned is called the Uwa virus. That wonder drug is an antiviral medication, and the person you know who might die is Maria Osawa. Am I right? She was almost too shocked for words. How do you know all that? Minorikawa ignored him and turned to the SOS leader. Susumu, he said. Something really is going down at Shibuya. What are you going to do about it, boss? Susumu bit his lip. He looked pretty conflicted. Sounds good to me, someone called out. Let's give him a hand. Achi turned to see where the voice had come from. It was Kiryu. You shut up, Susumu said with a glare. Break out of your rut, old man, Kiryu sneered. Achi here is right. Isn't keeping our beloved Shibuya safe what SOS does? He slipped an arm around Achi's shoulders. You're okay with that, right, Achi? Me going against Susumu's orders to help you out? Kiryu's lips pulled back in a broad, unsettling grin. But first, we have unfinished business, you and I. I mean, I'm willing to lend a hand even though you ditched the gang and all. But first we've got to settle our score. Here and now. You understand, don't you? Yep, you're right. Kiryu grinned hungrily. It's guillotine time! A bunch of the gang members started up in eager clamor at Kiryu's pronouncement. In a matter of moments, Achi was grabbed from all sides and hoisted up onto a pool table. A dozen young men held down his arms and legs, positioning him so his head jutted out past the table's edge. Oh god. They're literally gonna scalp this man. Kiryu brought out a steel pipe nearly a meter long. It was cracked liberally with dried blood. Guillotine! 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 The men of Kiryu's faction pumped their fists in the air, chanting madly. Kiryu licked his lips as if drunk off of their cheers. Glancing to one side, Achi saw Minorikawa speaking emphatically to Susumu. Looked like the reporter was trying to talk some sense into the SOS leader. Man, today is my lucky day. I get to take the head of SOS's original head. Achi twisted his neck to peer up at him. Man, what point is there in taking my head right now? Oh my. You don't get it, do you? See, if I send you to the hospital, everyone in Shibuya is going to know my name. And once I've got that big-ass sign over my head, I'll be able to unite this town under my banner in one fell swoop. Kiryu's eyes were crazed and bloodshot. Then that's all the more reason for you to do as I'm asking. If you want to unite Shibuya, you have to protect it first. But if you think you need to take my head to do that, then go right ahead. Even if these guys were all like Kiryu, if as many of them actually showed up at the scramble, they'd be able to do far more than Achi could hope to by himself. The ultimate goal was to capture Alfred. Achi didn't care how they made that happen. He was just sorry he wouldn't get to see it through, to protect Hitami to the very end. Okay then, Kiryu brayed. The gloves are coming off! Achi balked at the last second. Wait, hold on! But it was too late. Kiryu raised the steel pipe high above his head, and then, before he brought it down, he flicked the tip of his tongue from his mouth like a snake. You dumbass! As if I'd ever help out a bitch like you! It was no use. He'd never be able to dodge in time. Achi's limbs were pinned down with too much force for him to have any hope of avoiding what was to come. But the steel pipe never struck home. Just when it was about to smash into Achi's head, Susumu grabbed hold of it. The hell you doing? Enough of this crap, Kiryu. Susumu yanked the pipe from Kiryu's grasp and tossed it onto the floor. Kiryu stood frozen in surprise. A vein pulsed angrily in his forehead. You guys too, Susumu added, glaring at the others. Let him go. Those holding Achi down cautiously took their hands away. Kiryu let out a red-faced cry of rage. But we got unfinished business! Ignoring him, Susumu helped Achi slide off the table. Every man gets to make one request in his life that cannot be denied. Do you remember saying that? The words stirred up some bitter memories within Achi. Yeah, I remember. But she didn't grant me my request. No, I guess not. That's why I'm going to heed yours. No questions asked. Susumu held out his right hand. Susumu, you are? That'll make me the better man. She reached out and clasped Susumu's hand in his. Yeah, Hachi said, letting his relief show in his face. You're quite the guy. Susumu cracked a tiny grin. It was a sort of smile Hachi had seen all the time back when he would run with SOS. Suddenly, Susumu staggered and dropped to the floor, falling too fast to even cry out. Kiryu had snatched the steel pipe back from the floor, striking Susumu from behind once his back was turned. To hell with this, he howled like a madman. SOS doesn't belong to you guys, not anymore. I won't allow it. And Hachi didn't flinch. SOS doesn't belong to anyone, he said. It's not mine, it's not Susumu's, and it isn't yours. We're just a bunch of friends hanging out and having a good time. That's the only reason we get together. Nothing more, nothing less. He turned and looked slowly around the room. Hey, you guys! Do you all get together because someone told you to assemble? Do you get together to follow someone's orders? No, you don't! Of course you don't! The bar fell silent. Hachi could see the young men who surrounded him exchanging glances. They could tell that his words rang true. Kiryu saw it too. It only made him more and more agitated. Shut up! Enough with the warm fuzzies! Abruptly, he charged forward, giving the steel pipe a mighty swing. She managed to dodge the attack by a mere hair. If it had connected, the blow might well have knocked his head clean off. He quickly backed away. What's the matter? Kiryu taunted. How come all you do is run? The pipe crashed down onto the bar top. Bottles of beer and liquor smashed and scattered. Mom, what's the matter, Hachi? Kiryu slammed his weapon into the pool table, sending balls scattering across the floor. Some of them collided with Susumu. Susumu let out a faint groan. Smirking at the sound, Kiryu stalked toward him. Speaking of unfinished business, with a gleaming grin, Kiryu took aim at Susumu's head, lifting the pipe up high. Stop! Before he could think better of it, Hachi was rushing for his fallen friend. You dumbass. Without missing a beat, Kiryu shifted his weight and swung the steel pipe at Hachi's temple. Dope. Hachi responded with a fast high kick with his right leg. The steel pipe connected hard with his shin, but it was Kiryu who went reeling off balance. Yeah! You can never read that and not sound weird. Hachi pivoted and put all his might into a straight right to Kiryu's jaw. The blow struck home. Kiryu's head snapped back, and he crumpled to the floor. There was a momentary hush of indrawn breath. And the bar erupted in a wild clamor that practically shook the whole building. All eyes were fixed on Hachi, marveling at what they had just seen go down. Sounds like folks were hoping for a little more of a fight. Susumu got to his feet, his left hand clutching his right shoulder. You all right? Hachi asked. Mostly. I guess my shoulder took the brunt of the blow. The gang members from Kiryu's faction rushed to their unconscious leader's side. Hachi shot them a steely glare, and they gathered up Kiryu and dragged him out of the bar. I didn't go too far here, did I? Hachi asked Susumu. Is this gonna cause trouble for you? No. I figured Kiryu would pull something like this eventually. It was just a question of when. Right. I'm sure he's going to go gather up his own bunch after this. We'll probably wind up battling heads again. Susumu didn't sound especially eager for that fight, but he didn't sound especially afraid of it either. She was still worried about a few things, but his friend had clearly grown as a leader. Anyhow, back to that story about you needing some manpower. Will the guys here be enough? There were around 30 gang members still in the bar. Hachi looked each of them in the eye in turn. Some he knew from back in the day, while others were fresh faces. I was born and raised in this town. I'm fond of the friends I've met here, and this has always been a great place to have a good time. And today, right here in this town, I met someone who's very special to me. And I know this doesn't involve the rest of you, but I'm willing to protect her. Achi knew he wasn't doing a great job of getting to the point, but the members of SOS listened quietly. And so it's like he felt like a grade schooler who didn't know the answer to a difficult question. He fussed with his hair and frowned sheepishly. Okay, so I'm not sure how to really put this, but Shibuya is a special town to me because of getting to meet people like that. And maybe, no, I mean, it's like that for you guys too. Don't you love Shibuya? So help me help this town. He bowed low and deep. I want to protect this girl who means so much to me, and the city that means so much to me as well. I know my answer. Susumu clapped a hand on Achi's shoulder. Listen up, everyone! SOS is back in action! He needs our help, and I, for one, am ready to follow him into battle! What do you say? Susumu's people let out a hearty cheer. When Achi marched back into his home, followed by 30 members of his old gang, Hitami and Kano were obviously overjoyed to see him. Well, this is some alternate universe where they waited for him. I was supposed to get a keep out, but I didn't for Achi, which is interesting. Unless it's coming now. Their happiness raised his own spirits unexpectedly high. He felt a palpable sense of accomplishment. All right, detective, Achi shouted. Let's do this. His resounding cry echoed throughout the workroom, and the gang set out for the scramble. What's the matter? Hitami asked Achi as they made their way through the busy streets. What's the matter with what? You look pretty pale. She peered good and hard into his face. Do I know? You tired or something? I mean, you've kind of been going all out all day long after all. Nah, it's nothing. Achi kept his voice nice and bright. Just a little hungry is all. So don't worry about me. Or Alphard either, okay? I swear I'll keep you safe. Hitami. Right? He gave a tiny nod. Just leave it to me. Alfred's got nothing on this guy. He thumped his chest in a display of bravado, but he could feel the sweat beading on his brow. When they reached the scramble, Achi took his place at the location specified by the battle plan Kano had drawn up. Hitami was only a few meters away. Whatever happened, he was in a good position to shield her from harm. There were 3 minutes left until the appointed rendezvous. Achi wondered what sort of person was going to show up. Still, he knew he couldn't scan the crowd too much. He needed to act as naturally as possible, so Alfred wouldn't be suspicious. It's definitely Stanley. He risked a glance over at Hitami. Maybe now wasn't the time for admiring, but he couldn't help but think how cute she looked. In some ways, seeing her there felt similar to when he'd first seen her that morning, in the very same spot. The difference was that this time, it wasn't just Hitami's good looks that made him find her so attractive. They might have only spent a few hours together, but in that time he'd learned a lot about her as a person. He knew what was important to her, what her worries were, her wants and desires. And also, he'd learned what a kind-hearted person she was. Achi recalled what had happened back in the workroom. Even though her own life had been in danger all day, Hitami had shed tears for his father and his sister. She really understood people's grief and suffering. What do I do? I can't protect someone as good as her. Achi muttered under his breath, clutching his right leg. His shin was throbbing wickedly where the pipe had smashed against it. He'd been okay walking so far, but any intense fighting in the leg might just give it out. But he couldn't let himself worry about that now. Came down to it, he'd be a human shield to protect Hitami, if he had to. Achi looked at his watch. Only 1 minute to go before 7 p.m. He glanced again at Hitami and saw her eyes widen with surprise. Quickly, he followed her gaze across the plaza. He spotted a tall white man approaching. Can't handle this betrayal. I can't do it. Can't do it. Don't be it. Don't, no. I gotta go select Kano. Gotta go select Kano. Wait, for Amachi's. We gotta jump for Machi. No. Don't, Stanley. Don't do it. Don't, Stanley. Don't. Kano. Don't do it, Stanley. Hitami, I don't like having to do this, but we can't wait any longer. Seeing the look of determination on Kano's face, she gave a tiny, reluctant nod. Her shoulders began to tremble. Hitami. Yeah, all right, I'm just a little nervous, that's all. She had a right to be nervous. Alfred was after the antiviral that she had in her bloodstream. Once he had it, Hitami would become a liability that he'd want to dispose of. And right now, the only person that could keep her safe was Kano. Who kind of sucks. He clenched his jaw tight and tried to look confident. Please, just try to relax. I'll protect you with my life if I have to. Protecting Hitami is my job. Achi, you're back! I said I'd see you through to the very end, didn't I? Yeah, you did. Hitami gazed back at Achi with grateful reassurance. Kano cleared his throat softly, but Achi and Hitami continued to stare earnestly at one another. Eventually, the tough-looking young man standing behind Achi spoke up. I've got 30. Will that be enough? Yeah, Kano nodded. That'll be fine. More importantly, have you heard what we'll be doing yet? Catch the bad guy, keep Shibuya safe. Same old thing we always do. The guy flashed a grin. I got it, Kano said. We'll be counting on you then. With 30-odd people at their disposal, they'd be able to encircle the meeting area, no problem. The preparations were all set. It was time to confront Alfred at last. All right, detective, Achi shouted. Let's do it! Kano gave a firm nod. "9 minutes later, 6:59 p.m. Kano and the others were in position around the scramble. Each subtle tick of the second hand was like a sharp prod to Kano's nerves. His whole body was stiff with tension. They could not let themselves fail. There was too much at stake. Here, now, hundreds of thousands of lives were on the line. Remember when Ayakamiki was all we really had to think about? Do you remember that? With Shibuya on lockdown, the area around the scramble had been seized by panic. There had been multiple traffic collisions. The sidewalks were crowded with scared people. Overturned cars and abandoned motorcycles clogged the streets. Amidst the chaos, emergency vehicles sped by at furious speeds. But the fire and emergency personnel, and even the police, were short-handed, and the whole of Shibuya had begun to look like a war zone. The main roads had been blocked to normal traffic, and trains weren't stopping at the stations. In effect, the city was in a state of complete shutdown. Kano glanced again at his wristwatch. 6:59 p.m. and 10 seconds. 11 seconds. 12 seconds. 13 seconds. 14 seconds. He scarcely remembered to breathe. Hitami stood in front of the statue of Hachiko. She wasn't carrying an attaché case this time, but the moment was otherwise a strange mirror of the stakeout at 10 o'clock that morning. FMV! She looked terrified. Kano couldn't blame her. Criminals weren't after some case full of money this time. This time, they were out for blood. Her blood. Kano did a slow scan of the area. Achi was standing not too far away. His companions were strewn about here and there, carrying on as normal. Here in Shibuya, those guys fit right in with the crowd. They had the area around Hitami completely surrounded. Yet again, Kano looked at his watch. 35 seconds, 36, 37, 38, 39. He forced himself to take several deep breaths. He focused on the sound of his own heartbeat and exhaled until all the breath was expelled from his lungs. And then it all started. Kano's cell phone rang. I've got him. It was Daisuke, the organ trafficker who devised the kidnapping. It's him. Where is he? Kano asked. Is he close by? I've got him on camera now. He's on the other side of the intersection. Kano looked out across the scramble. There were so many people that it was hard to tell who was or wasn't suspicious. Can you describe him for me? The tall foreign guy, the one wearing glasses. Tall foreigner? Kano's eyes drifted over the crowd. Oh, it's the English teacher! I was fucking right! I was right in a different prediction! It's that motherfucker! Uh-huh. There he was. As he got closer, Kano's eyes went wide. This man was someone he'd met before. Leland Palmer. The lecturer from the English department at Hitami and Mario's school. What a long-ass con. Was he Alfred? Palmer was walking right toward Hitami. Hitami didn't seem to have noticed him yet. When Kano glanced back at his wristwatch, it was 7 p.m. on the dot. When Hitami realized Palmer was approaching her, she was too stunned to react. He walked directly up to her, the corners of his mouth curling up into a smile. Hello, Hitami, he said in English. How are you doing? Professor Palmer? What are you doing here? Hitami's voice came out in an anxious squeak. Why, I'm here to take your blood, of course. This time he spoke Japanese, and with an easy fluency totally different from his usual manner of speech. I'm the one who injected you with the Uwa virus. I'd been waiting so long for the opportunity to arise. Been quite agonizing, you know, spending 6 months or more pretending to be a mild-mannered English lecturer. Professor, you're Alfred, aren't you? Let's get down to business, shall we? Neither of us has much time. Hitami stiffened. Please, tell me the laboratory password. After I have your blood, this will only take a few seconds. I've got a device here that will make the extraction quite simple. No way. The password first. That would violate the terms we already negotiated. Hitami and Palmer glared at one another. All right, Hitami said at last. What is happening with... It's every time Firebot updates. It's really obnoxious. Good. This kind of suspense is good for this moment. I will be not paying attention to chat for a hot second, though. Why don't you negotiate with Kanan instead? Kanan? Hitami took her cell phone out and dialed. But the phone rang repeatedly, and Kanan did not pick up. What's going on? Hitami's face went pale. Come on, Kanan. Kano, standing near enough to overhear their conversation, grew increasingly anxious as he watched the pair stare at the phone. What was the right move here? Should he keep waiting? You had to hope talking to Kano would work out. Kano waited for the call to go through. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? They have, like, bad endings in this guide. And sometimes if you don't do a bad ending, it doesn't let you get the good ending. I'm gonna try and skip it, though. He had to hope talking to Kano would work out. Kano waited for the call to go through. But Kano never answered. Had something happened to her in Tatano? Kano felt his heart pounding. Now then, shall I take what I came here for? Palmer took a step closer to Hitami. Kano reacted instinctively. Freeze! He drew his gun and trained it on the criminal. Nearby pedestrians scattered in fear. Seizing the moment, Achi darted in to protect Hitami. Palmer let out a tiny sigh. So you're breaking the terms we agreed upon, then? I don't negotiate with terrorists. Kano inched his way closer, his point of aim never wavering. Hitami, he shouted. Call Kano again. Again, Hitami dialed her cell phone. Palmer opened the attaché case he was carrying. One more move, and I shoot, Kano shouted. But the terrorist ignored the warning, producing a set of small glass vessels from within the case. If you want to shoot me, then shoot me, he said, assuming you don't mind this getting scattered about. Is that... Surely you don't need me to explain. Stanley was right. Alfred had weaponized the virus. Doing his best to conceal his horror, Kano tried to sound defiant. You can't let that loose here. Why is that? Because if you do, you'll be infected too. True, but so will all the innocent bystanders around us. A thin smile crawled across Palmer's face. Did you come here to carry out a suicide attack, Mr. Alfred? Hardly. I have no desire to die here. All I want is to get a little of this girl's blood and then go quietly on my way. But that all depends on you, doesn't it? His face was overflowing with confidence. Kano couldn't shake the feeling that something was off here. Something about this man's demeanor hinted at something. Well then, what will it be? Palmer continued. Will you condemn the people of Shibuya to death? Cursing inwardly, Kano lowered his gun. Palmer flashed a triumphant grin, then resumed his stroll toward Hitami. She stood frozen on the spot. Susumu! The shout had come from Achi. In an instant, a dozen members of SOS headed toward Palmer from all sides. Tough luck, pal, Susumu said. Turns out we're not actually innocent bystanders. Now it was his turn to grin. You're completely surrounded. Give up and tell us the password, now. And just for the record, we ain't scared of no virus. Tough-looking young man radiated bravado. Without hesitation, they closed in around the kidnapper. Surrounded? You certainly don't look like police. Palmer cast a bemused glance around himself. You're right about that, Achi said. I mean, just take a look. I gathered up a bunch of people who love Shibuya more than their own lives in order to take your ass down. He got Hitami shielded behind him while he spoke. There's no escape, he declared. You've lost. Lost? Me? Well, it sure doesn't look like you're gonna get away. Palmer grimaced at Achi's words. I see. Then it appears our negotiations are at a close. Enough of the high and mighty act. Susumu stomped aggressively toward Palmer. Hey, Kano snapped. Easy now. They couldn't risk a scuffle sending the virus crashing to the ground. What a shame. Palmer swung his right arm up high. Oh, Jesus Christ. Everyone watched in dismay as his hand shot up. The vials he'd been holding sailed upward against the backdrop of the evening sky. Look out! Achi shouted. Catch him! Catch him! Fuck. A tremendous blast blew Kano off his feet. As he crashed to the pavement, searing pain shot through his entire body. He knew at once that a bomb had gone off. But why? It didn't make any sense. Alfred had no intention of carrying out a suicidal terror attack. Kano was certain of that. That had been his intent. He could have just done so at any time, without going through the trouble of putting on this whole charade. Was there some reason that this guy would blow himself up under these circumstances at this specific moment? As he lay dying, Kano had a thought. Could it be? Had Stanley not come to the scramble because he knew this was going to happen? Oh, fuck. Hey, we tried to skip it. We didn't get there. Number 65, a mysterious explosion. Okay. So, we had a lot of jumps. We're gonna run through them in order. Achi. Seizing the moment, Achi darted in to protect Hitami. Was this guy Alfred? The man arrived in front of Hitami and began speaking to her. Hitami, Maria, even Achi's father. This must be the guy who was responsible for everything. She felt a pressing urge to flat him right then and there. Still, he knew he couldn't blow his cover until Kano gave the signal. Suppressing his raw emotions, he readied himself for action. Protecting Itami has to come first. I can't let anything happen to her. Why hasn't it happened yet? Why hasn't Kano given the signal? Freeze! Suddenly, Kano rushed forward, his gun drawn. Ignoring the pain in his leg, Ashi dashed for Hitami as fast as he could. He cut in between Kano and Alfred, quickly pulling Hitami out of danger. Hitami! Kano shouted. Call Kanon again! Shielded by Achi now, she brought up her cell phone and dialed the number. But some time passed, and there was no answer. Had there been some kind of trouble in Kanon's end? Looking increasingly worried, Hitami tried calling several more times. Then Alfred withdrew some strange vials from the attaché case he'd brought. Kano's face wavered with alarm. This had to be the terrorist trump card, then. Kano and Alfred were having some sort of debate. Achi couldn't hear the specifics, but tensions were clearly running high. Kano hesitantly lowered his gun. Alfred flashed a haughty, confident grin. Looks like it's time for our trump card. Susumu! Achi shouted at the top of his lungs. This signal. The gang emerged from the crowd. Moved en masse to hem Alfred in. Surrounded? Now the terrorist was visibly at a loss. You certainly don't look like police. You're right about that, Achi said. I mean, just take a look. I gathered up a bunch of people who love Shibuya more than their own lives in order to take your ass down. As he spoke, he made sure to keep Hitami shielded behind him. The pain in his leg was getting worse and worse, but he tried his utmost not to let it show. There's no escape, he declared. You've lost! Lost? Me? Well, it sure doesn't look like you're gonna get away. Alfred grimaced at Achi's words. See, that it appears our negotiations are at a close. Why do you still seem so confident? Something definitely didn't feel right. This is just a bluff. He knows he can't get away. His only chance would be to try to spread the virus around and then take off while everyone was distracted. Which meant they needed to just grab the guy and be done with it. Enough of the high and mighty act, Susumu shouted. Evidently, he shared Achi's opinion. He began to stomp toward Alfred, but he didn't reach him in time. The vials in Alfred's hand went sailing high into the air. Look out! Catch him! Catch him! Achi gestured for his comrades to fan it across the open space. Then, out of nowhere, a huge explosion blew Achi clean off his feet. His eardrums ruptured, and his world was engulfed in an eerie silence, as if time had stopped. Hi, Jackie. Thanks for the lurk. As he lay crumpled on the pavement, the one thing that still rang in his ears was the tinkling of glass, its countless vials smashed on the concrete. Bad end. Mysterious explosion. Okay. Just seeing if we have any more jumps. Do we have one here? Okay, we did that one. I want to see... Achi. Who goes with? Okay. So, something's wrong with Kanan. I'm gonna see what's going on with Tatano. Detective Tatano. Just before the older man disappeared, Kano gave him a silent salute. Yeah, maybe it's just like he jinxed it. It was a breach of protocol to salute while in plain clothes and without his cap. Still, it was the best way he had to let Tatano know how he felt. I'll leave the rest to you. Tatano. Oh, there we go. We have a Tatano jump. Tatano took one last look over his shoulder. What? We're gonna get a Tatano just suddenly appears on... A wild Tatano appears. Tatano took one last look over his shoulder before finally leaving the workroom. I don't trust this guy at all. This is like such a sudden turn. But whatever. Tatano is now part of this shindig. Surprise! A Tatano! Kyozo Tatano gingerly flexed his right elbow. It was still a little sore, but it shouldn't interfere with his ability to drive. Does that hurt? Asked the girl called Kanan. No, I'm alright. Good thing I didn't kill you, she said, her tone matter of fact. You ought to thank that younger detective. If he hadn't stopped me, you wouldn't be here right now. Is that right? Tatano looked over at Kano. He was talking to Achi and the others about something. Last time Tatano had seen Achi had been back at Kotone's wake. He felt a strong surge of emotion, seeing how the boy had grown into a fine young man. Are you sure you don't mind driving? Kanan's voice snapped Tatano back into the moment. Yes, it won't be a problem. Back when she'd attacked him on that rooftop, she'd moved too quickly for him even to get a glimpse of her face. Now that he was able to get a good look at her, he was shocked by how young she looked. And yet there was a cold gleam in her eyes, a glitter of awareness with no trace of emotion behind it whatsoever. In his long career as a detective, Tatano had seen eyes like that before. It was a look he knew well. The look of someone who had killed, had done so, many times. I'm so sorry about all of this. Please, look after my sister, Hitami said. She bowed deeply. No, I'm the one who should apologize. Tatano would have liked to go on, to say that helping now was the least he could do to atone for what he'd done earlier, but he stopped himself there. Nothing he could say to Hitami Osawa could possibly earn her forgiveness. Silently, Tatano lowered his head. His subsequent actions would have to make up for his crimes. He had to hope that this was possible. Kanan, look after my sister, too. Hitami bowed once more. You two know each other. Tatano looked at the two girls in surprise. Kanan is my sister's friend, Hitami said. Just met her for the first time today. What strange series of events could have transpired for Maria and Kanan to wind up as friends? Tatano felt a prickle of curiosity, but now was not the time for that conversation. Daisuke reappeared. He had gone to fetch his car keys. You know where it's parked, yeah? He asked. Same as back in the day? That's right. Over where we always hung out with Kotone back in grade school. All at once, Tatano was hit with a surge of childhood memories. The sky was a piercing blue. The droning of cicadas echoed in his ears. A refreshing breeze brought intermittent respite from the heat. During summer vacation, they spent their days here in the parking lot behind Daisuke's house. As Tatano and Daisuke played near the stairs at the side of the lot, the blazing sun beating down on them, Tatone would always come along with some iced barley tea for them. Barley tea is the shit. In China, the water isn't potable, so you're always drinking barley tea. It's the cheapest. Man, barley tea is so good. Two boys would race to see who could drink theirs up the fastest. The cold and fragrant tea flowed down their welcoming throats. Most of the time, it was Tatano who would finish first. Daisuke often wound up choking and spitting his out. Otone would flash him a motherly and sympathetic smile. Daisuke would grin back at her sheepishly and fuss with his hair. That had all been nearly 40 years ago. But Tatano could envision their smiles as vividly now as ever. They were his only fond memories of his childhood. Tatano took the keys from Daisuke, clutching them firmly in his fist. "All right," he said. "We'll be back." He lifted up Maria and, with Kano supporting her on the other side, began to head for the door. Then Kano called out to him, "Detective Tatano, There was a look of sadness on the younger man's face. "Let yourself become a detective like me." Tatano had the words right on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back down. It suddenly seemed petty to trivialize the aspirations Kano had held for so long. "Once Maria is safe, I'll turn myself in." After he made sure that Maria got to the laboratory, he would cease to be a detective, instead would simply be a criminal. Criminal, defined. In Japan, a charge of plotting to commit the crime of murder carries a prison term with labor of not more than 2 years. Ugh, explicit with labor. See, we pretend we're not making people be slaves and pay them 70 cents an hour. Japan's just like, labor. Fucked up. But despite the failures that had brought him to this position, nothing he had said up until now had been a lie. Of that much he could be proud. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Ever. He could at least try to be the detective Kano had so admired until the very end. As Tatano left the room, Kano saluted him crisply. Ordinarily, a detective wouldn't salute in plain clothes or without his cap. The little breach of etiquette just showed all the more clearly how Kano felt. Tatano hadn't been holding Maria up. He would have returned the gesture. And that scene between Kano and Tatano was so intense. On the roof, I'm glad I have that recorded. Leaving Endo Electronics, Tatano and Kanan carried Maria up a hectic Dogenzaka. The parking lot was less than a minute away by foot. Before long, however, they found their way blocked by a veritable wall of people. It was a riot squad, with Kuze at the head. Riot squad, defined. A police squad that carries out security and control activities in order to maintain or restore public order in the event of an emergency. The Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department has 9 riot police units, along with a support vehicle unit, for a total of 10 such squads. These also comprise teams that carry out certain specific functions, such as the Explosive Ordnance Division and Chemical Defense Unit. Director Kuza. Tatano, what are you planning on doing with that girl? What are you planning on doing with her? I already informed Kano that she's to be put under quarantine. If she's allowed to remain free, all of Shibuya will be in danger. Kanan took a step forward. Tatano could sense that she was about to move in for the kill. Easy now, he said softly. Wait. As skilled as Kanan was, she was no match for an entire armed police squad. I'm not going to take all of them on, she murmured. I'm just going to take the man in charge hostage. Tatano swallowed. Capture Kuza and then run off? It could work. Considering the time limit they were facing, he knew that they had to find some way to force their way through here. Still, given how far they still had to go to reach the laboratory, he wanted to avoid direct conflict as much as possible. Give me 1 minute. No? Just 30 seconds. Tatano turned and stared at Kuze. The two had known each other since their Wookiee days. Director Kuza, tell me, what is it that you believe in? What do I believe in? Yes. Weren't you always the one who said that you needed to put faith in your subordinates no matter what? Well, yes. Yes? That's right. Kuza's eyes wavered ever so slightly. In that case, put your faith in me. No. Put your faith in Kano. In Kano? He believes that saving Maria Osawa will let us save Shibuya. He's doing everything he can to make that happen. Kuza's lips curled into a wry grin. That sounds like Kano, all right. Always thinking in such simple terms. Usually, the simple answer is the right one. Sir. People like you and me overthink things. We make them more complicated than they need to be. Just consider for a moment. Will putting Maria Osawa under quarantine clear up this case? No. It won't. So long as we don't know how she was infected with the virus, we can't rule out the possibility that other people have been infected as well. Hatano kept his eyes locked on Kuza's. Director Kuza, right now, what we need to do more than anything is get our hands on that antiviral drug. We need to be helping Kano. Please, sir. Kuza furrowed his brow in thought for a few moments, then shook his head. Tatano, buddy. Come on, I can't do that. You gotta understand the position I'm in. The director's voice squeaked into his childish register. Kanan narrowed her eyes. What's this guy's deal? She whispered. It's hard to explain. When his voice gets like that, it means... He was confused. Now is their chance to make a run for it. Tatano signaled with his eyes to Kanan, then got ready to sprint past Kuza and his team. He didn't get the chance to, though. Ah! Suddenly, Kuza let out a pained yelp. A heart attack. Then, as Tatano watched in surprise, he proceeded to collapse onto the pavement. Ah! Ah, it hurts! It hurts! I've been infected! What the fuck? Do? The riot squad immediately rushed to the director's side. As Tatano stood there, dumbstruck, Kuza secretively flashed him a knowing wink. It was a terrible performance, Kanan muttered. Yeah, but it was a tour de force as far as I'm concerned. Inwardly, Tatano gave his boss a nod of respect. Flipping past the riot squad, he and Kanan headed for the parking lot. Several members of Kuza's team hurried to chase after them. Don't follow them! Kuza cried out as he writhed on the ground. Everyone! Stay back! If you get too close to Maria Osawa, you'll be infected as well! The riot squad stopped in their tracks. Tatano and Kanan took the opportunity to hurry out of sight. Darting through some narrow alleyways, they arrived at the parking lot. The area had changed since Tatano's youth, but some of the old air of nostalgia still lingered. There it is. He spotted the minivan with Endo Electronics written on the side. Tatano gently laid Maria on the back seat. She was still apparently unconscious. Once Kanan had climbed into the passenger seat, Tatano hit the gas and sped off. How far is it to the lab? Kanan asked. Normally, it would take about 50 minutes, but with this traffic, it's hard to say. Tatano avoided the stop-and-go of Dolgenzaka, taking side streets as he headed towards Shibuya Station. Once they had re-emerged on the main thoroughfare, however, he spotted a checkpoint set up ahead. Barricades and armored vehicles were blocking the road. The scale of the security effort showed how grave the situation truly was. Tatano hit the brakes. What do we do? Kanan spoke without taking her eyes off the barricade ahead. Tatano thought for a few moments before arriving at an answer. They'd have to find another way around. Get in the back seat, Tatano told Kanan. Why? I want you to hold on to Maria so she doesn't fall. A feisty grin came to Kanan's face. You got it! Tatano waited until Kanan had made her way into the back. Then he threw the minivan into reverse and jammed his foot on the gas. He cut the steering wheel sharply to one side, a loud screeching filling the air as centrifugal force made the vehicle tilt. Then, a patrol car came roaring out of a nearby side road. What the? Tatano reflexively jammed on the brakes. The police cruiser cut in front of the minivan, turning to head right toward the roadblock. Crashing into the barricade, it plowed on through, not stopping until it slowed up onto the curve beyond. Car's impact had made enough space for another vehicle to slip through in its wake. The minivan barreled on through the checkpoint. Kano wondered who in the world had been driving the cruiser. Sosayama? Kano's phone rang and he picked up as he sped onward. Were you able to break through safely? It was the voice of It's Kaji! It was the voice of Detective Kajiwara. Kano had thought he was at the Osawa residence. That patrol car just now, that was you? A call came in from the task force HQ, saying that Kano had found Maria. I figured maybe Kano was planning to take her to Okoshi Pharmaceutical, and so I thought he'd need to make his way through one of the checkpoints here. But the fact that it was you, Detective Tatano. Deep thought. Welcome in. Yeah, truly the real menace. This whole game is about minivans. Now that was quite unexpected. He let out a weak chuckle. Kajiwara, are you hurt? No. No, Kajiwara, no! No! Kaji! No, don't worry about me. Just, please, help Maria. I made a promise to her father that I'd save his daughter, no matter what. Kano could hear the energy draining from Kajiwara's voice. What about your own kid? Kaji, no! What about the bananas? What about the bananas? Understood. I'll keep that promise for you then. Thank you. Kaji, no! The line went dead. He crashed headlong through that barricade. There was no way he'd come out of that uninjured. Sorry, Kajiwara, Kano said to himself under his breath. And thank you. He bit his lip and stepped hard on the gas again. We had a minivan blow up. We had a minivan full of people high from carbon dioxide. Now we've had a minivan inadvertently kill Kajiwara, the most wonderful creature who's ever graced this earth. No. Oh. So we got a plant fact coming up. We've talked about bananas a lot. What do we talk about? It's a good time for it. Good pacing, Theo. Oh, excellent. Let's talk about plantains. So plantains. They are in the banana family. So there's actually 3 particular plants that plantain can refer to, but we're definitely talking about Musaceae, which is bananas. That's the banana family. So 2 groups of banana cultivars with the genus Musa, whose fruits are normally eaten after cooking rather than raw. There's the cooking banana, and then there's the true plantain. So these are, of course, the culinary words for them. The cooking banana are a group of banana cultivars of the genus Musa, whose fruits are generally used in cooking. They are not eaten raw. They're like starchy. And when we talk about starchy fruit, this is a fruit. All bananas are climacteric, where when you break it from the stem of the tree it's on, it signals inside the plant to start converting starch into sugar. This is when the plant ripens. These are plants that generally pass their seeds through zukuri, but because of the heat or the environment around them, do have to have like a thick shell. So bananas actually co-evolve with great apes. Bananas, the ones we think of that we eat, we can pick off a tree eventually. Cooking bananas have a really interesting evolution. So obviously, the stomach of the animals that eat cooking bananas can digest that starch, which we can't. Even raw, it's like biting into a potato, but worse, very worse. It's lots of fiber, cellulose fibers woven together. The cell walls in this particular plant are very, very thick. So the primary...
Now displaying a message for YouTube.
Cooking banana is actually a sterile group called the AAB group. You know, genetics, we're going to go into that a really long time. Like, not going to go super, super deep into that. They also get called, like, green bananas sometimes. So cooking bananas are separate from true plantains. Having had that introduction to the idea that bananas are related to animals and have evolved with them, we're going to move into a true plantain. So there are cultivars that are French cultivars that happened from colonization in Francophone countries. French horn cultivars, Batard in Cameroon, Mbang Okan in Nigeria. The false horn cultivars, which are in both Nigeria and Colombia, Agba Agba, Nor Shele. And horn cultivars, Ishitim, Nigeria, Tanduk, Indonesia, and Pisang Tanduk, Malaysia. In the 1990s, we really spent some time actually learning about the plantain in pure botany. I say pure botany, ha ha ha. But in like research botany, the plantain was just sort of thrown to the side as nothing very interesting. There are pretty much only 2 major articles in the International Agricultural Digest about them. One of which talks about floral mythology, and one that talks about cultivation. Trying to find more details, at least online, about plantain evolution is rather difficult. That's why I'm here. So we're going to talk about Musa balbasiana. This is known as the plantain. It's the main plantain you might think of. It grows lush leaves and clumps with a more upright habit than most cultivated bananas. Flowers are red to maroon, very, very pretty. It was first scientifically described in 1820 by the Italian botanist Luigi Aloysius Colla. Colla is one of the less Eurocentric botanists to be running around drawing things. So the cultivated banana was actually genetically organized, and Musa balbasiana contributed to the bee genome of the cultivated banana. So when we talk about AAA, AAB, etc., these are ways to make plants sterile and different patterns of genomic contributions. So A and B are just different genders, basically. So having 3 gametes contributed will eventually lead to sterility in the fruit at the end. So Wong et al. In 2019 finally provides for us a genome and an evolutionary analysis with functional genomics. Functional genomics being a term basically, how can we use this? Hey, Lenzar. So there's been subgenome evolution, etc., but the main summary I wanted to get to, and why I wanted to talk about why this is pretty interesting, is that we have a giant divergence once colonialism begins. And that's not necessarily because of human involvement. It is actually because, well, I mean it is, but not the kind you think. It's that the apes were chased away. Great apes, elephants, other creatures who had the digestive capability, large ruminants, of pulling through a plantain even though it wasn't cooked, were spooked off by the amount of humans suddenly in these areas. We start to see chromosome distribution drastically change. So it had 8A and 25B chromosomes instead of predicted 11A and 22B. Basically had to start changing itself, or, you know, we know that evolution is not deliberate. Those that were born with different chromosome balances were more attractive to humans and thus survived. The original plantain is this round fruit with giant seeds. And until you get this 8A 25B, you don't actually get any plantains that humans are interested in enough to make more banana shaped. This is specifically talking about the African plantain. So when we talk about the Musa species, there's like the Jamaican plantain, etc. The island plantains had gone through a lot of this metamorphosis, so we call it parallel evolution or convergent evolution. Get to the same result, but there's something stopping it from influencing each other. Musa bulbiciana is specifically the North African plantain. The Caribbean plantains had already started to go through this because the Caribbean islands, especially during slavery, become very densely populated. And again, the natural consumptive individuals, both the locals and who already knew that they had to cook it and could work around the seeds, and animals are way outnumbered by people who are baffled and turned off by the shape of this, or people who don't recognize it as their African plantain. So it starts to be, in the 1600s, it starts to be genetically variated. And then you get deliciousness. For those of you who don't know, or this is your first time experiencing one, I have a plant fact to redeem on my channel because I am a botanist, like degree-wise, fancy-wancy. And so, you can direct me, or I'll just come up with one because I love talking about plants. In this case, there's a lot of bananas in this game that we're playing, 428 Shibuya Scramble. Kajiwara is constantly pulling bananas from like this weird bag of holding that his pocket is. And so we've had a lot of banana facts. In any case, we are actually at the end of this game, so it might not make a lot of sense to people dropping in unless you've played it before. But it's very, very intense. I'm very much enjoying myself. But that is why Theo waited till after this segment to redeem it. I am moderately ignoring chat in between segments. Okay. Intense. So, select Kano 1810, Tatano from the time chart. Okay. So, you're saying go back to Kano. Those of you who don't know, I generally play with a guide. It is because these sections in this game can be very, very long. It's not completely on rails for me. I often will get involved in the story and make my own choices, but especially when there are long sections of story, repeating it means I can't get through the chapter in the day, and I just want to know what happens myself, so this is mostly for me. So occasionally you'll hear me say, oh, I should select Kano from here or whatever, and that's because I've checked the guide. So I'm supposed to select the Tatano jump. Okay. Right. So we're going to have some repeated text. Even after Tatano disappeared from view, Kano remained for a long time at attention, his fingertips pressed to his temple. He squeezed his eyes shut, but still the tears he'd been holding back poured down his cheeks. Kano! Kano! This whole time, all I've wanted is for his spine to become real. Not that men who cry can't have a spine, but man, this guy. There were only 30 minutes remaining until the time when Alfred had told them Hitami should be at the scramble. They needed to get ready for action. Is the surveillance camera system still up? Kano asked. Yes, Daisuke replied. It looks like what happened earlier was just a temporary hacking job. Then will you help us? Daisuke inclined his head. What do you mean? I'd like you to keep your eye on the scramble for us. If anyone suspicious tries to get near Hitami, let us know. Anyone suspicious? How will I know what's suspicious? Like that organ trafficker who suggested you kidnap Hitami, Mr. Endo. It's possible that he might be Alfred. Would you be able to recognize his face? Daisuke furrowed his brow deeply as he began entering commands on his keyboard. Yeah. Don't think I could ever forget. It's because of him that He left the rest unsaid. A moment later, several of the monitors switched over to feeds from around the scramble. All right, Daisuke squinted at the images. I'm not sure how much help I can be, but let me at least try to atone for what I've done. Of course. And thank you. Daisuke's fingers flew over the keyboard, and soon all of the monitors were focused on the scramble and its surroundings. Then he carefully adjusted the angle and zoom for each of the cameras. Now the whole area was under total surveillance. All they had to do was get their stakeout crew to the scene. Where did Achi go? Kano asked Hitami. I'm not totally sure, but I think he went to find some of his old friends. Hitami sounded worried. Friends? Achi used to belong to a gang called SOS. Actually, he told me he was the one who formed the gang in the first place. What? Kano couldn't keep the shock from his voice. She was the founder of SOS? How bizarre that the two of them would wind up meeting each other this way. But I guess there was a big falling out between them, so I think he went to try and win them back over. Kano hadn't heard anything good about SOS since Achi had left them. Things had ended on bad terms between him and the gang. Getting them to help might be a lost cause. But even if Achi was able to gather some people up, how much would Kano and the others be able to trust them? It'll be all right, Hitami said, as if sensing Kano's thoughts. I'm sure Achi will bring back some of his old friends. And when he does bring them, I'm sure he'll choose people we can count on. Man, he almost got his head bonked off by a pipe. You really trust him, don't you? Yes, Hitami said without hesitation. Then a blush came to her cheeks. All right, then I'll trust him too. Take about 10 minutes to get from Endo Electronics to the scramble. Kano turned to Stanley. Let's plan to head out by 6:50. Stanley gave no reply. He had withdrawn to the edge of the room, where he stood lost in thought, his expression uneasy. Kano decided to leave him alone for a bit. Taking a sheet of paper from one of the desks, he began drafting a plan for positioning Achi's reinforcements around the scramble. Stanley, I swear to God! All right, there we go. In about 5 minutes, he had drawn up a little map of the optimal places to deploy the team. Included positions for as many as 20 people Achi might bring back. Kano. Kano turned around, surprised to find Stanley right behind him all of a sudden. The American looked haggard. Something the matter? Kano asked. You need to go to the scramble without me. What? Where's this coming from all of a sudden? Please, don't ask me to explain. Something else has come up, and I have to see to it. Sweat beaded on Stanley's brow. Whatever had happened, Kano had no doubt it was something major. And almost certainly it had something to do with Alfred. Like you being him! Right now we think Leland Palmer is him. But I don't think those vials were full with the virus. If I had my druthers, Stanley planted that bomb. And the signal is him throwing the vials in the air. And almost certainly it had something to do with Alfred. Stanley, Kano said. All right, guide, whatever. I understand. Do what you have to, and come back soon.
Ma'am, someone has paid for your hydration. Shall I notify Victor?
Thank you, Trixie. Thank you, Theo. I'm sorry. I wish I could tell you more. It's all right. I'll find a way to get by. Kano had a vague idea of what Stanley was up to. He probably felt he needed to keep things hidden even from his own allies in order to help keep Alfred in the dark. Or at least, that was Kano's guess. This was no ordinary opponent they were up against. Keeping secrets even among friends wasn't necessarily a bad call. Kano, promise me one thing. What's that? Once this is all over, you'll go have a beer with me. All right. Kano couldn't help but smile. That's a promise now, remember? Promise. Defined. The promise these two made just now mirrors another one made by a certain pair of brothers in the past. Once this is all tidied up, I'm gonna need a drink. Let's you and me have a beer together. That was what the younger brother said, and the older brother still feels the pain of that promise going unfulfilled. Oh, okay. We know Stanley had a brother. We know he probably died. Stanley was, when Kano's partner, Sasayama, was injured, and on his deathbed, Stanley was mildly cold to Kano, but in the end, kind enough because he said he shared his grief. The older brother is Stanley, so you're gonna make me jump to Stanley? Son of a bitch! Whatever! Sure, there's no order anymore, everything's chaos. It was 6:00 p.m. Alfred had contacted the motley team at Endo Electronics, and the situation had immediately deteriorated. But the new developments had also provided them with one big chance. Chance that Alfred might appear in person at long last. You did fine. Jack Stanley set his hand on Kano's shoulder. A weak smile came to the detective's face. Stanley paused, unexpectedly moved. For that one moment, he saw in Kano the image of his younger brother, Frank. Sorry, their English names are just amazing. You've got Leland, Jack, and Frank. Last names Palmer and Stanley. And then you have Alfred. Jack, you have to get everyone to a safe place. Run away! Frank's nervous shout echoed through the hotel lobby. Stanley's younger brother was a member of the Bomb and Arson Squad. Defined. Subsection of the Chicago Police Department's Bureau— Oh, Jesus, he has a Chicago accent this whole time. Chicago Police Department's Bureau of Investigative Services that handles investigation of bomb and arson-related cases. Holy fuck. This whole time, Stanley's been from Chicago. I don't believe I'm going to be able to do it, but I am watching a YouTube video to see if I can learn it. Or I can at least get a primer. The Chicago dialect is also the Buffalo dialect and the Detroit dialect. Hey, dear. Okay, I'm not gonna be able to do this. But I'll try it, and it'll be terrible. It'll be comic relief. This was 2 years ago. The CIA had obtained intel that Alfred was targeting a high-class hotel in Chicago for a terror attack. Stanley and his team had searched the hotel interior and had discovered the bomb set inside a large planter. When Frank arrived at the scene and saw the explosive, his expression grew grim. The detonation trigger is nope. They're set in the worst possible place. It's gonna be a bastard to remove it. In that case, you need to get out of here too, Frank, Stanley said. No. I need to make sure I can figure out this thing is set up so the disposal unit knows what to do when they get here. I'll be alright. Look, you can probably see it from back there. Stanley could indeed see the small explosive from where he stood. It was held in place by several screws. The timer had just ticked down past the 30-minute mark. There's plenty of time left for the disposal guys to get here. Jack, I need you to help finish evacuating the building. There are a lot of people who haven't gotten out yet. But, Stanley hesitated. From a cold and logical perspective, Frank was right. He had a job to do, and if Stanley listened to his personal feelings and tried to usher his brother out of there, a lot of innocent people might die. Alright, he said. I understand. Heck, if we had something as simple as some dried ice, we could just freeze this thing. Frank grimaced as he eyed the bomb. Dry ice? Huh? I don't suppose ice cream would do the trick. It'd be a waste of ice cream. You'd be better off just eating it. Of course, even dry ice would be a long shot in the place of actual liquid nitrogen. The brothers looked at one another, and for a moment the tension dissolved into laughter. All right, Stanley said. I'll be back. Hey, Jack. Once this is all tidied up, I'm gonna need a drink. Let's you and me have a beer together. Sure. You got it. Stanley headed for the hotel lobby, which was still overflowing with guests. You made the right choice here. Stanley gave Kano a thump on the back, and the detective cracked a tiny grin. What about my choices? Debating his own next move, Stanley stepped away from the others and took out his cell phone. He made a call to his superior, Gordon. It's me, he said. What's the situation? Here the Japanese police want to put Mario Osawa under quarantine. I'm assuming that's on your orders, sir? It is. There are too many important people in Shibuya. We can't allow the virus to get loose. Besides, we now know that Alfred is after Hitami Osawa. There's no reason to leave Maria at large any longer. If you put Mario Osawa under quarantine, she is going to die. I know that. But there will be far fewer victims as a result. Gordon's words made something inside Stanley snap. In that moment, he lost any inclination to report that he was with Maria. Failure to do so would be dereliction of duty on his part. He knew that well enough. He knew it. But the fact couldn't overcome his revulsion at Gordon's callous attitude toward Maria. Victims are still victims, he said. What was that? Nothing, sir. Continue my operation to apprehend Alfred. Stanley hung up the phone. He didn't care if his superiors took action against him once this was all over. They intended to sacrifice one person in order to save the lives of countless more. From a purely objective standpoint, it was the right call. What if that person was a loved one? What would they have done then? The dilemma gnawed at the back of Stanley's mind. He couldn't shake the feeling that it was wrong to just accept the lesser of two evils, the sacrifice an innocent for the greater good. No. He would save that one life and then save the lives of the many. He needed to find a way to avoid the so-called easy way out, no matter what it took. He wasn't about to add a second big regret to his life. Not this time. Saving Mario was the right thing to do. His judgment wasn't wrong. Of that, he was sure. He reaffirmed that to himself inwardly, over and over. Kano was watching Tatano prepare to depart. The group had put together a reasonable plan of action. Tatano and Kanan would head up to the lab with Maria and attempt to get the antiviral for her. Stanley would accompany Kano and the others to the scramble to apprehend Alfred. It was a two-pronged plan of attack. Still, could they really count on things going smoothly, as Kanan had suggested? Stanley thought back on her earlier words. Once Alfred has made contact with Hitami, call my cell phone. I have plenty of information Alfred might want to bargain for. I can negotiate with him directly. That meant that getting the password hinged on whatever deal they struck. What sort of things might Alfred request in exchange? Stanley cast a thoughtful look at Kanan. She was helping Tatano to carry Maria out of the room. Stanley doubted she'd answer if he asked just what her bargaining chips were. He held his tongue, watching as she left with the others. Whatever else happened, he needed to focus on capturing Alfred. He glanced at the monitor displays in the workroom. The disembodied sound of Alfred's voice from earlier crept back into his mind. I will appear at the rendezvous in person. After all, it wouldn't do for the star of the show to miss the final curtain. Those words notwithstanding, it seemed absurd that Alfred would actually show up in the flesh. Nationality, age, sex, so much about the terrorist mastermind was shrouded in mystery. Why would someone who had hidden so well for so long ever reveal their true identity? And yet Alfred had gone out of the way to claim that was precisely what was about to happen. It almost seemed like he'd made turning up in person a major selling point of the deal. I'm looking forward to meeting all of you then. There was no doubt about it. Alfred wanted them to expect him on site and in person. So, why would that be? So he could kill them all with the fucking bomb. He's using himself as bait to lure me and Kanan out. This is a near-perfect opportunity to wipe out the two people who are gunning for him the most. That being the case, How might he attempt to kill me once I'm at the scramble? Stanley felt a sudden flash of insight. No. Something was off here. His thought process was running well, each deduction logically flowing from the last. But at a time like this, that could be a very dangerous thing. Alfred may well have anticipated where his logic would lead. Stanley needed to assume that any clue he thought he'd found was something Alfred had left behind on purpose. So, maybe the suggestion that their target would come up to the scene was a different kind of trap. At the risk of sending himself in circles, Stanley decided to rethink the whole case from the ground up. What was the single strangest part of this whole thing? Aha! There we go. Why had Alfred put an amateur like Daisuke Endo in charge of the kidnapping? Sure, being able to get a heart for his daughter gave Daisuke a strong incentive, but there still had to be a reason why he'd been chosen. The kidnapping had failed. What would have happened then? Of course, this was Alfred they were dealing with. Maybe the possibility of failure was somehow part of the plan. Hell, Daisuke had managed to accidentally kidnap Maria instead of Hitami, hadn't he? If Alfred had gone with a professional, that sort of mix-up would never have happened. And yet, even if that degree of uncertainty was acceptable, or even desirable, using Daisuke seemed like far too big a risk. There must be some other motive for bringing in Daisuke into the plan. Atano? Of course, advantage. Using Daisuke must have provided some important advantage that outweighed his flaws. It was the only thing that made sense. Which meant the reason Alfred had Daisuke carry out the kidnapping was to carry out some other objective. He'd set up the kidnapping, devised the ransom relay, and kept the full attention of the police on that. All the while, Alfred himself was working towards his true goal, getting Hitami's blood, which meant that Daisuke kidnapping Maria by mistake had in fact been a misstep. That was why, in the end, Alfred had proposed trading the password for Hitami's blood. Could that really be it? Stanley decided to take it up with the man himself. Mr. Endo, let me ask you something. Did you know Hitami had a twin sister before the kidnapping? I didn't, no. So when did you find out? After I'd had Maria kidnapped. The organ trafficker took one look at her and said I had the wrong girl. Said I was supposed to have abducted the younger one. He never mentioned Hitami having a twin before this all started? No. If I'd known, I'd have been a lot more careful. Kurt had certainly known that the Osawa girls were twins. But despite the added risk that fact implied, he hadn't told Daisuke. There was only one logical conclusion. Daisuke's mistake hadn't been an accident. Alfred hadn't intended for the wrong sister to get kidnapped. By using an amateur, Alfred had set up the police to write off Daisuke's kidnapping of the wrong target as a simple misstep. Had Daisuke been brought in simply in the name of camouflage? Oh my god. Is Alfred Kanan? No, that can't possibly be. But why? Alfred was after Hitami's blood. Daisuke was after Hitami's heart. They both wanted the same thing, so why target Maria instead? Stanley's train of logic had run out of steam again. Still, he was sure he was on the right track. He just needed to keep following till he found out where that track would lead. Where's the storeroom where you were keeping Maria? He asked. Daisuke hung his head. It's out behind the shop. Why do you ask? Would you mind showing me? There's something I'd like to check. At this point, he needed to go back over everything right from the beginning. He followed Daisuke out to the storeroom. Speaking of the storeroom, Daisuke said as they were walking to the back part of the building, there's something I've been wondering about. Just how did Maria manage to escape in the first place? You're certain you locked her in? Stanley asked. Daisuke nodded. At 8 o'clock this morning, the organ trafficker came by to check up on her. I made sure to lock the place back up after he left. I see. That visit must have been when Maria was injected with the Uwa virus. It makes sense, based on our working timeline of when we expect her to go symptomatic. When they got to the storeroom, they spotted the padlock that had been held shut lying broken on the ground. Daisuke picked it up, then opened the storeroom door. Look at this mess. Obvious immediately that merchandise had been stolen. I doubt Maria did this, Daisuke said. Maybe some thieves broke in? He made a quick inspection, assessing what had been taken. Some digital cameras and laptop computers were missing. Huh. It's like the work of some local thugs. This kind of thing has happened to me a few times before. Daisuke let out a sigh of exasperation. Stanley, meanwhile, was carefully looking around inside the storeroom. "Where did you have Mario-sawa?" he asked. "Behind those cardboard boxes." The boxes he indicated were piled high, closing off one corner of the room. Mario were unconscious behind them. The burglars might well have never noticed her. So Mario was able to escape from the storeroom thanks to the burglars breaking the lock, Stanley mused. Just what impact had that stroke of misfortune had on Alfred's plan, he wondered. What had Alfred planned to do with Maria if nobody had broken in? He was going to trade her for Hitami. It certainly seemed reasonable enough. He needed to kidnap Maria in order to infect her with the virus, first and foremost. She had indeed been injected with it at 8 o'clock that morning. Next, Alfred would have carried out a hostage exchange for Hitami in order to obtain her blood. Maria would be free to go, but infected with Ua. What purpose would that serve? It was simple enough to deduce. Once he learned that Maria had the virus, Kenji Osawa was certain to take action. He would bring her into the storage facility in order to administer the antiviral, just as he'd done with Hitami. That meant that the storage facility would be opened once more. That was what Alfred was really after. He's at the storage facility. A way in, so he could destroy the antiviral samples at the lab. It was the only logical conclusion. Infecting Hitami 6 days earlier had ensured that she would be carrying the DDS in her body, but it had also served as a sort of dry run for today. If it turned out that Osawa wasn't able to access the antiviral storage on his own, the entire plan would fall apart. Hitami had been a test case in order to make sure. The negotiations at the Scramble were almost certainly a smokescreen. Alfred wanted to lure Stanley and the others to the Scramble in order to clear the way for an assault on the lab in the meantime. The first order of business was to stop him from getting inside. But how? Should Stanley leave the stakeout at the Scramble for Kano and the others while he headed to the lab himself? He couldn't decide that alone. He headed back into the shop with Daisuke to see where things stood with the others. Okay. They did have a jump. Was it... There was another jump in Kano. Brother. Right? Once this is all over, you'll go have a beer with me. Sure. Alright. Kano couldn't help but smile. That's a promise now, remember? And with that, Stanley hurried out of the workroom. Yeah, we took this jump, but maybe taking it again. Kano glanced at his watch. It was coming up on 6:50. Pretty soon, they'd have to head for the Scramble. Nachi still hadn't returned. We need to head out soon, he said to Hitami. You said 6:50, she replied. There's still 2 more minutes to go. Kano let out a tiny sigh. He shared Hitami's fervent hope that the reinforcements would come, but not her confidence. We are in brother, right? Yeah. If Hachi didn't reappear, Kano would be left to protect Hitami all by himself. And to try to apprehend Alfred as well. Would he be able to pull it off if it came to that? He'd just have to trust himself to see things through on his own. He decided to head to the Scramble with Hitami right away. It wasn't about whether he could or couldn't. He would do it. He had to do it. There was no time for doubt anymore. Hitami, I don't like having to do this, but we can't wait any longer. Seeing the look of determination on Kano's face, she gave a tiny, reluctant nod. Her shoulders began to tremble. Hitami, I'll be all right. I'm just a little nervous, that's all. He had a right to be nervous. Alfred was after the antiviral that she had in her bloodstream. Once he had it, Hitami would become a liability that he'd want to dispose of. Right now, the only person who could keep her safe was Kano. He clenched his jaw tight and tried to look confident. Please, just try to relax. I'll protect you with my life if I have to. Protecting Hitami is my job. Yeah, we're here. Okay. Here, now, hundreds of thousands of lives were on the line. With Shibuya on lockdown, the area around the scramble had been seized by panic, and there had been multiple traffic collisions. The sidewalks were crowded with scared people, overturned cars. Oh wait, we already did this too. Oh my goodness, this is what I mean by following a guide. Having this long of a section repeat is absurd. It was made in 2008. They didn't think about this, really. This is the sort of game that made the skip dialogue necessary. I've got him. It's Daisuke. Yeah. He's here. There he was. Yeah, English teacher, who now I don't think is Alfred. And I've forgiven Stanley. I think Stanley is an Alfred. You terrifying son of a bitch. Regardless if he's Alfred or not, this guy's scary as hell. Okay, so we gotta get to the Kano choices. Hitami, I'm so sorry. She calls Kano and can't get through, but she was so confident. She trusted her so much. I'm so sorry, Hitami. At this point, they couldn't count on Kano anymore. Kano rushed into action. Right, so he's gonna say freeze. Achi's gonna come in. I don't negotiate with terrorists. You can't let that loose here. Oh. Okay, true. But so will all the innocent bystanders around us. I thought that Stanley was setting off this bomb, but it's gotta be just another part of his entourage, Alfred's entourage. Cursing inwardly, Kano lowered his gun. Palmer flashed a triumphant grin, but now we're going to call in Susumu. It's gonna stress him out. We're gonna admire some of their haircuts and be ashamed of others. The casting call for this. Do you look like a street thug? Do you want to? Use your mustache pencil thin. Okay. Oh yeah, that fucking phone. It says there's supposed to be a jump here. For Stanley. He crushed the pavement, searing pain shot through his entire body. He knew at once that a bomb had gone off, but why? It didn't make any sense. Alfred had no intention of carrying out a suicidal terror attack. Kano was certain of that. That had been his intent. He could have just done so at any time, without going through the trouble of putting on this whole charade. Was there some reason that this guy would blow himself up under these circumstances at this specific moment? As he lay dying, Kano had a thought. Could it be? Had Stanley not come to the scramble because he knew this was going to happen? Alright, Stanley. Let's go. Kano's plan of action for the scramble was steadily coming together. Stanley half listened as the young detective discussed the stakeout with the rest of the group. His own mind was still caught up with the question of what he himself should do. He couldn't shake the conviction that he needed to head to the lab. Even assuming that Alfred really did turn up at the scramble, and assuming that he carried out another bioterror attack there, the worst that could happen would be a disaster in Shibuya. Do you have the squarest jaw in Japan? Are you a foreigner? Come to this casting call. Terrible thought that might be. It would be far worse to let Alfred, who was already in possession of the Uwa virus, destroy the world's only supply of the antiviral. If he succeeded at that scheme, his bioweapon would be unstoppable. He could hold the entire planet in the grip of fear. A terrorist arms dealer must never be allowed to obtain that kind of power. Stanley couldn't take that risk. Even if he was wrong in his suspicions, it only made sense to shore up the defense of the lab. There was only one person he could count on now. Kano. She was on the way to the lab already. Stanley could alert her to his conclusions. It would make it that much harder for Alfred to carry out his plan. Nothing else. Hopefully she could buy time for Stanley to get there. Stanley approached Kano. You need to go to the scramble without me, he said. What? Kano was visibly shocked. Where's this coming from all of a sudden? Please, don't ask me to explain. Something else has come up, and I have to see to it. Stanley hated having to do this. He wished he could explain everything. If he made any unusual moves now, though, there was a risk Alfred would pick up on it. There was no telling where the mastermind might be watching. It was better to keep his companions in the dark, just in case. I understand, Kano said. Do what you have to. Come back soon. I'm sorry. Wish I could tell you more. It's alright. Find a way to get by. Kano gave him a thumbs up. Oh, that's a cute picture. The sight brought back some painful memories. Up until just a few hours ago, Stanley had instinctively seen Kano as all too naive. And now, he finally knew why. Kano was just like his younger brother, Frank. They might have looked very different, but in the way they mixed up their responsibilities with their personal feelings, they were totally alike. Stanley couldn't discount that naivete. In the end, that was all a part of the human condition. Jack, you really okay with this? Frank cast an anxious look at his older brother as they made their way onto the University of Chicago campus. My responsibility to look after you, Stanley told him. As long as you take your studying seriously, I'm all for it. Frank had been worrying about tuition costs as he prepared for college. After losing their parents 5 years earlier, the two had struggled to get by. Yeah, but... Stanley set both hands on his brother's shoulders. Listen to me, Frank. You're my brother, and I care about you. I just want whatever you do to be something you can be proud of. All right, Jack. I hear you. And thanks. Kano, promise me one thing. What's that? Once this is all over, you'll go have a beer with me. Sure. All right. Promise note, remember. Kano flashed him a grateful smile. And in that smile, Stanley again saw a little something of Frank. Hurrying out of Endo Electronics, Stanley dialed up Tatano as he ran along. Once they'd made it past Shibuya Station, the roads were relatively clear. They ought to make it to the lab in no time. Tatano's phone rang. It was Stanley. "What's going on?" he asked the American. "What I'm about to tell you is more conjecture on my part. But for now, let's assume I'm mostly on the right track." Stanley's voice was filled with tension. Tatano braced himself for bad news. "I think Alfred is heading to the lab. He's planning on hitting it to destroy the antiviral." "Are you serious?" It was even worse than he had feared. "Alfred, heading to the lab?" "Yes. You need to turn back, right away. I'll go to the lab with Kanan." "Is something wrong?" Kanan asked, peering at him from the back seat. He couldn't hide the fact that he was trembling. He seemed perfectly calm, unfazed by the possibility of further complications. Perhaps she had already anticipated something like this happening. "Did you hear me, Tatano?" Stanley said. "This is an opponent who's out of your league. Turn back. I'll handle the—" "I can't do that," Tatano replied, managing to regain his composure. "My job is to get Maria to the lab as soon as humanly possible. Whether Alfred is coming or not doesn't change that." "Don't be absurd! Even if you do have Kanan with you, you can't keep Maria safe and still win the fight that's coming." Maybe Stanley was right. Almost certainly he was. But Tatano couldn't put Maria's life in danger by turning back in order to save his own. "Kanan!" Tatano glanced at the young woman in the back seat. "Yes?" "If Alfred shows up, don't worry about protecting me. Just keep Maria safe." "You got it." That was all Tatano needed to hear. "I'll give my own life to protect that girl if it comes down to it," he told Stanley. "Fine. Have it your way then. But I'm heading to the lab too. Whatever you do not let your guard down." "Understood." Tatano hung up. "That was Stanley?" Kanan asked. She'd probably already surmised the situation. Even so, she showed no sign of concern. At last, the minivan arrived at Okoshi Pharmaceutical. Tatano pulled up at the front gate and got out of the vehicle. Off to one side of the entrance was an intercom for contacting the security room. "I'm assuming you've already heard the details from the director," Tatano barked into the intercom. "Open up." "We haven't heard anything from Director Osawa," the security guard spat back. "And moreover, the laboratory is currently on lockdown. I'm sorry, but not even Director Osawa is allowed inside." "That's ridiculous," Tatano scowled at the intercom in frustration. Then, a car came racing towards him along the street. "Ah, there it is. There's Osawa." The sound of screeching brakes filled the air as the vehicle skidded to a halt, and then Kenji Osawa jumped out from the driver's seat. "Maria!" Osawa rushed over to Tatano, then to Maria, where she lay in the minivan. He looked carefully at his daughter's face. "Oh, thank goodness. She still hasn't gone symptomatic." "Mr. Osawa, why aren't people being allowed into the laboratory?" Osawa tilted his head. "They're not?" Tatano explained what the guard had said. "That's ridiculous." Osawa immediately... "Is Makino his boss, Alfred?" Osawa immediately called the security guard on the intercom. He got the same story. "You've got to be kidding me," Osawa raged. "I'm the lab director here." But the security guard wasn't hearing it. "I'm sorry, sir. These orders come from Mr. Makino." "No." "Am I supposed to just sit out here and watch my daughter die?" Tatano racked his brain for other ideas. Maybe they'd have to climb the gate and break their way in. Then, over the intercom, they heard the sound of a phone ringing in the security room. The security guard answered it without muting the intercom speaker. His voice was faintly audible. He sounded rather deferential. Who in the world could he be talking to? Before Tatano could muse further, the gate suddenly opened. "Huh? Why?" Tatano and Osawa looked at one another in surprise. I have a message for Director Osawa from Mr. Makino, the security guard said. From Makino? Osawa huddled over the intercom and had a brief sotto voce exchange with the guard. What was that all about? Tatano asked. It, would seem that my wife was able to pull some strings for us. Osawa smiled uncomfortably. Tatano didn't have time to wonder what that might mean. Aye, you are an okay person deep inside. Has that lock been opened for us as well? He asked. The smile disappeared from Osawa's face. No. She wasn't able to do anything about the final layer of security. See. Well, let's regroup inside for now. Very well, Osawa said. By the way, who's going to be hacking the password? I am, Kanan replied. Ah, so you're Kanan? We should get you to the laboratory then. Checking to make sure there was nobody suspicious lurking nearby, Tatano headed into the laboratory with the others. It took about 20 seconds for the elevator to reach the first basement level. The biohazard storage area was evidently fairly deep underground. The doors opened to reveal a long, straight corridor. There was a door at the far end, with a device at one side for checking IDs. Kanan approached the device, setting the laptop she'd borrowed from the security room on the floor in front of it. She fixed a scrap of paper with Kenji Osawa's password written on it to one side of the monitor. Then she connected a series of cables to both the laptop and the device. Tatano tried to contain his sense of urgency, focusing on keeping watch over Kanan as she worked. Kanan began to slowly tap away at the keyboard. Her screen displayed a series of numeric values that changed with each keystroke. She checked the changes carefully, timing the movements of her fingers according to some formula. The ID device let out a warning sound, and the display lit up. Incorrect password. The input had been rejected. Was this really going to work? That's really how you hack. Thank you, writers. That is what hacking actually looks like. Tatano felt his impatience growing. Osawa's face showed a similar unease. Kanan turned to look at them. How many failed attempts are we allowed? 2, I believe, Osawa answered. After a third failed attempt, the storage area is locked down and can't be reopened without input from the full board of directors. Kanan had already resumed typing before he finished speaking. There's a very slight difference in power consumption from the device when it processes a correct password compared to an incorrect one. There's a minuscule difference in the time it takes to run the process as well. If I can analyze those and compare them... Kanan's voice trailed off. She continued working. There was another warning sound. A second failed attempt. A single bead of sweat ran down Tatano's forehead. But Kanan didn't so much as bat an eyelash. Ah, I see. Her face remained full of confidence. It won't be a problem, she assured them. This isn't my first time with this type of mechanism. Slowly, one at a time, Kanan pressed key after key while keeping her eyes fixed on the laptop screen. With each keystroke, a waveform at the top of the screen, looking almost like an echocardiogram readout, wobbled slightly. The laptop let out a tiny sound. A sequence of 10 characters appeared on the screen. Kanan read them off. Tatano jotted them down in his notebook, then stepped up to the scanner to enter the twin passwords for Osawa and Tanaka. The door opened. Kanan let out a sigh of relief. Osawa gathered up Maria, and headed into the storage area. Tatano felt a surge of relief as he watched the two of them go. Kanan, meanwhile, was fastidiously putting away her equipment. What do you think? Tatano asked her. About what? She asked, her gaze as serious as ever. About Alfred. Why hasn't he shown up? What Stanley had said was true. Alfred ought to be coming their way. It's both strange and unsettling that they've been able to get inside without any interference. This isn't over yet, Tatano continued. Don't let your guard down until we know Alfred has been dealt with. Right. Kanan pulled out a pistol. You keep those two safe, she said. I'll go check things out front. She got back into the elevator and headed up. Left alone in the hallway, Tatano was enveloped by an eerie silence. He drew his gun from its holster, then went into the storage area to join Osawa and his daughter. His cane and the soles of his shoes echoed on the hard surfaces all around. At the end of the hallway, Tatano came to another door. He took up position there, determined to guard the two individuals inside. This was the only way in. If anyone was coming in, they'd have to pass through here, unless they don't care about social norms and they just blow off the roof. Putting his back to the door, he let out a sigh. Great weight of exhaustion settled over him. Too much had happened over the past few hours. He'd recalled too many painful memories that had long been buried deep within his mind. And he realized that his whole life was rife with things he could never undo. If you're coming, then come on! Tatano aimed his gun down the empty corridor. Right now, he just needed to protect Maria. That had become his life's sole purpose. Suddenly, the door that was in front of him was blown off its hinges with a tremendous explosion. Shockwave traveling down the corridor struck him an instant later. Tatano had neither the time to wonder what had happened, nor any chance to avert his fate. An unforeseen event. There are a lot of bad ends here. Let me see if I can suss out. Okay, select Tatano 1825. No. Okay, select Jack 1820. Maria didn't run. He was going to release her at some later time. Since he'd gone through the trouble of infecting her with the virus, it only made sense. Stanley could only think of one reason to release an infected Maria. Turn Shibuya into ground zero for a pandemic that would sweep through all of Tokyo. A virus with a mortality rate of 100% would have spread throughout the region before anyone even realized it. It would be impossible even to calculate the scope of such a disaster. First, it would run the circuit around the Yamanote line, and then, if any of the infected happened to head to the airports at either Haneda or Narita, the virus would spread throughout Japan and the rest of the world in a matter of hours. Too soon! But that hadn't come to pass. They'd managed to secure Maria before she could develop symptoms and become infectious. Is that because we were better than Alfred? No, that can't be it. Alfred wasn't the sort to commit such indiscriminate acts of terror. The threat of the infection spreading, horrific as it was likely just cover to hide some other scheme. But then, what was the ultimate goal? Stanley still didn't have enough clues to go on. Stanley made his way behind the stack of cardboard boxes. He spotted something that had fallen on the floor. It was a cell phone. Next to it was a woman's handbag. Stanley unzipped it. It held a jumble of makeup, tissues, and other personal effects, but nothing at all unusual. Lindsay, I remember what I wanted to tell you. So you're a vegan. Did you know I live 5 minutes from the place of the guy who found it? Oh, really? Yeah, he was pretty intense. I loved, he eventually made it to the States, and
Now displaying a message for you.
once he said something like, I refuse to sup with someone who has no respect with life, and just got up because they were serving chicken. If he was going to find any clues here, it'd probably have to be from the cell phone. He tried turning it on. There was no response. It appeared to be broken. Let me see that, Daisuke said from behind him. I'll see if I can fix it. Do you think you can? Stanley asked as he handed it over. I won't know until I try. But that sign out front saying that I run an electronics shop isn't just for show. Turning his attention back to the handbag, Stanley searched it more thoroughly and found a photograph tucked inside that he'd overlooked on this first inspection. What the hell? He stared at the image, swallowing the lump in his throat. Hi, honey! We are doing well today. We are towards the very end of this very intense game. And we're gonna push through. We're gonna do it. I just have to know what the fuck happens. Oh, keep out! Ha ha! Okay. Kano, Achi. There's like 8,000 jumps, and we've gotten all sorts of extra people in the timeline. Like, Osawa's back! Technically. Oh, we're just moving up in time here. Kano. 1905. Hachi. We're about to enter ads. I'm just gonna run them. Chair stream! Snap. Beekter, are you still there? Would you be a dear and bring me some water? This pasta was unexpectedly spicy. All right, back we go. Oh, wait. Shit. Try that again. Susumu! Hachi shouted at the top of his lungs. At his signal, the gang emerged from the crowd, moved en masse to hem Alfred in. Now the terrace was visibly at a loss. You certainly don't look like the police. Okay, we know this scene. We've had this scene before. Basically, they're being asked to turn over the woman behind Achi so he can get the drug delivery system or the antiviral for an Ebola-like virus out of her blood. And we've gone through this scene a lot and gotten blown up every time. Okay. We didn't get the choice, the guide says. Is that because I dodged out of that bad ending? Really doesn't care if he survives. Oh no, he was going to unleash the virus, accepting that it would kill him too. Alfred met Achi's eyes, and seeing the haunted realization there, the terrorist flashed a wicked and triumphant grin. Enough of the high and mighty act, Susumu shouted. He began to stomp toward Alfred, but he didn't reach him in time. Right. The vials in Alfred's hand went sailing high into the air. Look out! Catch him! Catch him! But I think we're gonna blow up anyway. Even if one of them would broke open, it would be a death sentence for Shibuya. They had to make sure they caught them all. Gotta catch them all. Oh! Oh, we're actually moving forward. Gotta catch them all. Ooh, a virus! Spinning around in the midst of the chaos, Achi saw Susumu catch one vial deftly. Many of the other gang members appear to have done the same. There's one more! Over there! The desperate shout had come from Hitami. She spotted the vial sailing in a high arc away from all the SOS members. Damn it! She launched into motion, ignoring the searing pain in his leg, but the falling vial was so far away. They were done for. He was sure of it. Kano! A pair of hands shot out and safely grabbed the falling vial. It was Kano. The tension drained from Achi's body. We did it. We didn't break a single one. Damn it. Kano cursed under his breath as he stared out into the throng. Alfred had disappeared. They hadn't been able to capture him after all, which meant they'd lost their last chance to get the password for the lab. They hadn't just lost, they'd failed utterly. But we did everything we could have, right? We didn't make any wrong calls. We'll just have to leave everything to Kanan. Have to trust that she'll be able to save Maria. She stared up into the night sky, trying to reassure himself. And then a bomb goes off? No. Failed capture. Where the hell is this one in the guide? Okay. Ugh. Alright. I'm gonna have to go back and force the bad ending I missed. Hold on. There might be a way for me to get closer. Alfred arrives. Kanan doesn't pick up. Kanan's not picking up because she succeeded and got blown up in the lab. Everyone's getting blown up. Literally, bombs fall. People explode. Right. You can't let that loose here. What are the errands? I was like, why are you leaving? You don't have a job. That's rude. You can't let that loose here. Why is that? Because if you do, you'll be infected too. And there should be a Stanley jump. Right. When he's dying, you jump to Stanley. Okay, so I should be able to skip this too. Right here. No. Oh! Come on, game, I just want to know what happens. Okay, you can't let that loose. Jesus Christ. Okay, so we're not going to condemn the people of Shibuya to death. Susumu, we're going to call in Susumu. Gang members are going to show up. And be badass. They're going to take his ass down, but they're not actually going to do it. So he throws the shit up. She tells everyone to catch him. As he did, he caught sight of Palmer speeding away. Kano made up his mind on the... Okay, so Stanley just going to Kanan stops the explosion in the square. So I actually can't go back and fix whatever's having me on a different path, which is fine. I don't care about collecting bad endings. I care about not getting bad endings. As he did, he caught sight of Palmer speeding away. Kano made up his mind on the spot. There was only one right call here. And he needed to make it. He had to chase after Palmer. It didn't matter if he didn't grab the vial. Something about the way this was playing out made Kano sure of it. Calling upon his rugby training, he broke into a sprint. Deftly dodging through the crowd, Kano kept Palmer in sight. He would catch him. One way or another, he was going to bring this bastard down. Steadily, he gained on his quarry. At last he drew within striking range and immediately dived into an expert tackle. He caught Palmer around the waist. Their bodies collided with violent force. Ugh! Palmer went down, flailing, and hit the pavement hard. Even then, he tried to resist, but Kano straddled him and held him down. "Tell me the password," Kano snarled. The kidnapper sneered triumphantly. "You made the wrong choice." "Wrong choice? The UA is out now. Now nobody can be saved." "You've just killed everyone in the city." "No," Kano shot back. "Nobody's going to die." "What makes you so sure of that?" "The way you fled the scene just now. If the virus had really been in those vials, you can never have hope to escape infection. Running off on foot would be pointless." Palmer said nothing. "Which means there was no virus in those vials. They were just a decoy in order to buy you time to escape." Now Palmer gritted his teeth and glared up at Kano. The look on his face confirmed the detective's hunch. But more importantly, it was your eyes. You didn't have the eyes of a man who was putting his life on the line. "My eyes? Who do you think you are, Sherlock Holmes?" "I know full well the look in a man's eyes when he's willing to die." In the back of his mind, Kano replayed the moment when Tatano, doused in gasoline, had marched into that financial office to talk down a would-be arsonist. "Now then, the password. Give it to me. Now!" Kano tightened his grip on Palmer's collar, but the man just gazed back at him with an icy glare. "Let me have Hitami Osawa's blood. That was our original deal." Kano wasn't surprised. He'd known it wouldn't be easy to get him to talk. "You sure look surprised, Kano. Maybe it really would be impossible to strike a deal without Kanan. But if getting her on the phone wasn't an option, Kano had to figure out something else." Sweat beaded on his brow as he cast about for ideas. Then he happened to catch sight of a car that had been overturned by an accident nearby. Gasoline had spilled from the vehicle. Oh, Jesus Christ. Creating a broad, dark puddle on the pavement. "Kano, please don't light him on fire and yourself, please. Please, Kano. Do not do that thing. That is not a thing that you should do. Can we not do that?" Kano took off his handcuffs, then cuffed Palmer's arm to his own. I didn't realize the music had gotten so loud. "Come with me." Jerking his captive back to his feet, Kano led him over to the car. Then, without hesitation, he sat in the pool of gasoline. Yanking on the handcuffs, he pulled Palmer down beside him. Kano pulled a lighter from his pocket. Palmer snorted, and just, "What's this supposed to be? Tell me the password. Or else what? You'll light the gas? You'll be burned to a crisp yourself." "Yeah, probably." Kano heard the casual desperation in his own voice. "What the hell are you thinking?" The smile vanished from Palmer's face. Kano scowled down at him. "I just want to know the password." "If that's really what you're after, then you can't kill me." Palmer and Kano locked eyes, both refusing to back down. The scent of gasoline fumes filled the air around them. Kano knew that the slightest spark could set off a massive fireball. Calmly, he flicked the lighter on. "You can't be serious." Palmer's eyes fixed on the tiny flicker of flame. "The password. You value your life so little? The password." In his mind, Kano could see the pages of the Dick Diary clear as day. Dick Dictum number 1. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Ever. Palmer glared in defiance. Kano brought the lighter closer and closer to the gasoline. He could practically feel his own life growing shorter as his hand descended, and yet he felt no trace of fear. His body was numb, his senses strangely distant. Time seemed to slow. The world around him dissolved into a blur. He was surprised at how calm, how remote he felt, here in the midst of this life-or-death confrontation. And then, far in the depths of Palmer's eyes, he saw the barest hint of doubt. He fixed his gaze on that point of weakness and did not look away. Palmer's shoulders slumped perceptibly. Now, Kano was certain of it. This was a man who'd never put his life on the line before. Shizuo's words sounded in the back of his mind. You need a cool mind, but a fiery spirit. A detective without both of those is worth nothing. Let me go. Promise to let me go, and I'll tell you. Is that your answer? I don't think you quite understand the situation here. Kano brought the flame still closer to the gasoline. Palmer's eyes went wide. No longer was he able to hide his trembling uncertainty. All right, I'll tell you. Just put that thing out. The password first. His voice a strangled snarl. Palmer gave him the password. Kano extinguished the lighter. Pulling out his cell phone, Kano dialed up Osawa. As he did, he recalled his last exchange with Stanley at the electronics shop. It's telling me to jump to Stanley here, but I'm gonna go ahead and finish this out of curiosity. Looks like we'll be able to have that beer together after all. But Osawa didn't answer. Kano guessed immediately that something was amiss. Detective! Achi's voice was full of worry. I've got Stanley on the line. He says that Detective Tatano... Oh. Okay. Kano didn't get to hear the rest of Achi's words. A thunderous blast hurled him to the pavement. Where had the explosion come from? His lighter certainly hadn't set the gasoline ablaze. Kano hadn't been that clumsy. So what had happened? His arm got ripped off? Only one possible answer came to mind. Palmer had blown himself up. That only confused Kano further. His captive had already given up the password. What would prompt him to set off a bomb at this juncture? As he was losing consciousness, Kano continued to rack his brain, but he found no answers. Okay. All the mysterious explosions have different numbers. Alright, so, jump Stanley. Stanley. What up, Stanley? What you doing there? Aiden Smith. Turning his attention back to the handbag, Stanley searched it more thoroughly and found a phonograph tucked inside that he'd overlooked on his first inspection. What the hell? He stared at the picture, swallowing the lump in his throat. It was a photo of Maria, standing next to another young girl. There was something written in marker on the back. Me and Kanan, 7:30. Stanley hurriedly flipped the photo back over and looked at it again. What does this mean? The girl in the photo with Maria looked nothing like the Kanan who had been there at Endo Electronics, who had left with Maria and Tatano just a few minutes ago. Oh, shit. But if the girl they were working with wasn't Kanan, then who was she? No. Stanley felt his blood run cold. Could she be? Was she Alfred? Holy fuck. The more he thought about it, the more it all added up. Assuming Alfred were masquerading as Kanan, the whole sequence of events suddenly began to make sense. She was strikingly audacious and fiendishly clever, but she hadn't outmaneuvered them just yet. As luck would have it, they still had a chance to stop her, and at long last, Stanley could see the outline of Alfred's plan. Her goal was to get the antiviral. But extracting the DDS from Hitami's blood wasn't enough. Okushi Pharmaceuticals still had the drug at their laboratory. The antiviral's value came specifically from having a monopoly on it. Which meant that, in addition to obtaining the drug herself, Alfred also needed to destroy Okoshi's research facilities. That was the crux of her plan. The problem was finding a way to infiltrate those facilities. In all likelihood, Alfred's scheme went something like this. Have Maria Osawa kidnapped, then infected with the UA virus. After that, eliminate Tanaka. Once Osawa learned that Maria had been infected with the virus, he was certain to use the antiviral on her. But he'd need his partner Tanaka in order to access the storage facility, and Tanaka was dead. That was why Alfred had been masquerading as Kanan. Kanan was Maria's friend, and an expert at hacking passwords. She could secure Osawa's trust. He would let her into the research facility in order to carry out the hack. That's why Alfred, in the guise of Kanan, had saved Hitami's life repeatedly. Getting Hitami to trust her would likewise earn the trust of her father. And that's why she knocked Maria unconscious. It was if Maria saw Kanan, she would say that's not her. There were still some finer details that remained a mystery. For instance, how was Alfred going to destroy the lab? Still, Stanley could look into that once he had her in custody. He needed to move quickly and stop her from ever getting into the Okushi facility. I fixed it. Daisuke approached Stanley and held out Maria's cell phone. Well, as best as I could, at any rate. It looks like it'll get a signal, but whatever data was on it is all gone. I see. Stanley took the phone and put it in his pocket. He'd hoped he might be able to learn something useful from it, but luck evidently wasn't on his side. He was just going to have to go up against Alfred with what he already had. Now that he guessed what was really going on, Stanley went to talk to Kano. You need to go to the scramble without me, he said. What? Kano was visibly shocked. Where's this coming from all of a sudden? Please, don't ask me to explain. Something else has come up, and I have to see to it. Stanley hated having to do this. He wished he could explain everything. But if he made any unusual moves now, there was a risk that Alfred would pick up on it. It was better to keep his companions in the dark, just in case. I understand, Kano said. Do what you have to, and come back soon. I'm sorry. I wish I could tell you more. It's all right. I'll find a way to get by. Kano gave him the thumbs up. The sight brought back some painful memories. Until just a few hours ago, Stanley had instinctively seen Kano as all too naive, and now he finally knew why. Kano was just like his younger brother, Frank. Okay, so we're gonna go back here. They might have looked very different, but in the way they mixed up their responsibilities with their personal feelings, they were totally alike. Stanley couldn't discount that naivete. In the end, it was all a part of the human condition. Jack, are you really okay with this? Frank cast an anxious look at his older brother as they made their way onto the University of Chicago. A private university in Chicago, Illinois, lauded as one of the foremost research institutions in the U.S. More than 90 alumni have been awarded the Nobel Prize. The school has made a number of major contributions to the world beyond simple academics, including the construction of the world's first artificial nuclear reactor, Chicago Pile 1, and the Chicago School of Economics, a school of economic thought that stresses monetarism. It's my responsibility to look after you, Stanley told him. As long as you take your studying seriously, I'm all for it. Frank had been worrying about tuition costs as he prepared for college. After losing their parents 5 years earlier, the two had struggled to get by. Yeah, but... Stanley set both hands on his brother's shoulders. Listen to me, Frank. You're my brother, and I care about you. I just want whatever you do to be something you can be proud of. All right, Jack. I hear you. And thanks. Kano, promise me one thing. What's that? Once this is all over, you'll go have a beer with me. Sure. All right. Promise now, remember? Kano flashed him a grateful smile. And in that smile, Stanley again saw a little something of Frank. Hurrying out of Endo Electronics, Stanley dialed up Tatano as he ran along. Listen carefully. Your life may depend on it, he said as soon as Tatano picked up. He knew that detective wouldn't be able to respond openly, since Alfred was right there with him. On the spur of the moment, Stanley devised a simple code for how he should answer yes or no. He told Tatano to respond with "that's right" to mean yes, and "will do" to mean no. There was no time for anything more complex. Right now, Stanley just needed to stop Alfred from getting into the lab. He quickly explained his suspicions about Kanan. Tatano sounded distinctly unnerved. At any rate, Stanley said, "You need to find a way to turn back without her realizing what's going on." "Will do," Tatano replied. So, he was going to head to the laboratory despite Stanley's instructions. "Saving Maria is your top priority, isn't it?" "That's right." The detective's affirmation was firm. "All right, then. Guess I'll have to head that way myself. In the meantime, do not let her inside that lab." "That's right." Tatano was no match for Alfred. She figured out what was going on, she'd probably kill him on the spot. Reassurance or encouragement would be meaningless right now. Instead, Stanley left Tatano with one final warning. "Just keep Maria safe. That's your job." Tatano hung up without saying anything. Minivans, man! The area around Dogenzaka was in disarray. The government had declared a state of high alert. State of high alert defined. Modern-day Japan lacks both the infrastructure and the legal framework to properly deal with a large-scale bioterrorist threat. Coordination between the police, Japan's self-defense force, health centers, and so forth would be a monumental task. In all likelihood, if a bioweapon was ever unleashed there, the target site would fall into chaos. That's hopeful. The main roads had been blocked off, and automobiles and motorcycles were at a standstill. Some vehicles had overturned on the curb in an apparent attempt to circumvent the blockade. Any moment now, Kano's team would be putting their plan into action at the scramble. Stanley wasn't sure who they might have gotten to help, but Kano was certain to put them to good use. "Please, stay safe. Don't you dare die on me." Stanley prayed silently as he darted underneath the railway overpass. He made to his car, still parked on roadside, and fortunately beyond the blocked-off area. Jumping in, he sped off toward the laboratory. As he drove along, Stanley again tried to deduce Alfred's plan of action. If Alfred herself was on the way to the lab now, then what was the objective of the fake who'd been sent to the scramble? Call came in from Tatano. "Stanley here." He picked up quickly, but as he did, he wondered. Why was Tatano calling him? Alfred was right there. There was no way the detective should be risking a phone call. "What's going on?" Tatano said nothing. Stanley repeated the question. Still, Tatano did not reply. Stanley's apprehension spread like a droplet of ink in water. "Hey, has something happened? Hey! Answer me!" The call cut out. She just traced his location. Stanley hurriedly dialed Tatano's number, but he couldn't get through. Something had gone badly wrong. He was sure of it. Had he been too arrogant in thinking that he might be a match for Alfred? His worries turned to the team at the scramble. Oh, no, wait! Tatano did call him right before they blew up. His words turned to the team at the scramble. What if they had walked into a trap? Figuring that it would be too dangerous to call Kano in the midst of the negotiations, Stanley instead dialed up Achi. "Mr. Stanley, what's going on?" Stanley's relief. It sounded like things down at the scramble had gone well enough, so he asked Achi to put him on the phone with Kano. "Yeah, give me a sec," the young man said. "Detective!" Stanley could hear Achi shouting on the other end. "I've got Stanley on the line. He said that Detective Tatano..." There was a sudden tremendous boom. And then the call cut out. Stanley's jaw dropped. He felt his mind emptied out by despair. He opened his mouth. He couldn't even bring himself to scream. All he could do was curse inwardly. Again. Again. Stanley slammed his fist into the steering wheel as hard as he could. Then he did it again, and again, and again, and again, and again. He didn't stop even when his fists were marred with blood. That end. Number 81. Call cut short. Jesus Christ. Black Tatano, 1825. Kajiwa's Cooperation. All right. Uh, 1825. Kajiwara's Cooperation. Tatano's phone rang and he picked up as he sped onward. "Were you?" able to break through safely. Was the voice of Detective Kajiwara. Tatano had thought he was... Yes. This is when Kajiwara probably dies, my precious banana boy. The fact that it was you, Detective Tatano. Now that was quite unexpected. He let out a weak chuckle. Kajiwara, are you hurt? No, don't worry about me. Just, please help Maria. I made a promise to her father that I'd save his daughter, no matter what. Tatano could hear the energy draining from Kajiwara's voice. Understood. I'll keep that promise for you then. Thank you. The line went dead. He'd crashed headlong through that barricade. There was no way he'd come out of that uninjured. I'm sorry, Kajiwara, Tatano said to himself under his breath, and thank you. He bit his lip, then stepped hard on the gas again. Keep out. Okay, we have a... This has been locked now. So let's go back to Jack, because we did have a call. We did have a jump to Tatano from here. Once they'd made it past Shibuya Station, the roads were relatively clear. They ought to make it to the lab in no time. And then Stanley calls with the worst news ever. It was Stanley. What's going on? He asked the American. Listen carefully. Your life may depend on it. I'm going to ask you some questions. If the answer is yes, say that's right. If it's no, reply with will do. For a moment, Tatano was bewildered. From the urgency in Stanley's voice, however, he realized that there was some kind of emergency. That's right, he said after a moment's thought. That ought to let Stanley know that he understood the code. Is Kanan with you right now? That's right. That Kanan is an imposter. Tatano gripped his phone more tightly, hoping it would stop the trembling in his hand. It's her, Stanley said. She's Alfred. The detective had to stifle a gasp of alarm. I don't have time to fill you in on the details, but I've got some pretty incontrovertible evidence. You need to turn back, now. Tatano struggled to come to terms with what he'd just heard. He glanced at Kanan through the rearview mirror. She was holding Maria tightly in her arms. Was this really an act on her part? And if so, why? There was only one possible reason. Kanan really was Alfred, and she had only one goal. She was pretending to help Maria in order to get into the lab, where she would be able to steal the antiviral. But wait, hold on. Kanan was Maria's friend, wasn't she? Kitami had said as much herself. Kanan is my sister's friend. Maria certainly knew what her own friend looked like, and since it was obvious that Maria might be present, it didn't make sense for a clever imposter to pretend to be Kanan. Or did it? That's why she had Maria attacked. Kanan showed up on the roof of South Hill, making her surprise attack on Tatano. Maria had taken off down the staircase without ever looking back. And when she turned up at the endo-electronics workroom, Maria had already collapsed and fallen unconscious. Tatano felt a chill spreading through his body. As far as he knew, Maria had never actually seen the girl who was now sitting in the back seat. But then, what about Hitami? Shouldn't she have known what Kanan looked like? Tatano tried to remember just what Hitami had said. Kanan is my sister's friend. I just met her for the first time today. They'd never met each other before today. Then maybe Hitami didn't know what the real Kanan looked like. That was the only explanation that made sense. Hey, Tatano, are you still with me? Stanley sounded like he was on the verge of panic. At any rate, you need to find a way to turn back without her realizing what's going on. Even if Kanan really was Alfred, Tatano had to keep heading toward that lab. He went over the coded responses in his head. Yes was that's right, no was will do. Will do, he said. Saving Maria is your top priority, isn't it? That's right, Tatano affirmed. All right then. Guess I'll have to head that way myself. In the meantime, do not let her inside that lab. That's right. Tatano hung up. Who was that? Kanan asked. Tatano felt his heart skip a beat. That was Kuza. that cop from earlier. Tried to keep his voice as level as possible. He was worried about us and wanted to check up. Okay, Kanan muttered, sounding disinterested. Tatano could only hope she hadn't guessed the truth. It felt like the specter of death himself was breathing down his neck. No shit! Jesus Christ. At last, the minivan arrived at Okoshi Pharmaceutical. Tatsuno pulled up at the front gate and got out of the vehicle. Off to one side of the entrance was an intercom for contacting the security room. I'm assuming you've already heard the details from the director, Tatsuno barked into the intercom. Open up. We haven't heard anything from Director Osawa, the security guard spat back. And moreover, the laboratory is currently on lockdown. I'm sorry, but not even Director Osawa is allowed inside. That's ridiculous, Tatsuno scowled at the intercom in frustration. Then, a car came racing towards him along the street. The sound of screeching brakes filled the air as the vehicle skidded to a halt, and then Kenji Osawa jumped out from the driver's seat. Maria! Osawa rushed over to Tatsuno, then to Maria, where she lay in the minivan. He looked carefully at his daughter's face. Oh, thank goodness. She still hasn't gone symptomatic. Mr. Osawa, why aren't people being allowed into the laboratory? Osawa tilted his head. They're not? Tatsuno explained what the guard had said. That's ridiculous. Osawa immediately called the security guard on the intercom. He got the same story. You've got to be kidding me, Osawa raged. I'm the lab director here. The security guard wasn't hearing it. I'm sorry, sir. These orders come from Mr. Makino. No. So am I just supposed to sit out here and watch my daughter die? This scene happened a long time ago, so even if it's a repeat, I feel it's good to refresh. Tatsuno racked his brain for other ideas. Maybe they'd have to climb the gate and break their way in? Then, over the intercom, they heard the sound of a phone ringing in the security room. The security guard answered it without muting the intercom speaker. His voice was fairly audible. He sounded rather deferential. Who in the world could he be talking to? Before Tatsuno could muse further, the gate suddenly opened. Huh? Why? Tatsuno and Osawa looked at one another in surprise. I have a message for Director Osawa from Mr. Makino, the security guard said. From Makino? Osawa huddled over the intercom and had a brief sotto voce exchange with the guard. What was that all about? Tatsuno asked. It would seem that my wife defined. After Osawa left home, I had a change of heart. Even if it meant losing everything, she decided she wanted to save Maria's life. Though Maria was not Ai's real daughter, it turned out that the time they'd spent living together had sowed the first seeds of a familial bond. It would seem that my wife was able to pull some strings for us. Osawa smiled uncomfortably. Tatsuno didn't have time to wonder what that might mean. Has that lock been opened for us as well? He asked. The smile disappeared from Osawa's face. No. He wasn't able to do anything about the final layer of security. I see. Well, let's regroup inside for now. Very well, Osawa said. By the way, who's going to be hacking the password? I am, Kanan replied. Ah, so you're Kanan? We should get you to the laboratory then. Osawa began to lead the way inside. Kanan followed. If Kanan really was Alfred, Tatsuno couldn't let her into that lab. But without getting that lock open, there was no way of getting Maria the antiviral she needed to survive. What was the right call? Should he still pretend to be in the dark and let Kanan try to hack the password? They couldn't go anywhere until Stanley got there. Tatsuno knew exactly what he needed to do. What's the matter? Osawa turned and cast a look of confusion back at Tatsuno and Kanan, both of whom had stopped in their tracks. We'll wait out here, Tatsuno said. But, I mean, isn't Kanan going to hack the password? There's been a slight change of plans. Go ahead and wait for us at the lab, Director. All right. But we don't have much time before Maria develops symptoms. I'll be inside. Please don't keep me waiting too long. With Maria in his arms and a worried look on his face, Osawa hurried through the gate and disappeared from view. What do you think you're doing? Kanan asked, stiffening as Tatsuno nudged the barrel of his gun against her spine. You're Alfred, aren't you? I have no idea what you're talking about. No use trying to play dumb. Stanley found proof. Before he finished speaking, Kanan seemed to disappear from view. She cartwheeled away at blinding speed, too quick for Tatsuno to keep a beat on her. By the time she'd righted herself, she'd already drawn a gun of her own. Abruptly, he found himself facing her in a stare down, weapons aimed at one another. Then Kanan's phone rang, and she reached to answer it. Don't move, Tatano roared. Did you forget the plan? That might be Hitami calling. I don't care! Don't you move! If Kanan really was Alfred, the whole plan might be a sham. Tatano kept the barrel of his gun squarely on its mark. Kanan let out a little sigh. Have you considered that Stanley might be lying to you? Yes, it's possible. But I need to make sure we avoid a worst-case scenario. If you don't let me into the lab, who's going to hack the password? We've got your little decoy. My friends will get the fake Alfred to cough up the password. Once her phone had stopped ringing, Kanan sighed again. And what about Stanley, then? Is he on his way here? Who knows, Tatano said. At that, Kanan lowered her gun. She seemed disturbingly full of confidence. Kanan flipped open her cell phone. Who do you think you're calling? Tatano adjusted his aim, pointing his gun at the young woman's head. Look, I'm going to call Hitami and have her clear up these suspicions you have about me. We don't have the time for this right now. Wouldn't you agree? Kanan stared back at Tatano, cell phone in hand, waiting for his reply. No, when she calls people, they blow up. Doesn't matter what Hitami says. I trust my own judgment. Your own judgment, huh? Is that always correct? Kanan began punching in numbers. She never took her eyes off Tatano as she waited for Hitami to pick up. She's not answering. Kanan hung up and tried calling again. It's me. It looked like she'd gotten through this time. That detective doesn't trust me. Apparently he thinks I'm Alfred, not Kanan. For a few moments, Kanan held the phone out to Tatano. Here. Hitami says I'm definitely Kanan. Tatano didn't reach out for the phone. Instead, he advanced on Kanan with his gun still on its mark. This is a farce, Tatano spat. Hitami's words don't mean a thing. You might be Kanan to her, but you aren't to me. I don't even know if there ever was a real person named Kanan in the first place. So maybe you're Kanan, and you're Alfred. Kanan shook her head, then put her phone away. If you're really Alfred, then you don't actually need to hack the password, Tatano said. I'm guessing you've already gotten it from Tanaka. Which means you'll be able to get your hands on the antiviral as soon as you get into that lab. Kanan didn't so much as flinch. The only thing stopping you is the antiviral still in Hitami Osoa's body. Possessing the antiviral and having a monopoly on it are two very different things. You want to eliminate Hitami. That's why you lured her down to the scramble. Am I wrong? That's true, then how am I planning on getting rid of her? Using this so-called substitute Alfred or something? Yes, that's right. Tatano couldn't be certain. But he couldn't think of any other way. Kanan let out a laugh. You don't know the first thing about Alfred, she said. Alfred keeps the outlines of his plans blurred so that his deliberate actions just get lumped in with the coincidences. That's the crux of all his plans. That's how he's able to pull off his schemes by himself. He'd never solicit help from a third party. The words seemed like they were Kanan's. It also sounded like they were Alfred's. Whatever the case, Tatano had to let Kano know that Hitami was in danger. With his gun still at the ready, he got on his phone and called the detective. Yeah, when she called Hitami, she blew everybody up. The phone rang several times and nobody answered. Eventually, he had no choice but to hang up. They must have been in the middle of a confrontation on the other end. For now, Tatano could only pray that Kano and the others would be able to handle whatever threat they were up against. I am not letting you in there. At that, Kanan let out a faint chuckle. In that case, I'm going to have to eliminate you. Even without her gun raised, she still radiated intimidation. Tatano might have had her at gunpoint, but he could feel the threat of her presence like a gathering storm. Eliminate me, he said, doing his best to mask any sign of weakness. You're the one who doesn't have your gun ready. I don't need my gun, Kanan said simply. And why is that? Because you can't shoot me. What's that supposed to mean? Kanan glared sharply at Tatano. Her look pierced him like a blade. Then she quirked an unsettling smile and took a step closer to him. Don't move, he warned. Tatano said. I don't want to pull this trigger if I don't have to. It's not that you don't want to pull that trigger. It's that you can't pull that trigger. Kanon took another step closer. You're still traumatized from that time you let your friend's wife die. How do you know about that? Tatano was shaking now, his aim wavering. I heard you talking with the younger detective up on that rooftop. That was right. She had been there. Let's test my theory out. Kanon pointed her index finger at her own heart. If you think I'm Alfred, then shoot me. Right here. Huh? The corner of her mouth twisted up. You can't do it, can you? Tatano's gun hand shook all the more. You're afraid to pull the trigger. It was as if her words were a spell that she was casting over him. You can hardly even stand the thought of pointing your gun at someone. Tatano shook his head violently back and forth, but he couldn't get Kanon's words out of his head. Just keep Maria safe. That's your job. That's what Stanley had said, and he was right. Don't hesitate. Don't think. This was Alfred, a sadistic terrorist. He just needed to trust himself and pull the trigger. Pull it! Pull it! There was a horrid, visceral sound. Gastric fluids rushed up Tatano's throat. He pitched forward onto his hands and knees and vomited on the spot. The sensation of pulling the trigger, the recoil in the wake of the shot. It was exactly as it had been all those years ago. He never wanted to fire a gun again. At this point, he'd probably never be able to. Where were you even aiming? A voice had come from right in front of him. He looked up to see Kanon standing right there. His heart began hammering like mad. This was the end. He braced himself for oblivion, even as his body cried out to survive. There was the dull roar of a gunshot, and then silence. Number 85, one last shot. Ugh. He was going to have to let her into the lab. Tatano had made up his mind. Something the matter? Osawa asked wearily. No, it's nothing. And if you would be so kind, Osawa led the way. Kanon and Tatano followed him toward the storage facility. It took about 20 seconds for the elevator to reach the first basement level. Biohazard storage area was evidently fairly deep underground. I mean, yeah. The doors opened to reveal a long, straight corridor. There was a door at the far end, with a device at one side for checking IDs. Kanon approached the device, setting the laptop she'd borrowed from the security room on the floor in front of it. She fixed a scrap paper with Kenji Osawa's password written on it to one side of the monitor. Then she connected a series of cables to both the laptop and the device. Tatano kept his hand on his holster as he watched her work. So are we just gonna... Okay, so she's hacking. We've gone through here before. But she already knows the password because she's Alfred, so there's... No audio, Kakuyan? That's fine. Enjoy the vibe. It'll be easier for you if I'm gonna hide chat. So we have this. We know it's Alfred. A second failed attempt. Of course, she's just faking it. The laptop let out a tiny sound. A sequence of 10 characters appeared on the screen, and Kano read them off. Then we opened the lab. Door opened. Kano let out a sigh of relief. Also, I gathered up Maria and headed into the storage area. Get out. As soon as also and his daughter were out of view, Tatano drew his pistol. Kano arched an eyebrow. What do you think you're doing? Just get out of here. Tatano pointed the barrel of his gun at Kanon's face. Silently, she did as she was told, turning and walking toward the elevator. He followed a few paces behind. She gave no hint of resistance. Now Tatano needed to let Stanley know that they'd successfully opened the laboratory door. He pulled out his cell phone as he followed her into the elevator. As soon as he did, Kano pressed herself flush against the wall. Boop! Yep. A sudden explosion from within the corridor sent Tatano careening off balance. He slammed into the elevator wall. Then, as he lay in a daze, the elevator doors drew slowly closed, and the cap began to rise upward. Tatano could tell that the impact had broken several of his ribs. Blood rose up from his throat and filled the inside of his mouth. He felt his grip on his consciousness fading, but he managed to flip open his cell phone. Stanley, please. He jabbed his thumb hard on the call button. Stanley here. What's going on? Hey. Has something happened? Hey! Answer me! But it was too late for Tatano even to hear Stanley's voice. Jeez. Stabbing me in the gut. Okay. Okay. Hello. Hello, game. Please. Please return to what you're doing. Thank you. There. Okay. So, I think we have to go back and not let her in the lab, first off. I think Kano's fine where he is because he gets the password, right? So I don't think we have to do anything in the main square. Which means we don't need Alfred faking it anymore. I had to forsake the guide because it wants me to do every bad ending and it's just not functional. So now, we're just using logic. They're fine over there, I think. So I think we're gonna try and handle the Hitami call differently. I love that they outfitted her in like these secondhand men's clothes. Because that's really like, you would not give a fuck how you're dressed if this is what you did with your life. Yeah, we know. I don't think I need to jump. Who do you think you're calling? Tatano adjusted his aim. I'm going to call Hitami and have her clear up these suspicions you have about me. We don't have the time for this right now. Wouldn't you agree? Nan stared back at Tatano, cell phone in hand, waiting for his reply. Stop. This is the sort of nonsense we don't have time for right now. Kanan shook her head, then put her phone away. Okay. Maybe we do have to do something with Achi. Because he's got to be able to get to Kano with Stanley's call, so Stanley can get the password. That's true. Okay. So, no calls. We're gonna say this is a bluff. He knows he can't get away. His only chance would be to try to spread the virus around and then take off while everyone was distracted, which meant they needed to just grab the guy and be done with it. Enough of the high and mighty act, Susumu shouted. Evidently, he shared Achi's opinion. He began to stomp toward Alfred, but he didn't reach him in time. Vials! Vials everywhere, but not a virus to infect. The vials in Alfred's hand went sailing high into the air. Look out! Catch him! Catch him! Yeah. How many of them had he even thrown? There was no way to tell for sure. We know in another story, for those just joining us, in another pathway, that they're empty. I've been streaming for 5 hours, so I'm sorry, there will be some snacking. And if even one of them broke open, it would be a death sentence for Shibuya. They had to make sure they caught them all. Okay, spinning around the midst of the chaos, Achi says Susumu. Yes, everybody's catching. But I do believe this is a version where Kano won't catch it. There's one more over there. So Achi launches on his injured leg and he catches it. We get a baseball cheer. The gang members broke out into cheering and applause. Achi got to his feet and looked around, but saw no sign of Kano or Alfred. Hey Achi, if you're looking for the detective. Susumu gestured with his chin. Achi looked and saw Kano far away across the scramble, chasing after Alfred. Soon, both men were lost in the crowd. Achi would have charged off in pursuit as well, but his wounded leg made that impossible. Get him, detective, he murmured under his breath. We're counting on you. Okay. Did we die? Are we dying? We're keeping out! We didn't die this time! Okay. Jack! I think we've got it where you can call Kano. Because When she calls Hitami, that's when the bomb goes off. So if she's not calling Hitami, no explosion. The area around Dolgenzaka was in disarray. The government had declared a state of emergency, and the people on the street were milling around uneasily, unsure just what was going on. The main roads had been blocked off, and automobiles and motorcycles were at a standstill. Some vehicles had overturned on the curb in an apparent attempt to circumvent the blockade. Any moment now, Kano's team would be putting their plan into action at the scramble. Stanley wasn't sure who they might have gotten to help, but Kano was certain to put them to good use. Please, stay safe. Don't you dare die on me. Stanley prayed silently as he darted underneath the railway overpass. He made it to his car, still parked on the roadside, and, fortunately, beyond the blocked-off area. Jumping in, he sped off toward the laboratory. Oh! Okay, now we're locked out. There was a jump for Stanley and Tatano, so we could probably break that right now. The jumps for Achi were all on timelines that we're not following right now, so we'll have to wait for that. As he drove along, Stanley again tried to deduce Alfred's plan of action. If Alfred herself was on the way to the lab now, then what was the objective of the fake who'd been sent to the scramble? To act as a decoy. Surely that was the imposter's purpose. But it wouldn't be a simple matter of providing a brief distraction. Alfred had been careful to wipe out almost everyone she'd associated with in the past. That was precisely why all of her defining characteristics, such as age and sex and nationality, had been unknown. It was unthinkable that she'd allow this decoy, who almost certainly knew who she really was, to stay alive. And since Hitami carried the antiviral in her body, Alfred likely wanted to get rid of her as well. In all likelihood, the terrorist mastermind was planning to steal the antiviral from the lab, but as long as some of it remained in Hitami's bloodstream, she wouldn't have a monopoly on it. Ah! Stanley suddenly blurted aloud. He just realized what Alfred hoped to accomplish at the scramble. She meant to eliminate both Hitami and her own decoy at the same time. The question was how. Beginning with her bombings in Chicago, Alfred had made frequent use of remote-controlled explosives. Alfred killed your brother? Fuck! It was likely that she'd opted for something similar here as well. But she wasn't going to be at the scramble herself. So how in the world was she going to trigger the explosion? Was there some clue to be found in something she'd said or done earlier? Think. Try to remember. Think. Try to remember. If he didn't do something, everyone at the scramble was probably going to die. Then, as he desperately racked his brain, he remembered something Kano had said. It had been while they were at the scene of the minivan explosion together. Minorikawa told them about the cell phone ring of death. He said he heard a cell phone ringtone at the time of the explosion. Stanley recalled the recent exchange between Alfred and Hitami. The two had called each other's cell phones. Yeah, what about Minorikawa, by the way? He's just fucked up. Like, you know what? Fuck you. In the corner. The two had called each other's cell phones. Alfred hadn't really been checking to make sure she had the right number. She's been checking to make sure Hitami hadn't changed her ringtone. That was it. The bomb was set to detonate in response to a specific piece of music. Of course it was Kamiki. And the ringtone on Hitami's phone was the trigger. Where could the bomb be hidden then? Stanley didn't have the time to think. He needed to alert Kano and the others right away. He pulled out his phone again. He recalled the map of the stakeout positions. Kano would probably be right next to the decoy Alfred. It might be a mistake to call him under the circumstances. Maybe he couldn't risk calling Kano. But he could call Achi. Stanley dialed Achiendo's number. Please don't let me be too late, he muttered to himself as he waited for the call to connect. my god, that is the cutest smile, Kano. Eventually, Achi spotted Kano on the far edge of the crowd. The detective pumped his fist in victory. It looked like he'd gotten Alfred to cough up the password. Thank goodness. Finally, some really good news. Now Hitami and Mario are both safe. Surge of relief ran through Achi's body. Oh no. Oh no. Unexpectedly, his cell phone rang. It was Stanley. We just jumped right back. No, he's not in a keep out. Mr. Stanley, what's going on? How did the negotiations go? Achi quickly filled him in on the good news. Detective caught Alfred. He got him to give up the password, and I think he's called the folks at the lab. Does that mean the case is closed, then? No. Not yet. Right now, I need you to do exactly as I tell you. For a moment, Achi's head swam. This isn't over yet? Why? What's going on? You want to save Hitami, then shut up and listen! Stanley barked. All right. Tell me what to do. First, you need to power down Hitami's cell phone. Turn off her phone? What for? Was Stanley serious or just messing with him? I'm pretty sure that there's a bomb somewhere near your location. A bomb? Achi's voice squeaked into falsetto. The guy that Kano just apprehended is a decoy. The real Alfred is planning to eliminate Hitami and the false Alfred at the same time. Eliminate both Hitami and his own decoy? Why would he do that? And if the guy they just captured was fake, then who was the real Alfred? He couldn't wrap his head around it. The more he tried, the more his thoughts became a jumbled mess. Listen, first, turn off that cell phone. Then, go and look for the bomb. Okay, got it. Right now. He just needed to do what Stanley told him to do. He didn't have time to make sense of the situation. Because you're not the sharpest tool in the shed. Good job, Achi. Hanging up, he called out to Hitami. Hitami, you have to turn off your cell phone. She stared back at him, too confused to act. Look, just hurry up and do it. Right, okay. Pulling her phone from her pocket, she switched the power off. Then Achi turned in Kano's direction. Detective! He shouted. Kano was looking toward him, seemingly already aware that something was amiss. Detective, that's not the real Alfred. He's a fake! A fake! Kano looked understandably shocked. Yeah, I just got a call from Stanley. He said the real Alfred is planning to get rid of both Hitami and the fake with some kind of bomb, like just shouting across the square. This is going to turn out great. Kano hurriedly turned back to the fake Alfred and began a fresh barrage of questions. Meanwhile, Achi's mind was racing again. If the bomb was meant to wipe out both Hitami and the imposter, it would have to be pretty powerful. So it couldn't be anything particularly small. Where could the bomb be hidden, then? Achi scanned the area, but didn't spot any place that seemed plausible. Check a minivan. It's always the minivans. Kano made his way over to Hitami. Pardon me, miss. I just need to search you real quick. Wait. Had Hitami been planted with a bomb? Achi, keep an eye on this guy. Kano said, if he tries anything funny, feel free to punch his lights out. Okay, sure thing. Achi took a watch over the decoy Alfred. The guy was handcuffed, but he was still a diabolical terrorist. Achi knew he couldn't let his guard down for a moment. He kept a close eye on the fake, ready to knock him cold at the first sign of mischief. Meanwhile, Kano continued to search Hitami. Did you buy all of the jewelry and accessories you're wearing yourself? Yes, most of them. The ring I got from my sister. What about your clothes? Oh, I bought them just this afternoon. The top I was wearing before got torn. I see. Then as Kano continued to search, he cried out suddenly in realization. Hitami! You have to give me your cell phone! It's a bomb! Hitami hurriedly pulled out her cell phone and handed it to Kano. Achi looked on in his alarm as he realized the detective was going to turn the phone on. Stop! Stop! Stop, stop, stop! Don't turn that thing on! Kano froze at Achi's sudden shout. Why not? The detective quirked a quizzical eyebrow. I don't know. It's just what Stanley said. He told me to make sure her phone stayed off. The blood drained visibly from Kano's face. Quickly pulling out his own cell phone, Kano dialed up the police. He launched into a discussion involving a lot of cop jargon that made no sense to Achi. Well, one thing seemed clear. Hitami's phone itself might be the bomb. But wait. Achi found himself doubting the phone bomb idea. Hitami had him... Is it Hachiko? It's the dog. If Hitami hadn't brought her cell phone with her, what would have happened then? Would that just mean there would be no explosion here? He didn't buy it. Surely Alfred would thought of a way to eliminate Hitomi and the decoy crook, whether she had her phone on her or not. It was too worrying a prospect to ignore. Hachi waited impatiently for Kano to hang up, then asked, "Well, what do we do?" "For now, just let me handle this. We don't know when or how this thing might explode. You guys get out of here." Kano set the cell phone down on the ground and started to put some distance between himself and it. Hachi followed after him, dragging the fake Alfred along. Yep. Suddenly, there was a tremendous boom, and a furious impact ripped through Hachi's body. "I knew it," Hachi thought as he lay crumpled on the pavement. Hitomi's cell phone was powered off, though it couldn't have been the bomb. Something else must have exploded instead. It was the last thought Hachi ever had. Yeah, I think it's Hachiko. So we had that jump to Stanley. We can go back and do that. Yeah. All right, Stanley. Don't fuck it up. Oh! JK. Okay. Let's go talk to Stanley. Oh, that's right. He's not in a keep out yet. Now he is! All right. All right, to Stanley we go. Good morning, Jack.
Brush my teeth with a bottle of Jack.
Please don't let me be too late, he muttered to himself as he waited for the call to connect. So we have this conversation from this perspective. Okay, so first turn off that cell phone, then go and look for the bomb. So we made it to the end of the conversation. Hopefully, the team at the Scramble would be able to pull through. Now, Stanley needed to focus on capturing Alfred. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel. His emotions were coming on far too strongly for him to keep them in check. In the back of his mind, Stanley thought about the last he'd ever seen of Frank. There had been nothing left of his brother but a bloodied hand reaching out from beneath the rubble. Even since that day, since that very moment, Jack Stanley had sworn vengeance upon Alfred. He would never forget the rage he'd felt at having what was left of his family taken from him. Hey, Jack. Once this is all tidy up, I'm gonna need a drink. Let's you and me have a beer together. Sure, you got it. Stanley sprang into action, leading away the throng of panicking civilians. But all the while, he couldn't help but worry about Frank. We've got almost 30 minutes left. He'll be fine. Backup will definitely be here in time. He does his utmost to reassure himself, but still the doubts gnawed. When the bomb squad descended upon the area, clad in their protective gear, Stanley shot a look at his watch. Protective gear. Defined. Explosive Ordnance Disposal (EOD) suits, also commonly called bomb suits or blast suits, worn during bomb disposal operations to protect the wearer from the shock of a blast or from any hurled fragments an explosion may produce. Such a suit is, however, wholly inadequate to protect the wearer from a large, powerful explosive, such as several hundred grams of C4, detonated at close range. He felt a surge of relief. Only about 15 minutes had passed. There was still plenty of time for them to deactivate the bomb with their liquid nitrogen. Thank God. Frank's going to be all right. But he got no chance to relish that thought. Because the bitch set the bomb off early. There was an ear-splitting boom as a powerful shockwave shook the area. Stanley whirled back around, staring in horror at the place that his brother had been. Nothing remained but a mound of rubble. A later investigation would reveal that the timer on the bomb's exterior had been a mere ruse. The explosive had never been linked to a timer at all. Instead, it had been detonated via remote control. Remote control defined. When electrical detonators capable of triggering an explosion with electrical current were invented, they quickly rendered old-style fuses obsolete. In the modern day, many terrorists use small electronics such as cellular phones and keyless entry remotes for cars as explosive triggers. Alfred had deceived them, using a visible timer to lull them into a false sense of security. Stanley had managed to save many lives that day, to be sure, but it had come at the cost of his own brother's life. Had he really made the best decisions he could have made? He was still asking himself the same question over and over, even now. No matter how much he blamed himself, it wouldn't bring Frank back. There was one thing he could still do for his brother. It was getting revenge on Alfred with his own hands. Stanley had been in constant pursuit of Alfred ever since. He would stoop to any level for information, without remorse. His opponent was someone who would do anything at all, to achieve a goal. It only made sense for him to do the same. At some point, he'd stopped even hesitating to get his own hands dirty. He would charge headlong into any danger if he sensed Alfred's presence. Even his own life was a price he was willing to pay in the name of vengeance. He could never hope to latch his jaws onto his quarry's throat if he behaved like prey himself. He must be the greater predator. He would cast aside his humanity, would become a blood-stained beast, if that improved his chances at the hunt. For the hunt was all that mattered. Pursuit of Alfred had become his only purpose. So it had been for the past 2 years. Now those years flashed through Stanley's mind in the blink of an eye. As he came back into the moment, he marveled at his own ferocity and at the depth of the wound he'd suffered. Let's just see what happens if Jack goes nuts. Arresting her isn't enough. I'll make her pay with her life. It was the only fair price for the life she herself had taken. There could be no restitution for Frank's death, as long as she was still alive. The law wasn't going to punish Alfred. Stanley was. He didn't care if anyone else thought it was a petty vendetta. Only someone who'd suffered the loss of a loved one at the hands of a vicious killer could understand his seething resentment. The Okoshi Pharmaceutical Lab finally came into view. A large billow of black smoke was rising from one of the building's windows. Stanley felt a chill in the pit of his stomach. He hopped out of the car and then gasped. The detective was sprawled face down on the ground outside the laboratory gate, his gun still in his hand. Blood had pooled around his head. He'd been shot at close range. Death would have been instantaneous. All too late, Stanley felt the full weight of his mistake. Kano had gone up against an opponent who was out of his league and had gotten himself killed, and Stanley had put him up to it. He should never have let Tatano try to handle the situation on his own. He should have done whatever it took to stop the detective. There must have been some way he could have averted this disaster. Saving Maria is your top priority, isn't it? That's right. There had been no hesitation in Tatano's words. Stanley had known how badly the man wanted to save Maria. That's why he deferred to the detective's judgment. Now he was faced with the results of his own naivete. The smoke pouring from the building showed no signs of diminishing. In all likelihood, the lab had been destroyed with a bomb. Alfred's plan had run its course before Stanley had even got there. He couldn't forgive himself for having been so thoroughly outwitted, nor would he ever forgive Alfred for what the terrorist had done. Anger erupted inside him, raging like hellfire, driving him on to action. Death would be too kind a fate for Alfred. Now, more than ever, before the thirst for vengeance consumed him. But even as he began to stalk toward the laboratory, a bullet caught Stanley in the abdomen. For a moment, he couldn't process what had happened. There was an intense, searing pain that spread through his gut. Warm liquid began to soak through his shirt, and a figure emerged from within the smoke. I've been waiting for you to show up, Jack. Another bullet tore through Stanley's body. Time seemed to slow for him. He watched the spray of blood scattering like a crimson mist. Alfred! Stanley hissed the word through his clenched teeth. Out of pure, stubborn spite, he managed to stay on his feet. Tottering toward his foe, he raised his gun. He didn't stop pulling the trigger until the very moment his world went dark. Defiant to the last, number 82. Okay. So we're gonna have to change it. We're gonna have to change this. Because him telling Tatano to protect Maria is the problem. Find some way to stall until I get there. If she realizes we're onto her, you're done for. Tatano hung up without saying anything. Okay. Okay. Let's see what changes. I think it's here we jump to Stanley? Yes. Pulling out his cell phone, Kano dialed up Osoa. As he did, he recalled his last exchange with Stanley. Alright, back we go. Let's see what that warning changes. Turning his attention back to the handbag. Stanley searched it more thoroughly and found a photograph tucked inside that he'd overlooked on his first inspection. What the hell? He stared at the picture, swallowing the lump in his throat. It was a photo of Maria, standing next to another young girl. There was something written in marker on the back. Me and Kanan, 7:30. Stanley hurriedly flipped the photo back over and looked at it again. This makes so much more sense. This whole time I was like, Maria, how did you become friends with this super killer? That's impossible. The girl in the photo with Maria looked nothing like the Kanan who had been there at Endo Electronics, who had left with Maria and Tatano just a few minutes ago. But if the girl they were working with wasn't Kanan, then who was she? No. Stanley felt his blood run cold. Right. This is when we figure this out. This is a big jump back. Right. I wonder if not finishing that other thing with Jack is causing us to go through this. Right. Alfred's long con. I fixed it. Daisuke approached Stanley and held out Maria's cell phone. Okay. We're just gonna forget that he was trying to murder a young woman this whole time, apparently. Like, whatever. Daisuke's just fine. So he has to go to the scramble without him. And then he needs to move along. Kano does this adorable thumbs up. Like, it's just so awkward that it's precious. And there's Frank's also just so awkward thumbs up. I can't, it's adorable. There's a really good, you know, for a company like Japan, for a country like Japan that's really xenophobic, this game is actually really, really, really good. I mean, the amount of sympathy you have for white characters in this game is really not common. And almost all white characters that you're supposed to have sympathy with in a Japanese game are half. So it's really cool to have Stanley be the hero. In Japan, instead of, you know, it's, if it is white characters, they're all white characters, right? I think it's just helpful. They're also written very realistically, like actual Americans, which I personally haven't seen an American written like an American in just about any Japanese media. Now they just have to do it for a black person, and then we'll be golden. The fact that they're all fluent, right? They're all very intelligent. It's just really cool. Alright, so we're coming here. That's interesting. I wonder if, like I said, because I didn't run through this, it just moved back too far. So I have to give the same different advice and then get a keep out and then go jump? Find some way to stall until I get there. Yeah. So I'm gonna ride this out till the end this time. Man, I knew it would be a big chunk of story because it was the ending, but holy hell. Kanan, you giant bitch. Well, I guess I should say Alfred. Right, so we're gonna review the plan again. To act as a decoy. Okay. So we'll push through all of this. See if we get a keep out. Right, so he warns everybody about the cell phone. Alright, call Achi. Special Agent Jack Stanley. I like want to write fan fiction about him. Okay, bomb and location. Turn off the cell phone, then go and look for the bomb. Okay, so interesting. Okay. So maybe we won't jump to Stanley. Maybe we will just see if we can ride Kano into a keep out. Ride Kano. I guess I wouldn't mind. He is a rugby player. Looks like we'll be able to have that beer together after all. The phone rang several times before Osawa picked up. It's Kano. I have the password. Are you serious? Osawa blurted in shock. Here, let me give it to you. Are you ready? Yes! 59FBAI4QL1. As he passed along the alphanumeric sequence, Kano kept his eyes on Palmer. The man stared back at him with an expression of bitter defeat. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Incorrect. Then at last, Osawa— oh! Great! And at last Osawa's excited voice came through. That did it! It opened! The lock opened! Kano let out a deep breath of utter relief. Palmer snorted. You're really satisfied with catching me and saving the life of one girl? I suppose it's the Japanese way to forget the pain that's been visited upon you. Whoa! Whoa, dog, did you just make a reference to the fucking nuclear bomb? Bro! But it's not over. The bloodshed will continue. All over the world. Women, children, the elderly, innocent. All will bleed. Because absolute justice is on our side. Is that right? Kano drove his fist into Palmer's face. There was no such thing as absolute justice. It was that kind of blind faith that kept the world in conflict. Well, this sure is quite the mess. Kuza! Rolling around in surprise, Kano saw Kuza standing there. Director Kuza! He bowed his head apologetically. He may have apprehended the criminal mastermind, but only because he ignored a direct order to place Maria under quarantine. I'm sorry, sir, but I— Save the apology, Kuza interrupted. You're the one who solved the case. You did good, kid. Once again, Kano bowed, this time even more deeply. Oh, one more thing, Kano. Yes, sir? Yeah! Sasayama has regained consciousness. I thought you'd like to know. Nisayama, they were able to save him? I got a call from the hospital. Looks like he's gonna pull through. That's great. Really great news. Tears of relief came to Kano's eyes. And if Osawa was able to get the lock at the lab open, she'd also been able to get Maria the antiviral without any further difficulty. Kano dragged Palmer to his feet, then undid the handcuff from his own wrist, using it to properly bind his captive. The metal ring snapped shut with a soft, satisfying click. Palmer limply hung his head. It was over. It was all finally over. It really had been quite a day, Kano reflected. Yeah, it's just one fucking day. Beyond all the challenges he'd faced, he had come face to face with his own shortcomings. Now he knew what a long way he had to go to be the man he wanted to be. But at least he'd learned what it truly meant to be a detective. Kuze was muttering to himself nearby. I mean, you don't even look alike, but the director shook his head and cleared his throat. You know, Kano, for a second there, you look just like Tatano. Really, sir? Kano smiled, fussing sheepishly with his hair. Kuze's words were the finest praise he could have asked for. Someday, he hoped he really might be a detective like Tatano. No, he decided. He would be. And until then, he'd never give up on that dream. It might be a long, long road, but he would walk it. Kano looked up into the sky. The neon lights of the city shone from all over. This was the same old Shibuya that it always was, but one that he looked at now with new eyes.
Now displaying a message for YouTube.
Hey, Shadows! We are in Endgame. And it is killing me. Because that just seemed like a good ending for Kano, and now we have a keep out. This is hour 6! Yeah, Shadows. I've been babbling about it to everyone who will listen. I'm very excited. I'm actually probably going to host a watch party in my Discord. In fact, I know I will, because right after finishing this game, I want to watch it real bad. So if you're not a part of it, okay. You know what? Let's go think about Minarikawa, huh? He's just been in this bar. 428 is so wild. Honestly, it's so wild, but it's so good. This is like the best homage to Agatha Christie I've ever read. Like, it's distinctly Japanese, and it definitely knows where it comes from, right? It has that humor, that silliness to sort of push you through the twists and turns. But it really is steeped in Sherlock Holmes, Lupin, all of that. But specifically, I think Agatha Christie, where everyone ends up in the same room at the end. So we're still not done with the ending. So basically during sections, I'm just going to be working them. And then in between, I'll be checking chat. With a beaming grin, Chiaki held out her computer. Minarikawa got ready to start typing. But then a young man barged into the bar. The newcomer hurried over to where Susumu was sitting and promptly prostrated himself on the floor. Whatever this was about, it looked like a big deal. Yes, it is actually Shadows. He pitches Ace Combat 3, and he also pitches his first game. Somewhere in here is his first game. Which I made a note of then, but I didn't write down. He's like, oh, you know, because all of those tips are so fucking crazy. Okay, I gotta lock in after this, but all of those tips are so fucking crazy. So there's the one where he is, he just talks about his history making games and why he did this game. Whatever this was about, it looked like a big deal. Who was this kid? The gang's feelings looked decidedly mixed. I need people to bring a guy down. I'm here to ask for your help. I know I have no right to ask you this, but please, I really need your help. Minarikawa listened to the young man's conversation with Susumu. He could feel his blood start pumping. It sounded like they were talking about the terrorist plot in which Shibuya had become embroiled. Hey, Chiaki, he said quietly. Did you hear that just now?
I did. I'm not sure if I follow all of it, but it definitely has the whiff of a major scoop.
Minarikawa shot her a daring grin. So what's the play here, Chiaki?
We interview him, of course.
But we only have 30 minutes left, right?
So we take 10 minutes for our conversation and use the remaining 20 to write up the piece. I'll help you out.
You learned good, kiddo. Minarikawa ruffled Chiaki's hair again. They both blushed profusely, gripped by a surge of excitement. Why are you doing this? I can't make any sense of it whatsoever. Hatsuyama stood peering at them skeptically. If you write up the piece you just did your interview for, you'll make your deadline. Why go out of your way to trouble yourself further? It's no trouble, Minarikawa said. I'm just doing what a professional does. That's all. Katsuyama let out a solemn sigh. Good grief. He looked at his pocket watch again, then snapped it shut. Well, if you aren't concerned about the time, then do as you like, I suppose. I'll admit you've made me quite curious to read this magazine you're putting together. Minarikawa and Chiaki rolled their eyes as they turned away. Already they were making their way over to Susumu and his gang. The interviews aren't over until you have what you need. You refuse to let them be over. You spend every last second you have to do. You have to do the best job you can. That's what being a professional journalist is all about. Minarikawa cracked his knuckles and stepped between the two young men. Sounds like you've got an interesting story. Mind letting me hear it, too? What, you mean I could have ended Minarikawa hours ago? Whatever. And... Okay. Where the fuck is Tatano? Select 1905. It's so good. It's so good. Okay. I don't have the jump you want. Oh wait, this one. I don't have the jump you want! Son of a bitch! Okay. We'll try this one. Calling heat to me. I've been choosing to use a guide because the sections are so long. But I've been off-roading for a while because this guide wanted me to do every bad ending. And although the bad endings in these games are surreal and amazing, there's a clip of me just going, meow, 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 meow. The scenes are so intense and long in this section that I've been trying to avoid them. But, you know, I don't have the thing they wanted. Kanan stared back at Tatano, cell phone in hand, waiting for his reply. Stop. This is the sort of nonsense we don't have time for right now. Kanan shook her head, then put her phone away. If you're really Alfred, then you don't actually need to hack the password, Tatano said. I'm guessing you've already gotten it from Tanaka, which means you'll be able to get your hands on the antiviral as soon as you get into that lab. Kanan didn't so much as flinch. The only thing stopping you is the antiviral still in Hitomi Osoa's body. Possessing the antiviral and having a monopoly on it are two very different things. You want to eliminate Hitami. That's why you lured her down to the scramble. Am I wrong? That's true. Then how am I planning on getting rid of her? Using this so-called substitute Alfred or something? Yes, that's right. Tatano couldn't be certain. He couldn't think of any other way. Kanan let out a laugh. You don't know the first thing about Alfred, she said. Alfred keeps the outlines of his plans blurred so that his deliberate actions just get lumped in with the coincidences. That's the crux of all his plans. That's how he's able to pull off his schemes by himself. He'd never solicit help from a third party. The words seemed like they were Kanan's, but also seemed like they were Alfred's. With his gun still at the ready, Tatano got on his phone and called Kano. Oh, I'm supposed to be able to jump to Kano, but... Laihate no Ima is one of the few others I know of that similar format was, but sadly it's untranslated and a notoriously tough read even in Japanese. I can see that here. So there's lots of typos towards the end because... I mean, you know the jokes they make defining words, right? Localizing this must have been like somebody's magnum opus. Detective Tatano, what's going on? You need to get Hitami also into safety immediately. Alfred isn't trying to get at her blood. He wants her eliminated. What? Hurry. Yes, sir. Okay, once he'd gotten Kano's confirmation, Tatano hung up. All right, let's jump. Hello, my suddenly spine-having detective. This was the same old Shibuya that it always was, but one that he looked at now with new eyes. Right. His cell phone rang. Tatano's name appeared on the incoming cell display. Kano quickly picked up. Detective Tatano, what's going on? You need to get Hitami Osawa to safety immediately. Alfred isn't trying to get at her blood. He wants her eliminated. What? Tatano wasn't making any sense. Alfred, Palmer, had already been arrested. The threat was over now. Hurry! Tatano barked. Yes, sir! Detective! Achi called out suddenly. I love this scene. It's so dumb. Just like... He was standing with Hitomi and the others near the statue of Hachiko. Detective, that's not the real Alfred. He's a fake. A fake? Yeah, just got a call from Stanley. Kano didn't want to believe it. This Alfred was just a decoy. That meant the real culprit was elsewhere, still on the loose. Achi's voice rang with desperation. He said the real Alfred is planning to get rid of both Hitami and the fake with some kind of bomb. Get rid of Hitami? That lined up with what Tatano had just called to warn him about. Must be true then. Once again, Kano tensed. A bomb. But where? Get me the Explosive Ordnance Division! Someone squawked. That would be Kuza. We've got an emergency here. It was Kuza, practically screaming into his cell phone. We're at the scramble outside the station. Hurry! The director started running toward the precinct, still shouting as he wove his way through the crowd. Kano felt himself starting to panic. If Hitami and Palmer were the targets, the bomb had to be nearby. He stormed over to his captive. Okay, where's the bomb? He demanded. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb with me. I already told you the password, Palmer said. What point would there be in keeping things from you now? He had a point. And if he had known about the existence of the bomb, he'd kept it a secret so far. Getting him to reveal it now would not be easy. Kano decided yeah, so towards the end, this kind of shit starts happening where sentences just break down. But again, yeah, in the title, there's 428. How do you even explain that? How do you even explain why it's called the Scramble? They didn't even bother. They just hope you figure it out. Kano decided he just had to go look for it himself. He took a deep breath and tried to think logically. If he were Alfred, what would he do? How could he ensure that he'd eliminate both Hitami and the fake Alfred at the same time? Hachiko! Hachiko! I bet it's in the dog! Check the dog! Where would he plant a bomb in order to pull that off? On the fake, there was no other place he could possibly have planted it. On Hitami. That way he could be certain he'd at least eliminate her. In a minivan, he was going to try the same ploy all over again. If these are my choices, it's on the fake. There was no other place he could possibly have planned it. Kano began to pat Palmer down carefully. Achi! He shouted. Check out the case! Check the case! Hurry! He gestured to the attaché case Palmer had been carrying. Don't move. Kano searched through his captive's jacket and the pockets of his pants, but he came up with nothing. Perhaps Alfred had fitted the bomb into the man's watch or belt? Stop this. I'm not carrying a bomb. Shut your mouth. But Kano couldn't spot anything suspicious about the watch or the belt, either. He clenched his jaw in frustration. Did Palmer really not have it after all? Detective! It was Achi. He looked alarmed. Kano hurried over to him, dragging Palmer along. When he looked inside the attaché case, Palmer's face went pale. No. Can't be. Alfred. Why? His voice was hoarse with betrayal. Then he abruptly broke into stilted laughter. Oh, here we go. Trusting someone really does make you blind. Such a simple, childish ruse, and it went right under my nose. Palmer looked over at Kano. We need to get out of here immediately, he said. That right there is a C4. C4, defined. A plastic explosive created for military use. The chief component is RDX, trimethylene trinitramine, which is combined with a plasticizer such as diacetyl? This is the first time I haven't been able to pronounce a word. And I'm wondering if that's just a typo because I know I hate reading, but this just seems like reading in a school zone. Shaden, this is written in the style of a light novel. So it's designed to be pretty easy and breezy. I don't think you could get away with anything more complicated in this kind of format. This was released in 2008. The fact that it even got to the States is amazing. And they wouldn't have been able to get it here if they didn't have this kind of light hand. I need to look up this word. Okay, that is actually how it's spelled. DOS. Also known as bis-2-ethylhexyl semicate. Okay. They didn't tell me how to say dialketal. It is highly reliable and is used by many military forces around the world, most notably the U.S. Armed Forces. You can tell it's also pretty old because now you can actually plug in all of your translated text into several different styles of even just using JavaScript if you want and have it automatically replaced. So you have time to like look over your typos. But in developing visual novels back then with the technology they had, the translator would have just had to type it on the screen because this is essentially PowerPoint, as someone mentioned earlier. And so these typos are because this person was running up against a deadline. A high-yield plastic explosive used by the military. And that's enough to blow this whole area to smithereens. Chill ran up Kano's spine. Do not let this man go, he said, handing Palmer over to Susumu. Got it. Just leave it to us. Susumu signaled to his followers, who immediately dumped Palmer unceremoniously on the ground. No, actually, no one has mentioned that, Shadows. Is there more to that story, or was it just they had to be in crazy cahoots? They had to be violent to get their thing done. I'm gonna use all my snoozes. Okay. Yep, that's definitely C4. Kano carefully inspected the inside of the attaché case. That is so much C4. Holy shit. That is like 5 times the amount of C4 they used in Die Hard for the whole of Nakatomi Plaza. Which, like, yeah, Die Hard is, you know, the most accurate film about anything ever. Kano carefully inspected the inside of the attaché case. When she had found a false bottom in the case, the space beneath it was indeed packed full of plastic explosives. Except within it was what looked like a detonator. Kano didn't know much about bomb disposal. He'd only been taught the very basics during his police academy training. Nonetheless, something drew his eye. A microphone. There was a parabolic microphone attached to the detonator. In all likelihood, the detonator had been set to go off in response to some sort of sound. Sekai wo sore demo. Hey, detective? Is that thing gonna explode or not? Achi's voice was shaky. Looks like it's sound activated, but it hasn't gone off just from having people talking nearby. That means it must be set to explode in response to a specific sound trigger. Specific sound, huh? Achi took a moment to think. That's it! It must be Hitami's ringtone. That's why Stanley had me power her cell phone off. That means we're safe then? Hitami asked. No, because there's a giant Ayakamiki thing on the fucking big screen. You think they're not gonna play samples from her current album? You precious teeny tiny? Oh, has anyone mentioned how in order to make the staff got in several fights with the Tokyo Metropolitan Police because the cops said no to letting them shoot the scenes on location? It is very illegal to shoot in Shibuya, and technically if you don't get caught, you won't get in trouble. So they had to allocate staff to go rage bait the cops for a few hours while they shot the scenes. I love this game even more. It's not going to explode anymore, right? Kano had to fight back any feelings of relief. No, it is gonna explode! Ayakamiki, on the big screen! They couldn't forget that this was Alfred they were dealing with. Assuming they were safe would be a dangerous mistake. Carefully lifting up the detonator, Kano spotted another cable connected to the bomb. As calmly as he could, he tried to remove the plastic explosive from the attaché case. Yo! He quickly discovered that a thinly stretched sheet of plastic explosive was only an intermediate layer, concealing a second false bottom. A small timer had been set beneath it. There's not just a sound trigger. Kano's mouth had gone dry. His voice came out as a whisper. Well, that's how the bomb went off anyway, even though the cell phone was powered down. The bomb has also been fitted with a countdown timer. Stanley had been right on the mark. The ringtone of Hitami's cell phone would trigger the explosion. That way Alfred could eliminate both her and his stooge, Palmer, at the same time. But just in case the sound trigger were discovered, as a backup, the bomb had also been rigged to explode after a set time. Kano speed-dialed his boss, Director Kuza! Where's that bomb squad? 151. 150. Not even 2 minutes left to go. Didn't look like the explosives ordnance unit would make it in time. Kano scanned the area, weighing his options. He noticed Achi standing right beside the bomb case. Achi! He called out. Leave that thing and get out of here! But Achi didn't move. No way. He sat down, the attaché case cradled in his arms. Achi, what the hell are you doing? I'm not going anywhere until everyone's made it to safety. Detective, you need to get these people someplace safe, right away. Clear the area first, then I'll go. But there's no way I can do that! Damn it! Don't you want to save these people too? Kano bit his lower lip in frustration. Achi was right. The bomb went off amidst a crowd like this. There was no telling how many casualties there'd be. He needed to do whatever he could as quickly as possible. Oh yeah, I really get into the shadows, just as a fair warning. Get back! Everybody! Get back! Achi shouted at the top of his lungs. There's a bomb! Get! Run! Following his lead, Kano started directing nearby civilians to safety. Hitami, Susumu, and the others added their voices. There's a bomb! Everybody! Run! Get away as fast you can't! Please! You all have to get out of here! But the crowd wasn't listening to their warnings. On the contrary, some people hurried closer to see what the commotion was all about. It was no use. They were out of time. Kano had to save Achi at least. He turned back to him and called out. Achi! That's enough! Leave the bomb! Let's go! Achi! Hitami shouted. Come on! But Achi only clutched the bomb more tightly. What are you doing? Kano screamed. Help with us! Hurry! Still, Achi would not move. Susumu's face went pale. Wait. Achi, your leg. What about my leg? Earlier, when you kicked that steel pipe. What the heck? Finally, Kano understood. It wasn't that Achi didn't want to move. He couldn't move. And so he decided to get all heroic and use himself as a human shield to minimize the impact of the explosion on everybody else. Idiot, Kano muttered. If his leg was busted, didn't he say so? How'd he even make it this far? There couldn't be much time left. Kano rushed to help him now. He might not make it to safety before the bomb went off. He had to make a decision. Oh. Kano ran for Achi anyway. He couldn't just abandon him. You're a rugby player. You can deadlift an Achi. Achi was being an idiot. He wanted to sacrifice himself for the greater good, but Kano wasn't going to let him do that. To have someone else be your shield, to have them up and give their life for yours. Achi had no idea just how hard that would be on the people he left behind, even if it did save their lives. And until he was capable of comprehending that, Kano wasn't going to just let this kid die. He reached Achi in a matter of moments and grabbed him by the shoulder, hard. Let go of the case, now! Oof, I'm gonna have to turn down my gain. But Achi reflexively hunched lower. What the hell are you doing, man? Why'd you come back here? Just come with me. We have to get out of here. Look, you need to run. I can't move. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Kano squatted down and looked Achi right in the eye. Okay, you can't move on your own, so I'm going to help you move. And unless you want to kill me too, you'd better cooperate. Damn it. Don't be a fool, man. The strength ebbed from Achi's hands. Wasting no time, Kano pulled the case away and slipped an arm around Achi's side. Their legs got entangled as Kano dragged Achi to his feet. Come on, run! The detective shouted when they were upright at last. He needed to get as far away as possible in the few seconds they had left. Kano didn't know how big the explosion was going to be. Palmer had said it would be enough to blow the whole area to smithereens, though, and there'd been true terror in his voice when he said it. They just needed to keep moving, keep running as far as their legs would take them. Hey! Itami shrieked. Kaboom. That end, the bomb goes off. I actually haven't gotten one of these before. I'm just guessing it's going to be like the bomb explodes or something like that. It was a blinding flash of light. Then everything went dark. The force of the blast robbed Kano of his senses. He couldn't tell what had happened to Achi. And in the end, Kano never even knew what cut his own life short. Bad end. Hey, number 71. Bomb explodes. We've had numbers as low as 62, so there's a lot of bad endings. Alright. Alright. Who am I gonna try? Well, I found out that Tatano, I didn't have the option I needed. Do I have it now? I do. Okay. You need to get Hitomi Osawa to safety immediately. Alfred isn't trying to get at her blood. He wants her eliminated. What? Hurry! Yes, sir! Once he'd gotten Kano's confirmation, Tatano hung up. And now your little plan has been foiled, Tatano said. Kadan snorted. Has it now? If I really am Alfred, then all I need to do is eliminate you here and head right on into that lab. Even without her gun raised, she still radiated intimidation. Tatano might have had her at gunpoint, but he could feel the threat of her presence like a gathering storm. Eliminate me, he said, doing his best to mask any sign of weakness. You're the one who doesn't have your gun ready. I don't need my gun, Kanan said simply. And why is that? Because you can't shoot me. What's that supposed to mean? Kanan glared sharply at Tatano. Her look pierced him like a blade. She quirked an unsettling smile and took a step closer to him. Don't move, he warned. Tatano said. Try anything funny and I'll make sure you regret it. He kept his gun trained on the center of her chest. You can't shoot me. Kanan took another step closer. You're still traumatized from the time you let your friend's wife die. Oh, care package. All right, first some water. Thank you, Trixie. Thank you, Victor. Stretch. How do you know about that? Tatano was shaking by now. His aim wavering. I heard you talking with the younger detective up on that rooftop. That was right. She had been there. Let's test my theory out. Kanan pointed her index finger at her own heart. You think I'm Alfred? Then shoot me. Right here. Huh? The corner of her mouth twisted up. You can't do it, can you? Tatano's gun hand shook all the more. You're afraid to pull the trigger? It was as if her words were a spell that she was casting over him. You could hardly even stand the thought of pointing your gun at someone. Itone's final moments flashed through Tatano's mind. If he hadn't fired back then, maybe Kotone would still be alive. Your friend's entire life was changed because of you. Why hadn't he tried to talk the culprit down? He knew the reason why. Because he'd loved Kotone. He still loved her, even after she'd become Daisuke's wife. His desire to be the one who saved her had warped his sense of judgment when things had come down to the wire.
Someone has paid for your hydration. Shall I notify Victor?
Tatano. Do you not enjoy being with me? There was a foreign look on Kotone's face. It wasn't that he didn't enjoy being with her. Her very presence soothed him. But the more serious their relationship had grown, the more it tore at Tatano's heart. Truth was that he didn't really know what happiness was, and so he was incapable of making someone else happy. If it were possible, he'd want Kotone to be smiling always. And that meant her being with someone other than him. I think it would be best if we stopped seeing each other. Tatano blurted out the words bluntly. Kotone's face fell. He hadn't broken up with her because of any lack of feeling for her. Rather, the impulse had actually sprung out of his pursuit of human warmth, his growing fear of losing it. He'd just been so uneasy. More than anything, he'd been afraid that he wanted too much love and affection from Kotone. Bit by bit, Hatano lowered his gun, his hand ever more unsteady. His heart was on the cusp of breaking, and still,
Now displaying a message
Kano
for
continued, with her diabolical whispering.
You can go ahead and kill me. But if it turns out I'm not Alfred, what then?
Now she stared at Tatano with an almost pitiable look. You'll have once more done something that you can never undo. Something I can never undo. Tatano repeated the words dully, feeling himself forced into a trance.
That's right. Could you ever accept that?
No, I couldn't. Couldn't make the same mistake. His whole body felt like it might fall apart. He wanted to drop to the ground and curl up in a ball like a child.
And that's why you can't shoot anyone.
I can't shoot anyone. As Tatano muttered the words, Kano's face appeared in the back of his mind. That fucking scene, man. That fucking scene. Tears fell from Kano's eyes as he looked down the barrel of his gun at Tatano. He'd become a detective who didn't lose sight of what he was supposed to protect, no matter the situation. Tatano had nearly forgotten, nearly abandoned his inward promise to be a detective worthy of that final salute Kano had given him. He brought his gun back up to bear.
Don't be absurd, Kanan mocked. You can't shoot anyone.
Actually, I can. Words creaked dryly from Tatano's throat. When there's something I'm supposed to protect, I can shoot. The memory of Kano weeping but taking aim had given him the resolve he needed to face down an opponent who ought to have terrified him. I learned that from someone who was terrible at his job. Yeah, he is terrible at his fucking job. Kanan's eyes went cold. Immediately, she lifted up her gun again. Once more, their eyes locked, sparks of hostility crackling between them. But almost immediately, Tatano could sense the difference in skill between his opponent and himself. The young woman radiated a deadly aura. The force of her stare was like a knife pressed to his throat. She had borne witness to carnage and bloodshed the likes of which he couldn't even imagine. He couldn't win this. She would kill him, guaranteed. Tatano braced himself for death, never taking his eyes off Kanan's. If nothing else, he needed to buy time for Kano to get that password. But could he do that, given the opponent he faced? Yes. Somehow, he would do it. As a detective, as a man, even if he had to give his own life to succeed. Even if it couldn't come close to making up for the sins he had committed. Oh! Well. Don't give us a cliffhanger now. Jack! So it had been for the past 2 years. Now those years flashed through Stanley's mind in the blink of an eye, as he came back into the moment. Megan, it's not 2 chapters. They actually just keep 16... They have the 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock hour as 1 hour. I was thinking about breaking it up, but there's no good place to break it up. Like, it would feel disjointed watching the VOD, so I was like, fuck it, marathon time. As he came back into the moment, he marveled at his own ferocity and at the depth of the wound he suffered. It's gotta be, you know, what would Frank... WWFD. What would Frank do? If I do get my revenge, what would Frank think? When Stanley pictured his younger brother, it wasn't with a smile on his face. The realization gave him pause. In the end, killing Alfred wouldn't bring his brother back. That went without saying. But although he could see, now that revenge was an absurd goal, his heart still churned deep and dark with resentment. Finally, the Yokoshi Pharmaceutical Laboratory came into view. There were 2 people standing outside the front gate. It was Tatano and the girl who was pretending to be Kano. Each had a gun drawn on the other. Somehow, Hanley had made it in time. I swear to God, if you die, Jack! He pulled his car up alongside them and reached down into the gun sleeve concealed beside his seat. He pulled out a .44 caliber Desert Eagle. Holy fuck! A Desert Eagle? Woo, I guess you are CIA. A semi-automatic handgun designed by Minnesota-based Magnum Research Inc. and manufactured by Israeli Weapon Industries. There are various models chambered for different rounds. The largest, the 50 Action Express, is exceptionally powerful by semi-automatic handgun standards. Yeah, I have a mod for Fallout 4 that puts firepower, like really intense, like real guns in the game, and the Desert Eagle is by far the most murderous. His orders were to apprehend Alfred. The smaller Glock in his shoulder holster might be better suited to that end. Even so, he opted for the Desert Eagle. Getting out of the car, he started pacing towards the young woman. Stanley. Oh, that's Tatano. Stanley. Tatano glanced over at him, his face pale. Stanley gave a silent nod in reply. He could see the hint of a smile on the girl's face. Probably a smile of overconfidence. Well, her brazenness would get her no further. I got in touch with the others, Stanley said. Told them to turn off Hitomi Osoa's cell phone. He could see her eyes react. I imagine that, by now, they've also managed to deal with the bomb you planted on your decoy. The young woman remained silent. And, of course, they've managed to bypass the lock inside the lab. You know what this means? Your little plan has failed. Completely. Stanley could see the girl's stare sharpen. He'd chased Alfred all around the world, only to arrive here, at last, in this little island nation. It had been a long, long journey, and he'd spent a long time suffering. Now, both the journey and the suffering would be over. We meet at last, Alfred. Oh, you motherfucker. He had to make a decision. He couldn't just rush it without a plan. Okay. The game has mentioned liquid nitrogen a lot. And there's been this acting troupe, the Wandering Angels, who got this dry ice machine for Daisuke Endo. And the game made a point of telling me that they were in this minivan high as balls from its carbon dioxide. Dry ice would work to defuse the bomb. Are the Wandering Angels gonna be the ones who save the day? He couldn't just rush in without a plan. A detective needed both a cool mind and a fiery spirit. And the more heated the situation was, the more he needed to stay cool. He could feel the muscles in his legs begin to stiffen. He did his best to slow his racing heartbeat as his mind sought desperately for a way out of this situation. But his eyes remained fixed on Achi, holding that bomb in his arms. Knowing that it could explode at any moment made it almost impossible to think. The harder he tried to calm himself, the more his panic grew. He cursed himself for not leaping into action immediately. He should have acted before thinking. That was the only thing he was good at! And still, he stood frozen, staring at Achi. Then he felt the hairs rise up on the back of his neck. White smoke was pouring from... Yeah! Ayy! White smoke was pouring from an approaching minivan. The vehicle teetered to a stop along the shoulder of the road. Still the smoke spilled out, roiling from a partly open window. Kano could feel a strange chill in the air. Is that? Instinctively, he rushed toward it. Oh no! Peering through the minivan's windows, he saw a clunky, box-shaped device in the back. It was rumbling fiercely, spitting out an unending mound of white clumps. A dry ice machine. Hey! Kano yelled, banging hard on the door. Open up! By freezing a bomb that used an electronic activation trigger, it was possible to kill the battery cell and deactivate the detonator. The explosive ordnance unit used liquid nitrogen. Liquid nitrogen, defined. Nitrogen that has been cooled to a liquid state with a temperature below negative 195.8 degrees Celsius. Holy fuck. I didn't realize how cold it was. It can be poured onto explosives to stop the function of components such as the battery cell for the detonator. However, in situations where the surrounding area can be safely secured, it's preferable to destroy the explosive via detonation rather than simply arrest its function. Dry ice, defined. Carbon dioxide in its solid state. Because it evaporates at negative 79 degrees Celsius at standard atmospheric pressure, it must be kept refrigerated or it rapidly dissipates into mist. Thus its use in smoke fog machines. The odds of dry ice being able to stop the detonator of a bomb are quite low. Battery cells do lose electromotive force in a sub-zero environment, but there is no guarantee that this would actually work. Well, thanks, game. I won't go defusing bombs with dry ice. There were 3 men inside the vehicle. Kano shouted at the one in the driver's seat. I need to borrow the machine! Huh? The man replied in a lethargic drawl. No way, man. We haven't even paid this thing off yet. There was no time to explain or negotiate. Kano was just going to have to take it by force. Hold it right there! Another man appeared suddenly in front of the vehicle, the pushy fellow Kano had run into at the scene of the explosion. You guys are with the Wandering Angels theater troupe, yeah? Wandering Angels. Episode 6, the finale. The minivan carrying Tosca, Bando, and Amel veered wildly through the streets of Shibuya, leaving a trail of white smoke in its wake. The trio, now definitely impaired by oxygen deprivation, came close to causing several accidents. Teetering on the brink of consciousness, they were still trying to reach Endo Electronics when they ran into Kano and his companions instead. After Kano takes the machine off their hands, the 3 will happily head back to the theater, clean up, crack open some beers, and look back over one long, crazy day. He pointed at the dry ice machine. That thing's defective! The guy from the electronics store said he'd refund your deposit! Huh? For real? Yeah, he told me to tell you that the machine has been recalled. Minarikawa. Better late than never. We'll bring it back for you, so hurry up and open the door. Okay, yeah, okay. The newcomers helped the 3 men unload the dry ice machine from the minivan. Then he turned to Kano. Here. Hurry up and take it, he shouted. Right, thanks. Kano wasn't sure what was going on, but he took the machine and ran, pushing ahead of him against across the pavement. Achie! Hitami wailed, tears in her eyes. The detective blew right past her, trailing a billowing plume of white smoke in his wake. Please let me make it in time. Please let me make it in time. Please let me make it in time. Kano let loose a wild yell. He ran as fast as his leg would take him toward Achie and the bomb. I'll spare you the wild yell. All right, to be continued. Oh. Don't you, you little shit. What? Okay. Victor brought me burgers. I'm gonna eat them. Or at least start to eat it. Alright. Yeah, I know. Let's go get Achie to a keep out. Then Achie turned in Kano's direction. Detective! He shouted. Kano was looking toward him, seemingly already aware that something was amiss. Right. Shouting across the plaza. Then his eyes happened to alight on the attaché case the decoy had discarded. Could it be? No sooner had his suspicions been aroused than he heard Kano call out to him. Achie, check the case! Hurry! He hurriedly opened up the attaché case and searched the interior. But the only thing inside were pieces of medical equipment, tubes and syringes and the like. It's nothing that looked remotely like a bomb. Right, for taking Hitami's blood. Still, where else could the bomb possibly be hidden? Damn it. He had to find the explosive, and soon. He took another hard look at the case. I'll flip it over. Achie lifted the attaché case up high and flipped it upside down. But as he was about to throw it, he heard a faint metallic sound. Quickly, he lowered the case again. He was certain the noise had come from inside. Once more, he opened the case and looked inside. But still he saw nothing of note. He tossed the medical equipment aside and slowly tilted the case from side to side. Although it looked empty, there was a distinct sound of something metal sliding back and forth. Hold on, could it be? Achie tugged at the case's inner lining, quickly tearing it free. When he looked behind it, his eyes went wide. A thin layer of something that resembled white clay had been affixed inside the cover of the case. Several wires connected it to a small electronic device. This was it. The bomb really was inside the attaché case. Here it is, he shouted to Kano. I found it! Kano hurried over, bringing his captive with him. There, Mr. Palmer, take a look. When he saw what was inside the attaché case, the fake Alfred went pale. No, it can't be. Alfred, why? His voice was hoarse with betrayal. And abruptly he broke into stilted laughter. Trusting someone really does make you blind. Such a simple, childish ruse. went right under my nose. The fake Alfred Palmer looked over at Kano. We need to get out of here immediately, he said. That right there is C4, a high-yield plastic explosive used by the military. And that's enough to blow this whole area to smithereens. Blow the whole area to smithereens? Achi pictured Shibuya reduced to a blasted ruin. Jesus. Meanwhile, Kano frantically began searching the inside of the attaché case. A microphone, Kano muttered. Hey, detective? Is that thing gonna explode or not? Achi tried and failed to keep his voice from wavering. Looks like it's sound activated, but it hasn't gone off just from having people talking nearby. That means it must be set to explode in response to a specific sound trigger. Specific sound, huh? Now Achi understood Stanley's instructions. It's it! It must be Hitami's ringtone! Why, Stanley had me power her cell phone off. That means we're safe then, Hitami asked. Not going to explode anymore, right? Maybe, but I wouldn't bet our lives on it. Kano continued his examination of the case. He carefully loosened the bomb and the cables, pulling them away from the lid of the case. The sight made Achi's heart leap. Then Kano went stock still, as if caught in a hungry predator's gaze. There's not just a sound trigger. The detective's voice was a raspy whisper. The bomb has also been fitted with a countdown timer. Achi could see the timer now. It had been planted underneath the plastic explosive. His blood ran cold. Dr. Kuza, where's that bomb squad? While Kano made a desperate call to the police, Achi picked up the attaché case and peered inside. The digital timer was steadily ticking down the seconds. Achi scanned the nearby area. There were too many people around the scramble. Hitami was there. Kusumu was there. Some more of his old pals, along with a bunch of innocent bystanders. People are the lifeblood, Achi reminded himself. The blood that coursed through the body that was the city. Like cells, they brought to life the city he so loved. Achi wanted to be one of the red, or was it white? Blood cells of Shibuya. He's thinking of white. Achi, Kano called out. Leave that thing and get out of here! No way. Achi sat down. The Shibuya Scramble, that's what it's called. They call it the Scramble because, during lunchtime, after work and before work, it's so full of people that it's nuts. Everybody's scrambling which way. Achi sat down, cradling the case in his arms. Achi, what the hell are you doing? I'm not going anywhere until everyone's made it to safety. Detective, you need to get these people someplace safe right away. Clear the area first, then I'll go. But there's no way I can do that! Damn it! Do you want to save these people? Achi snapped. Kano bit his lower lip. Hitami wrapped her arms around Achi from behind. Achi, don't do this. Hitami, you need to get out of here too. Why? Why are you acting so crazy? Tears blurred her words, and he could feel her trembling against him. It doesn't matter. Just get as far away as you can. No, I'm not leaving you. After the day they'd spent together, Achi knew full well that telling Hitami something once wasn't enough to get her to listen. That stubbornness was one of the many things that made her so amazing in his eyes. Hitami. Achi clasped one of her hands tightly. Please. This is the one favor I will ever ask you. His voice came out oddly soft and gentle. You fucking martyr! Alright, she told him. But let me just say one thing first. There are still so many things I want to talk to you about. So much more that I want to know about you. So please, Achi, don't you die on me. Hey, don't worry. Once everyone's made it to safety, I'll clear out of here right away. Hitami squeezed his hand, then got up and silently hurried away. Susumu, you and SOS! Start getting people out of the area! Yeah, alright. Susumu turned away and spurred the gang into motion. Then for an instant, Achi's eyes met Kano's. Achi gave a tiny nod and looked down at the timer. 1:19, 1:18. Get back! Achi shouted at the top of his lungs. Everybody! Get back! There's a bomb! I'm not going to yell all of these again. He held the attaché case tight against himself as he continued shouting. He ran his voice raw, trying to ward the crowd away. Everyone, get out of here! Just run! Following his lead, Kano started directing nearby civilians to safety. There's a bomb! The detective shouted. Everybody run! Get away as fast as you can! Susumu waved his arms emphatically. Please, Hitami added. You all have to get out of here! But the crowd didn't heed their warnings. At last, apparently deciding that the time was up, Kano turned back to Achi. Achi, that's enough! Leave the bomb and let's go! He could hear Susumu and Hitami shouting as well. There's no time left, man! Achi, come on! The way Palmer had talked about this bomb, it sounded like a pretty dangerous one. Might be powerful enough to blow up the entire intersection. And there were still so many people nearby. There was no chance they'd be able to get to safety in the few dozen seconds that remained. Achi needed to minimize the force of the blast as much as possible. He cradled the bomb more tightly to his chest, huddling over it. What are you doing? Come with us! Hurry! Screamed Kano. I don't know how powerful this bomb is, but please, God, let my body be enough to protect the people of Shibuya. And to protect Hitami. Achi squeezed his eyes tightly shut. I'm sorry, Suzune. Looks like I won't be able to keep visiting you in the hospital anymore. You'll forgive me, though, right? I stuck it through to the end, just like you told me to. I didn't call it quits partway through. But whatever you do, you can't let that disease beat you. Don't you dare let it beat you. She drew a deep breath as he finished his solitary little prayer. He couldn't have more than a few seconds left to go. Hachi! It was Hitami. He was glad that her voice was the last thing in this world he'd ever hear. Or so he thought. And then Kano dumps a fucking thing of dry ice on his head. Achi, bring the bomb over here, now! That wasn't Hitami's voice. Achi opened his eyes and saw Kano racing toward him, pushing some big, weird piece of machinery. The detective flipped open the machine's cover to reveal a huge mound of dry ice. Stick it in here! Flash freezing the timer on to stop it! Achi did as he was told, shoving the attaché case into the dry ice. Kano helped him pile more dry ice on top of it. I mean, just shutting the lid would help dampen the blast. Let's hope that's enough, Kano exclaimed. He looked like a man desperate for a miracle. They could see the timer display through a gap in the frozen hydrogen, still counting down. Was this not going to work? Achi and Kano held their breaths. Okay. There are a few variations on an ending. We're gonna get the good one. I don't want to pull this trigger if I don't have to. Okay. Jack 1920. Revenge or a mission. Oh. I did get my revenge. What would Frank think? Achi. 1900 rising emotions. I have to set aside my hatred. Need to just focus on catching this guy. Okay. Select epilogue from the time chart. Oh, I have to do this first. Lol. Okay. Epilogue, Kanon's friend. She felt a hand firmly clutching her own as she hazily returned to consciousness. This hand. Whose is it? My father's? Maria's eyelids slowly drifted open. Maria, you're all right now. Her father was indeed beside her, holding her hand. Surprising warmth radiated from his slender, bony palm. Dad? She was lying on a sofa. She craned her neck to look around, still trying to process what was going on. There were several monitors set up around the room. Where are we? In my laboratory. You're infected with a virus. I've given you the antiviral. You don't have anything to worry about. He squeezed Maria's hand even more tightly. That hurts. Right, sorry. Osawa eased up the pressure on his daughter's hand, but he didn't let go entirely. This feels so strange, Maria muttered, staring up at the ceiling. I wonder why. What does? Having you hold my hand. I used to hold your hand like this when we'd go on walks together, when you were little. I doubt you remember that, though. Maria considered. It was true. She didn't have any clear memory of her father holding her hand like this.
Now displaying a message
Yet the
for
touch of her
YouTube.
father's palm felt distantly familiar. Gently, she squeezed back. It's been a while, hasn't it? She said. I mean, me looking you in the eye while I'm talking to you. That's only because I didn't look you in the eye. Also hung his head. I'm so sorry, he said. Please, forgive me. I never meant to hurt you like I did. Wait, hold on. Mario was taken aback. I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean, hurt me? Back on that rainy day. Also, it told Maria about the day she'd run away from home. About how he'd know where she had gone, but hadn't gone to find her. About how he'd given in to his anger and struck her once she came back home. When he'd finished, he hung his head once more. I'm so sorry. I've been such a terrible father. Maria cracked an impish smile. Oh, yeah, I guess that did happen. Osawa frowned. You know, she said, I'd totally forgotten about that. Until you mentioned it just now, I mean. No, I can't believe that, Osawa replied. All right, Megan. It'll be on the VOD. The way I heard you, you sounded so disappointed in himself. Dad, it's not like I can let myself dwell on each and every detail of my childhood. I mean, in the 19 or so years I've been alive, I've been hurt in lots of different ways. Child experienced so much more than what her parents knew. That was what growing up was all about. It was a happy thing, but also a little bit sad. Also, was visibly grappling with his feelings. I see, he said. I guess you have gone through so much pain. Well, yeah, but there have been more things that were fun and happy. I see. The sum of all those things that have made me who I am today, so please, don't worry so much about the past. I see. Dad, you keep saying I see. Stop it. Sorry. It's just, this is all so difficult to say. Also was trying and failing to hold back his tears. Maria wasn't quite sure what those tears were for, but she felt a prickle of embarrassment. Shyly, she looked away, and her eyes alighted on one of the monitors. The screen showed a view from outside the lab. Who are those people? She asked, pointing. Also, looked, and his eyes widened in shock. 3 people with guns were facing off with one another. Maria recognized one of them, Tatano, the man with the cane. Why are those 2 pointing guns at your friend? Also, his voice was shaking. My friend? What do you mean? The one you met when we went to the Middle East. You know, Kanan. Also, switched the monitor to show a different camera angle. Close-up of the young woman's face appeared on screen. Maria was at a loss for words. That certainly wasn't Kanan. It was the girl who'd come to tell Maria that Hitami was going to be kidnapped. Kanan's friend. It had happened 3 days earlier. While Maria was on her way home from campus, a girl approached her, telling her she was a friend of Kanan. Kanan asked me to pass along a message, she said, and she showed Maria a video recording. The video quality was quite poor, and the voice indistinct. There's a terrorist who's after the antiviral agent your father is developing. Maria listened in shock as the message continued. The terrorist's plan was already in motion, and Hitami had been infected with a killer virus. Your father used the antiviral to save Hitami, but the terrorists planned on that. I'll spare you the details, but there's a way to extract the antiviral from Hitami's blood. Stealing the drug from the laboratory directly is too problematic. The terrorist intends to get it directly from your sister. Hitami is certain to be kidnapped sometime in the next few days, and so I have something to ask you. I'd like you to get kidnapped in her place. Since you're twins, it should be possible for you to trade places without the kidnappers realizing it. I gave the girl who's passing along this message a necklace outfitted with a small GPS beacon. Make sure you wear the necklace. Switch it on, and it'll allow me to keep tabs on your location. Promise I'll come and rescue you. Please, help me. This is the only way we can keep the antiviral and Hitami safe. The video ended, and the girl handed Maria a necklace with an ornate pendant and showed her the hidden switch on the back. Kanan's coming to Japan? Maria asked. She's already here. She's ready to risk her life for this mission. Risk her life? Maria started uneasily. So this terrorist who's after the antiviral drug, is it Alfred? The girl looked shocked. You know about Alfred. Kanan told me that taking down Alfred is her purpose in life, but Alfred has ties to the CIA, so it's hard for Kanan to get any good leads. That's true. Which reminds me, you should have this. The girl held out a photograph. This man is dangerous. Stay away from him. He is an ally of Alfred. Maria did her best to burn the man's image into her mind. All right, the girl said. Passed along everything Kanan wanted me to tell you. What you do next is up to you. So wait, what the heck has been going on while I've been asleep? Also recoiled from the ferocity on his daughter's face. Hi, Lexi. That Kanan girl thought of a way to save you. He went on to explain the plan to get the antiviral out of the lockdown laboratory. Once again, Maria stared at the monitor. As she eyed Kanan's friend, another memory from before she'd blacked out drifted to the surface. Suddenly, it dawned on Maria what this girl was planning. She pretended to be Kanan in order to get into the lab, she said, scowling at the image on the monitor. Also, looked at the screen and then at his daughter's face. Well, then who in the world is she? Maria already had the answer. There was no doubt about it. That girl was Alfred. The instant she realized this, she knew they were in danger. If Alfred managed to infiltrate the lab, there was no way she'd be satisfied with simply getting her hands on the antiviral. She sowed ruin everywhere she went. Is something wrong? Oswa asked uneasily. Maria, what is it? Maria's mind was racing. She spoke her thoughts out loud. She's going to kill you so the drug can't be recreated. No, that's not thorough enough. She's going to destroy this whole facility. But how? Vague possibilities tumbled through her mind, but she couldn't be sure what the terrorists might be planning. How you doing, Lexi? She gritted her teeth in frustration. Don't worry, Oswa said. I don't know who that girl is, but right now, she's outside the lab. There's no way she can kill me or plant a bomb in here or anything. It's already in there, guy. Yeah, I know. Maria gave a tiny nod, but something gnawed at the back of her mind. The necklace. Make sure you wear the necklace. Hurriedly, Maria took hold of the pendant that hung around her neck. As soon as she did, she felt a chill run up her spine. She went back over the details of Alfred's plan as her father had explained it.
Ma'am, someone has paid for your hydration.
Oh, thank you!
Shall I notify Victor?
Howdy, Mischief. And then finally, she understood. I've got it. Oswa straightened up. You've got what? I need to get out there, where those three are. Don't be absurd. I have to go. Oswa peered closely at his daughter's face. Words weren't going to stop her, and as he realized that, his own face stiffened with determination. All right, but I'm going with you. I can't let you rush into danger all by yourself. Thank you, Dad. Maria tried to get up from the sofa, but she was struck by a wave of vertigo, and her knees buckled. Are you all right? Also, I caught her by the arm. It's probably a side effect of the antiviral. You shouldn't push yourself too much. Maria looked up at her father's anxious face and shook her head. Don't worry, I'll be okay. Her body was weak with lethargy, her mind trapped in a disorienting haze. Every step was a monumental effort, but she clenched her jaw and forced herself onward, making her way down the laboratory hallway. A whirlwind of anger and sadness spurred her onward. Alfred was masquerading as Kano. Cruel truth was all too clear. The terrorist would never have been able to get away with the deception if Kano were still alive. Which means that Kano must be... Maria fought back to hold her tears. It's too early to cry just yet. That could wait until after she put a stop to Alfred's plan. Using her rage to suppress her sorrow, she shoved open the door in front of her. That isn't Kano! Maria's voice exploded in the silence of the standoff. I doubt we're getting better testimony than that, Stanley said, his gun still at the ready. There's no talking your way out of things this time. The expression on Alfred's face didn't change. She stood still, a mannequin without a soul. What did you do to Kano? Maria demanded, marching unsteadily toward the terrorist. Maria, stay back, also exclaimed. She ignored him. Hey, don't get any closer, Tosno barked. He looked exhausted, on the verge of collapse. Answer me, Maria cried, still advancing. What happened to Kano? But still Alfred said nothing. Stanley, too, began edging toward her. It doesn't matter what you ask, he said. She won't tell you anything. Bit by bit, he inched closer. He was going to try to take her down. Let me turn your question around, Alfred said abruptly. What do you think? Maria paused, confused. What do I think about what? What do you think happened to Kano? Corners of her lips twisted up, shaping a mirthless smile. You killed her, didn't you? Maria's words came out as a whisper. What was that?
I couldn't quite hear you.
You killed Kanan! Didn't you? This time, Maria cried out with biting fury. Alfred snickered. She's provoking me, Maria thought, forcing herself to swallow her rage. She couldn't let herself get caught up in Alfred's game, or her anger would spill out of control. Why are you laughing? By force of will. Maria made her voice firm and steady. Because I'm guessing you weren't expecting me to show up here. Alfred raised an eyebrow ever so slightly. This thing here. It's a bum, isn't it? Maria held at the necklace. What? Stanley furrowed his brow. Haha. Of course. Even if we managed to catch you here, you'd still be able to destroy the lab. Still the smile remained on Alfred's face. She seemed to enjoy watching the others figure out her intentions. But you can't trigger the bomb with me standing this close to you, can you? Maria locked eyes with Alfred. Unless you're prepared to sacrifice yourself? She stood like an image of bravery, while on the inside her apprehension threatened to tear her apart. She could feel her heart thudding so furiously that she thought it might explode. Cold sweat trickled down her spine. Only her rage at Kanan's murder kept her from backing down. Go ahead and blow yourself up, if that's what you want, she said. But you'll die with nothing. Your death will mean nothing, but not mine. My death will avenge Kanan's. Silence fell outside the laboratory gates. Stanley and Tatano stood frozen, their guns still trained on Alfred. Both men were ready to pull the trigger at the slightest provocation. Just how long had they been there, staring one another down? Passage of time seemed to slow, seconds drawn into hours. Osawa swallowed audibly. Finally, Alfred tossed her gun onto the pavement and held up both hands in surrender. Stanley wasted no time, springing forward to secure her. He gave her a thorough pat-down from behind. He removed a small device that looked like a detonator from one of her pockets. On your knees! Alfred did as she was told. Good. Now, hands behind your head. Try anything funny, and I will shoot. Without a word, Alfred placed her hands on the back of her head, fingers laced together. What are you playing at? Stanley growled disdainfully. Finally realized you can only push your luck so far. She responded with a faint snicker. It's not my policy to resist when things are hopeless. Her tone was detached, her intentions unreadable. Good. That'll make this easy. Stanley kept the barrel of his gun pointed at Alfred's head. This is for my brother. The words hung in his throat, unspoken. A surge of emotion coursed through him. Just a tiny bit more pressure from his index finger, and he could pull a bullet right through Alfred's head. His long journey would finally reach its conclusion. But although he had wished for this moment more than anything, his finger did not move. If he pulled the trigger now, would that truly be the end? His mind reeled at the implications. Tatano watched Stanley closely, eventually letting out a tiny sigh of relief. They're in this together, after all. Now they just needed to be careful not to let down their guard. Kept one eye on Alfred as he went to pick up the gun she'd discarded. But he was too late. The gun was gone. This is for Kanan! Maria had lunged forward, snatching up the gun. Holy shit! Maria, no! Osawa cried. What are you thinking? She ignored her father, taking aim at Alfred's forehead. Kanan's dead, and you're gonna pay. The smoldering rage she'd fought to hold back blazed up with renewed fury. Maria, Stanley said calmly, put down the gun. He had nothing but words to stop her. There was no telling what Alfred might do if he took his gun off her. "What will this accomplish?" he asked, keeping his tone as level as possible. Maria's face remained awash with anger. "Maria!" her father pleaded. "Please, don't do this!" Tatano took a step forward. "Go on. Hand me the gun," he said. "Stay back!" Maria's arm trembled as she aimed the gun. Everyone stood frozen, not even daring to breathe. The slightest wrong move might bring disaster. Silence roared. "I don't care," Alfred sneered. "If you want to shoot, then shoot. You do want to avenge Kano, don't you?" "Yes. Yes, I do." Maria tightened her grip on the gun. Memories of her friend drifted through her mind. Maria, born into peace, meeting Kano had been like touching a world beyond her own. Far more complicated world. Kano had blood on her hands from the time she was a little girl. A walking contradiction of cruelty and childishness. And yet, she had lived her life according to her own unshakable beliefs. Meeting her had made Maria think hard about her own identity. What did it mean to be Japanese? No, that wasn't the question. What did it mean to be Maria Osawa? That was the crux of it all. They had been able to find common ground despite differing ideals because both possessed an unshakable sense of self. Maria made her decision. I can't pay attention to you, Lexi. This is too intense for me. I can't shoot her. I'm not like Kano. Maria's anger dissipated like smoke in a sudden wind. The tension seeped from her body as she carefully lowered the gun. "What's the matter?" Alfred smirked. "Why won't you shoot?" Her eyes blazed with contempt for Maria's naivete. "No. I'm not being naive," Maria told herself. "Do unto others as they have done to you. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. What does this recurring pattern of retribution really accomplish? Just an endless cycle of hatred. That's why I'm not going to fight. Because I'm not like Kano." Tears flooded from her eyes. "I'm not like Kano. But people who are different can still be friends. And I'm gonna honor our friendship by not taking revenge. No matter what happens, I'm not gonna hurt anyone," Maria said. "Maybe that's not very realistic. But this is my fight. And I'll fight the way I choose." She wiped away her tears. For the first time, Maria felt that she understood Kano. She'd been able to see her just one more time. She would have been able to speak her mind without fear. I could show Kano the true me. And maybe then, we would be friends for real. But that wasn't going to happen. Not anymore. Maria handed the gun to Tatano and looked up at the nighttime sky. In the distance, he could faintly hear the sound of police sirens. Not one star could be seen in the sky over Shibuya. Oh, is this an FMV? No. Oh, Jesus Christ. black car of foreign make arrived at the laboratory and pulled up to the curb. Stanley's superior, Gordon, emerged from the back. A few of his men followed and promptly placed Alfred in handcuffs. Oh my god, it's like the Thompson twins of FBI agents. Hanson. Well done, Gordon said. Stanley gave him a slight nod. I'll be taking Alfred back to headquarters. You can finish up here. Understood, sir. Gordon shoved Alfred into the back seat and slid in alongside her. And Alfred has connections in the CIA, so she's just gonna walk away. And the car drove off. Who was that just now? Tatano asked Stanley. My boss. Sorry, but we'll be taking Alfred into custody. You will, huh? Tatano frowned, but decided not to press the point. They put a stop to Alfred's plan, and they had saved Maria's life. That was enough for him. Maybe he even began to atone for what he'd done to Hitami. Kano, Suzune, Kotone. Tatano pictured all of their faces. Perhaps, in the end, he'd managed to become worthy of their respect. It's all over, Stanley spoke under his breath, his gaze locked on the car, ticking Alfred away. Black cloud that hung over his heart had yet to lift, but he knew that today was the day he could finally put revenge aside. No longer would memories of his brother bring only sorrow. This'll do. Won't it, Frank? Abruptly, Maria's cell phone rang in Stanley's pocket. That's right. I meant to give this back to you. He handed the phone to Maria. I wonder who's calling? Maria picked up. She could hardly believe it when she heard the voice on the line. Brusque, yet girlish, with a daredevil ring. A voice that had been burned into her mind since the day she met its owner. No, it can't be. She'd been sure she'd never hear that voice again. In an instant, Maria's face was damp with tears of joy. Thank goodness! Oh, thank goodness! Maria couldn't hold back her sobs. The tears kept coming and coming. She had never wept with joy like this in her life. Two. Achi held his breath. He could no longer feel the seconds ticking by. The numbers on the display were changing more and more slowly. But still he watched in fear. 2. It was impossible not to fixate on the countdown. 2. 2. 2. Kano and Achi continued to stare at the timer. 2. It had stopped. The timer had actually stopped. Wait! Achi dropped to his knees with a cry of triumph. The rest of Shibuya Scramble burst into cheers. You are one reckless guy. You know that? Kano held his hand out. She grinned up at him. That makes 2 of us. The 2 clasped hands firmly. Their handshake conveying more than any words could have. Achi! Oh, that's not Hitami. It's Susumu. Achi! Susumu came rushing over. You did it, man. I knew you could do it. 2 bumped fists. It weren't just me, Achi said. Could never have done it without you guys' help. Susumu smiled bashfully. Hey, Susumu, take care of SOS for me. You got it. Susumu looked him squarely in the eye. Achi gave a little nod. The 2 solemnly bumped fists again. Suddenly, there was a blinding flash. Achi spun around to see Chiaki standing there, beaming happily, her digital camera ready for another shot. Hey everyone, gather up! Midorikawa called out to Achi and his pals. You guys are the heroes of Shibuya! Photo time, everyone! Chiaki said, get ready! The young men struck a pose together. Wait, her too! Midorikawa ushered Hitami over to stand with Achi. Hitami. Achi flashed her a sheepish grin. All thanks to Hitami that he'd been able to do what he had done. Keeping Shibuya safe, keeping his promise to Suzune. Hitami had been his inspiration for it all. There were so many things he wanted to say, but he couldn't get the right words out. Hachi, Hitami's cheeks were damp with tears. Hey now, young lady, Minarikawa called. No crying now. Come on, show us a smile! He struck a goofy pose beside Chiaki. At last, the smile returned to Hitami's face. It really is the best. Hmm? Hitami looked at Achi in confusion. Your smile, he said. It's the best. I don't care what anyone else says. Spoke so earnestly that Hitami couldn't help but smile even more. Okay, here we go, people! Get your best faces on! At Minarikawa's signal, everyone let out a joyous victory cry. Oh, this is a cute fucking photo! Look at that fucker in the back! Come on, guys, Susumu shouted. Let's lift Achi up where everyone can see him! The members of SOS let out another roar. Huh? No, you don't gotta do that, guys. Hey, cut it out! But Achi had already been swallowed by the enthusiastic throng. Heave-ho! 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 There in the middle of the scramble, Achi was being hailed as a hero. Kano looked on with a satisfied smile. What they had achieved together was nothing less than a miracle. It had taken a lot of luck, more than a few coincidences, for them to stop the bomb. Coincidences? Kano muttered to himself. No, that wasn't right. This was something different altogether. Fate. That's what it was. Not just one person's fate. The destinies of several people had collided, gathering momentum until coincidence became inevitability. And Shibuya was saved. The raucous crowd tossed Achi high into the air again and again. As a plainclothes detective, Kano would probably never be showered with adulation quite like that. Well, that was all right. Detective's duty was to ensure the safety of the people. He didn't put his life on the line so that he could be a hero. To single those smiles. That was good enough for him. Don't lie to me, Kano. Kano only needed the approval of one person, and that was Rumi. Rumi. I hope she managed to get out of Shibuya okay. Suddenly worried, Kano pulled out his cell phone. There was a whole bunch of things he wanted to tell her. He couldn't share the whole story. Police rules wouldn't allow it. But he wanted to let her know as much as he could. That the kidnapping case had been resolved safely, for instance. That he'd learned about the tortured past of the detective he so admired. That his partner was going to pull through. That he'd managed to finally talk to her father. That he'd put his life on the line to save Shibuya from danger. Rumi would listen quietly to the very end, and then, Kano thought, he knew just what she'd say. Short and sweet, in that gentle voice of hers. Good job! Ah, Rumi, hello? There was no response. Do they have a bad connection? Hello? Rumi, are you there? Can you hear me? Look, the case is closed now. If you're still somewhere close to Shibuya, I'd love to see you, if I can. You want to see me, huh? Don't you have a mountain of paperwork you should be doing first? Shizuo, get the fuck off the phone! Your gruff voice was Shizuo's. Well, you see, Father, I told you not to call me that. Shizuo barked so loudly over the phone that Kano's ear rang. Right, no, of course. And yes, I'll do my job. I just wanted to check and make sure that Rumi was alright. Looks like I misjudged you. Maybe you are the kind of guy who will blow off work to go meet with a girl. Dad, hey! Kano heard Rumi's voice cry out with exasperation. Come on, let me have my phone! I know that work is important, sir, Kano said hurriedly, but Rumi is even more important to me. He felt his panic rising. After all that had happened, he didn't want Shizuo to end up with a bad impression. Oh, be quiet. If you want to see Rumi, you can do it once you finished your work. Well, but I'm not sure when that's going to be. I waited on you today a lot longer than I wanted, so at this point, I don't care how long it takes you. We can wait all night if we have to. Shizuo let out a peculiar sigh. And then you and I can talk again about you marrying my daughter. Yeah! Huh? Kano could be sure he heard that right. Shizuo hung up. What? What? He stared at the phone, his mind reeling, and then he was hit with a veritable explosion of joy. Yeah! You deserved it, Kano! Even if it took you the whole game to stop being such an ass! Kano leapt in the air and shouted with delight, his voice echoing through the Shibuya streets. Once the crowd had put Achi back down on his feet, he rushed over to Hitami. So, Hitami.
Yes?
Hey, we finally get this full song. Hitami, there's so much stuff I want to talk to you about. So many things I want to tell you. He gazed into her face. But, Suzune, he didn't know how to continue. Hitami smiled warmly. She understood. Go on, Achi. Go see your sister. There's nobody in here in trouble that you need to rescue now. Thank you. Better get going then. See Suzune. Achi broke away from his circles of friends and headed out of the suddenly he can walk out of the Shibuya Scramble. Strangely enough, his leg didn't hurt too much now. Despite all that had happened, he felt invigorated, as if he was just walking to a brand new day. Achi! Hitami called after him. I'll see you again, won't I? Achi nodded vigorously. Of course! Just come to Shibuya. You'll find me. He'd been born and raised in Shibuya, but after today, he loved the place more than ever. Okay, now I will read your hilarious puns, Lexi. Do you think Alfred acted alone? Because it takes two to Kanango. I have my own personal ships from the story, or as I like to call it, my head canon. Who was that child with a gun? And holy crap, you're still playing? Yes. Yes. So the last chapter of this was 2 hours together. So a typical chapter is about 3
Now
hours.
displaying a message for YouTube.
So the two together was 6 hours. As I mean, I think I did a pretty good job acting most of it. Really put my heart into that. I really liked this game a lot more than I thought I would. This game is wild. It starts so small. So small. How do you even... This game is ludicrous. Like, it is so fucking intense. We started with a guy so obsessed with recycling that he would knock someone out over a bottle. And a basic kidnapping case, and ended with a fucking pandemic. And a character who I trusted so much. So Alfred's the great mastermind, and throughout this whole thing, I trusted her so much that I never once thought it was her. And I doubted everyone. I feel so betrayed. But that was the true ending. The ending that you can get for the normal ending is Maria shoots Kanan, or Alfred, which would have been intense, but not my bag. Yeah, this is the first game I've actually sat through all the credits for, too. Like, in knowing that nothing else was coming and just wanting to. Well, I guess I did for Claire, too, but I was also sobbing out half of my water weight finishing Claire. I'm supposed to be starting Satisfactory right now. But I have been streaming for 8 hours, so we will not be doing that. If you were lurking and you enjoyed yourself, I put this same energy into almost everything I play. And I'm about to enter into a lot of text-based RPGs, so we'll have a lot of time to make fun of Hildy trying to act. You should drop a follow. If you got money, you should subscribe. Oh wait, we got a car? Yeah, no, this is when Alfred's gonna get out of the fucking car. Because the connections to CIA. Gordon and Alfred sat in the back seat. His car sped along the highway. I'm so sorry, Frank. To Jack. Frank's your dead brother. Here. Gordon tossed a handcuff key onto the seat beside him. What happened down at the scramble? Alfred asked, picking up the key and unlocking her cuffs. Leland Palmer was arrested by the Japanese police, and the bomb in the attaché case was defused, apparently. Still, Palmer shouldn't pose a problem once we get him into CIA custody. I see. Much obliged. You really got yourself backed into a corner, though, didn't you? Gordon said. Yeah. I was only able to accomplish half of what I intended. Half. Alfred produced a vial from her pocket. It's filled with red liquid. Is that Hitomi's blood? Gordon asked. Indeed. Managed to acquire the antiviral. But when? Gordon peered at her in bewilderment. When I blew up the minivan. In the dim light of the vehicle, Alfred's eyes shone darkly, like those of a wounded animal. Extracting the blood from Hitomi while she was unconscious had been a simple matter. Saving the girl's life had been more than just a means of ensuring her trust. Alfred had been looking for the right moment to carry out the extraction. Total secrecy was essential. It became public knowledge that the drug existed, and that some of it had been stolen. The value of the UA virus would plummet. Our primary objective here was to destroy that research facility. Still, getting our hands on the antiviral is better than nothing. Well done as always, Alfred. Cannot fucking believe. Oh, I love that they're in unison. Show me. Yeah, Kanan. Get on. Get her. Get her. What? Hi, partner in time. Oh, you're only here to give me, Kanan puns? Oh. So betrayed. So upset. All right, I'm going to put this in chat here. Starting next week, we're going to be doing watch parties of the anime that got based off of. Why are you not working commands? Oh, because I said discard, not Discord. Because I want to watch it. Details will be in the Discord tomorrow. Are you serious? Is there a follow-up? I know, Lexi. It's okay, though. When you're funny, you don't have to be smart. That was mean. I have been streaming for 8 hours, y'all. Please. Oh, there's an unlocked story? Oh!
お前はまだ復讐を考えているな。
パスコードが変えられている。
解放戦線を裏切ったのか。
目的となる貨物車両を3両目。警報は解除したんじゃないのか。
定か、そちらの進行は。
潜入経路に問題はない。みんな黙らせていいんだよ。
彼女の専門は暗号を破る。
それ以外に理由はない。
待て。
渋谷の文字はお前とは相性が悪いみたいだ。
Oh. Okay. Where do I go find it? Is it in bonus content? Or is it a special episode? We're not going to do it tonight because it's been 8 hours. So it'll get tacked onto the end of Talas next week. Or I'll just do it privately so we can start watch parties. Have to load the save file. Okay. The story never truly ends. Oh! I'm pretty close to 50 bad ends, I think. This is the other bonus story. Where can I see where my bad ends are? Does it have a list of them? I mean, I got all of the bad ends from a couple time blocks. Maybe I'm not at 50. Alfred Alshwa. A solitary serpent. The snake has lost 8 of its 9 heads. In the Middle East, the snake is seen as a... I got distracted. It's seen as an ill omen, and those who take it as their name are said to be both wicked and extremely cruel. Okay. Pause menu. I don't even remember what the pause menu button is. No! I can't get out of this. Oh, that's the pause. Okay, bad ending list. That's 9, 10, 15, 20, 25. 30. 35. 40. 50. Yeah, we're that's gonna be something else. My partner in crime canceled tomorrow night's stream, so maybe that'll be it. In any case, if you enjoyed yourself, drop a follow. Join the Discord if you want to be involved in watch parties. I need to go rest and not talk to another human being. Yeah, I don't even want to schmooze with other streamers. I'm gonna go rest. Y'all, though, a couple of friends of mine are running right now. Simple is running. She's playing Oxygen Not Included, so I'll type their names in here. Simple Square Sim. And then Trevor, 1987. Correct that if I fucked it up, Kakyon. Is also running. He is playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Busy Beth is playing Lord of the Rings Online. Any of those sound good? You should head on over. I'm gonna go introvert. Tomorrow. Of course. It's that I really enjoyed this game. This is a really, really good game. Thanks for the fun times and all the fish. Per a certain guildmaster's motto, smiles go for miles. So tomorrow, Ferris has canceled Baldur's Gate 2. And I haven't decided. I'm definitely gonna stream, but I haven't decided what I'm gonna stream there. It really should be Satisfactory, but it might not be. And there might be a day stream to catch up on Satisfactory, who knows? Just stay tuned to Discord or your alerts. And I am outie. Thank you so much, everybody. Bye-bye.